Yeah, that's pretty lame. So keep an eye out for those. This particular yucky tasting cartridge does have a full game installed on it though. So at least with this one we can play instantly without a download. I'll lower the volume, and of course I'm Team Luigi, if you catch my drift. In order for us to find out what the Switch 2 is made from, we gotta pull out the Mohs scale of hardness. If the screen is made from plastic, we'll see scratches at level 2 or 3. Glass screens will scratch at a 5 or 6, and if Nintendo splurged a bit and gave us sapphire, that would scratch at level 8 or 9. However, very quickly we see again that Nintendo has given us a level 3 plastic screen. This is not ideal. There is a permanently installed plastic layer on top of the Switch 2 display. This is not a temporary screen protector, it is extremely well secured and permanently affixed to the device. As you can see from my keys, anything metal that comes in contact with this screen will indeed leave a mark. Plastic objects, however, like my Lego or the docking station, won't leave any marks, but that also doesn't spark a whole lot of confidence. I understand that Nintendo is trying to keep screens from shattering by putting this plastic buffer layer over the top, but these permanent marks are going to be hard to swallow. And it's good to know that the screen of the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be cosmetically damaged very easily. I still think having a plastic screen in 2025 is pretty wild. Moving over to the orange Joy-Cons, we find a whole lot more plastic, which is what we expected. There's a plastic home button and a plastic game chat button, and the joystick has a very thick rubber cap on the surface. There's definitely no durability issues here. What's really cool though is that Nintendo has again inlaid the white letters of the buttons inside the black plastic itself, meaning that no matter how many hours or decades you play this Switch 2, these letters will never rub away. Getting a closer look at the Joy-Cons, we find the secret for how they attach so firmly. These shoulder trigger buttons are actually made with steel this time around. Big rectangular blocks of metal that are able to magnetically secure to the Switch 2 body. In the center is where that port that charges the Joy-Con sits, along with the optical sensor that lets the Joy-Cons become a mouse. And of course, the famous tri-point Nintendo screws that still hold everything together. It'll be fun to take these things apart during the teardown, assuming it doesn't just all break open before the end of this video. Of course. Now, there has been some concern online about this little port here that receives the Joy-Cons. I'm kind of nervous for it as well, to be honest, but it does have a little play. There's some wiggle back and forth, which might end up being a feature instead of a bug. Being totally rigid would probably make it more prone to breaking, but we'll find out for sure here in a second. You can kind of see the magnetic field that emanates from the dual magnets in the Switch with this piece of green magnet paper. But since the magnets are kind of deeply recessed inside of the Switch 2, we can get a better look when we open her up. Putting the magnet paper on the Joy-Cons themselves doesn't reveal anything, meaning all of the magnets are just inside the console and not the controllers. If the magnets were closer to the surface of the Switch, they would look kind of like these wireless charging magnets on my grip case. Magnets are pretty cool, and I have no idea how they work. Near the game cartridge slot, there is a top USB-C port that sits right next to a headphone jack, and a fan vent, which has some metal fins inside. The Switch 2 does not have any water resistance at all, so definitely keep it away from liquids. The volume rocker and power button are made from plastic and are not removable. The bottom of the Switch 2 has dual stereo speakers on either side of the lower USB-C docking port. The speaker openings are covered with some really thin wire mesh. That mesh can be torn, but it won't be falling out on its own. I imagine the mesh is mostly here to keep larger debris from flowing into the console due to the airflow from the cooling fan. The kickstand on the Switch 2 is a massive improvement over the tiny little guy that came with the Switch 1. And unlike the rest of the Switch, this guy's made from metal. And I mean, don't get me wrong, plastic is not a bad thing, it's what helps keep the price of the Switch so low. It's a tad hard to fathom that kids who were born when the Switch 1 was released are now in the 3rd grade. Personally, I think Nintendo could speed up the release cadence a little bit. But let's see if any of this new generation of gamers can tell me what this is in the comments. The only decor on the Switch 2 that might end up rubbing off over time is the logo on the back. The logo's just printed right on top of the surface, and I'm glad Nintendo didn't use this same kind of printing on the buttons. I'm now the only one in the world with a Nintendo It though, so that's kind of cool. And I'm not much of a traveling gamer myself. I leave my Switch docked to the TV like 99% of the time. I do, however, like that Nintendo made the Joy-Con grip look smarter than it is by allowing LEDs from the Joy-Cons to shine up through the center of the grip when it's connected. The grip is also surprisingly strong, locking out in every direction and not falling apart or releasing the Joy-Cons even under extreme pressure. So far so good. One thing I haven't seen anyone bring up though is that while previously the Joy-Cons would only mount to the Switch in one direction, this Switch 2 however can mount the Joy-Cons on opposite sides, upside down, or even backwards. It's gonna add a whole new level of difficulty to speedrunning. But today we aren't here to play backwards. The Switch 2 has a 7.9-inch 120Hz 1080p HDR display with twice as many pixels as the Switch from a decade ago. And don't try this at home obviously, but after about 10 seconds we can see from the pixels going black and recovering that the screen is an LCD. Kind of amazing that everything is still functioning even after all it's been through. Thumbs up for that. But the worst is still yet to come. If Nintendo is only going to make one new console every decade, it needs to be structurally durable enough to last that whole time. And as we can see from the first bend, when a lot of force is applied, the Joy-Cons just kind of like to pop off on their own. And in my opinion, this is actually a good thing. For one, the angle of the bending Joy-Cons doesn't appear to damage the internal pins, no matter how many times the Joy-Con is aggressively ripped off or forced off the console backwards. Moving over to the blue controller and popping it off very aggressively forwards, both the controller and the Switch 2 itself remain undamaged. It disconnects at a gentle enough angle that the port is not disturbed or flexed beyond what it can handle. When I first saw the Switch 2 announced, I definitely had my doubts, but after holding the Switch 2 and feeling how the Joy-Cons connect, I'm very much more confident now in its ability to survive everyday life. The Switch 2 would have to go through some extremely wild and crazy situations, beyond what we do here, to sustain any permanent structural damage. It is very susceptible to cosmetic damage, however, especially the screen, but at least it'll still be functioning. Like a lizard shedding its tail, the Joy-Cons just pop off unscathed if anything weird happens. One thing that would bother me quite a bit though, considering Nintendo's dark history with the Joy-Con drift, is throwing the Switch 2 into a backpack with the joysticks ding-a-linging around all willy-nilly. Now if you'll excuse me for a bit, I do have to go see what Hyrule looks like in 4K. The Nintendo Switch 2 passes my durability test a lot better than I thought it would, and thanks a ton for watching. I'll see you around.
It's time for more Kurtz's Up. Specifically, why is the US dropping billions of nuclear flies from the sky, as one does? Those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Folst. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Let's see.
Right now, 100 million radiation-blasted, flesh-eating flies are raining down over the jungles of Panama to commit a genocide that can never end. Their tiny bodies are rebuilding a wall of flesh that protects an entire continent.
Okay. Is this what the conspiracy theorists think are coming out of vapor trails of planes? All this green weirdness?
This is one of humanity's most successful wars, going on for over 50 years now.
Oh, we're talking about the sterile insect technique. Okay, so in this case, you're just irradiating them enough to sterilize them. You're not doing it so much that it impedes their ability to mate or fly, and let's face it, no amount of it is gonna make it into some kind of crazy nuclear insect-themed supervillain, despite what comic books might tell you.
Fought from Central America to the deserts of Libya. Okay, so what's going on? The unbeatable flesh-eating fly. We need to talk about one of the most terrifying parasites on Earth for a moment. Don't worry, we won't make it too gross. If you want to skip this part, jump to the next chapter. Cochleomya hominivorax, which literally means the man-eater. The New World screwworm fly at home in the Americas. Each of these metallic blue-green flies with bright red eyes that exist in nature is here because it's feasted on the flesh of a warm-blooded animal. Cochleomya can detect wounds and smell blood across vast distances.
Okay, we're looking from the perspective of a fly. What's interesting is flies' eyes are a different band of radiation detector than human eyes. Humans can see about 400 to 700 nanometers. Flies see 300 to 600, so a little bit of UV, blue, and green. Not so much yellow, so in fact flies are strongly attracted to UV light. Just different types of radiation detectors.
If a human, a deer, or a squirrel has the tiniest scratch, female screwworm flies will try to lay eggs in the wound. When they hatch, the worms start eating healthy flesh with sharp mandibles, causing horrible wounds, attracting even more flies. In serious cases, the animal will die, or at least be severely weakened. Cochleomya doesn't add anything positive to the world and is a natural enemy of ours.
Yeah, laying creatures in you and causing them to burst out like an alien. Yeah, that's never a good thing. So, I get it. Makes them a good target for sterilization.
For most of history, this parasite was simply a horrifying fact of life in the Americas. And then, we accidentally created a paradise for them. As farmers introduced millions and millions of cows to the vast expanses of the southern US, screwworms became a
basically supply and demand, and you're giving them a fuel source.
Catastrophic problem and a source of endless suffering for our defenseless cattle. One outbreak might wipe out herds and lead to cruel, lingering deaths for countless animals in the wild. Traditional pesticides were useless against Cochleomya because you couldn't poison something that lived inside a living animal's flesh. You couldn't prevent
not without harming the living animal anyway.
And animals from getting injured or flies from finding wounds. The situation seemed hopeless, and Cochleomya was winning. Ranchers had to spend countless hours examining their herds, treating wounds, trying to protect newborns, watching helplessly as their animals suffered. And then two scientists in the 1950s had an idea that was too wild to be taken seriously at first. What if we kind of nuke the screwworms?
Oh, here we go. No, a place like this with green smoke billowing out of it does not describe the place where I work.
Radioactive parasite factories. Screwworm flies have a major weakness. Female Cochleomya can lay up to 400 eggs multiple times. But they only mate a single time before they die at the ripe old age of 3 weeks. So what if we could somehow disrupt the mating process? What if we could flood the environment with sterile...
Oh, here we go. The flies aren't radioactive, but have been exposed to radioactivity, and for the artistic purpose, we sometimes let them glow green. Okay, that's true. And what you're gonna use is a gamma source or an X-ray source. Something like cobalt-60 would work, because it is a gamma emitter. It's also a beta emitter, but the gamma emitter is doing the work for this project. And radiation does not spread like a virus. That's one misconception that came out of the HBO Chernobyl show. But what this would do is put a sufficient number of population that is infertile. So you do this to males, make them sterile, and don't irradiate them so much that it impedes their ability to mate or to fly. And they compete with wild males for females, and you get enough of these, then they're going to end up mating with some of the wild females, and they're not going to produce any offspring. You do this enough, then a sufficient portion of the population is going to die out.
Male flies. The females would waste their one and only chance at reproduction on males that couldn't produce offspring. An entire species could theoretically mate itself out of existence. But how do you sterilize millions of flies without killing them or making them too weak to compete for mates?
Precise amount of radiation dose.
Well, it turned out the timing to do this was kind of perfect. Scientists studying the effects of radiation had discovered that specific doses could damage reproductive cells while leaving the rest of an organism intact.
Fast-dividing cells are most vulnerable to the effects of radiation, so reproductive cells are a prime target.
So all we needed to do was figure out how high this dose was for Cochleomya, breed millions of flies, irradiate them, and release them over thousands of square kilometers. Imagine explaining this idea to someone in 1950. Imagine...
Yeah. Of course, even explaining this now, with all the misinformation there is out there about radiation, but yeah, in 1950 especially, would be even more challenging. In a way, these irradiated males become control rods to essentially absorb the energy used in mating opportunities without causing offspring.
The scale of the damage and the suffering that Cochleomyia caused for people to say, okay, sure, let's try this, why not? To prove this could work, scientists built a screwworm paradise in Florida and shipped millions of flies to the remote island of Curacao. Long trays were filled with ground beef and horse meat, animal blood, milk and eggs. Thousands were bred, irradiated and released into the wild in regular
They said bread, they look like loaves of bread.
intervals. As the weeks and months passed, more and more of the Cochleomyia on the island were infertile and mated with regular ones.
Basically using an invasive species.
First slowly, and then suddenly, they were no more. Completely eradicated. It was time to think much bigger. Over the next few decades, a war was declared and professional worm factories established to breed them by the billions. A single plant in Texas alone needed 70 tons of meat and 12,000 gallons of blood to breed 150 million flies per week. The disgusting mix had to be
Industrial scale levels of production here we're talking, okay.
kept warm because they had to believe they were inside a living animal. This lovely process made the insects smell so bad that airlines initially refused to transport them. Their transport boxes had to be sprayed with cologne just to get them on planes. Bit by bit.
Good old 1950s technology. Also, the part about 1950s that might have been easier to explain is a lot of people were generally more pro-nuclear because it was brand new, cutting-edge technology, and people didn't much understand the ill effects in the general population. Obviously, the scientists knew at this point, but yeah, it's interesting to see this in action.
In a slow-moving wave of biological warfare, the program eradicated screwworms. First from Florida, then across Texas, through Mexico, and into Central America. Every step required billions of sterile flies, massive coordination, and unwavering dedication from thousands of workers.
It's interesting because you kind of see this as sort of a chain reaction, but you insert something disruptive and it acting like a control rod that essentially just shuts down the whole reaction, because even a small impact, and of course they just ramped up production a lot, you eventually reach a critical mass, if you will, of these sterile flies that are eventually going to outnumber and displace all of the wild flies.
It was an incredible victory of humanity over the horrors of nature. In 1988, the war suddenly became global, and for the first time ever, screwworms escaped to Africa. The stakes were astronomical. If not stopped immediately, flesh-eating Cochleomyia could move down the Nile Valley around the North African coast and conquer regions where medical care was scarce or non-existent. The potential suffering was incalculable. To stop this invasion, a Herculean operation was triggered immediately. Hundreds of millions of sterile flies were flown in. Ground teams inspected millions of animals for wounds. Communication campaigns explained to locals why planes were dropping boxes full of millions of flesh-eating American flies. But it worked. In just 4 months, the invasion was stopped.
And radiation is an ideal tool to do this with because radiation penetrates deeply, especially gamma radiation we're talking about. So you don't need to add any chemicals in order to ensure sterility in this case. And there's no radioactive residue in terms of contaminants. It's just absorbed dose within the fly, so it doesn't really make a mess. So it's actually quite environmentally friendly, if you will, more so than pesticides. And it's repeatable and reliable. I mean, statistics, Monte Carlo simulations, all on nuclear side in terms of repeatability. Because of the law of large numbers, so many gammas are hitting such a large population of flies, it gets very, very predictable and repeatable and scalable. They had a pretty good sense of how many facilities are going to be needed to get the job done. I mean, it essentially acts like a well-tuned reactor.
But Cochleomyia still held a firm grip over the Amazon rainforest and much of South America. An area too large, politically complicated and expensive to expand the war further. So a deal was made with Panama, the narrowest part of the continent. The US and Mexico would pay for a wall of flesh in the small country.
US and Mexico working together on a wall. All right.
would prevent any screwworms from reaching the north ever again. Today, deep in Panama, a nuclear worm factory runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week,
Nuclear worms,
producing an
below.
endless stream of sterile flies. The technology has come a long way from the early days. Instead of ground meat, a brown protein sludge made from powdered blood, milk and eggs is piped into trays stacked in rooms kept at exactly the same temperature as living tissue.
Sure, more efficient, just like advances in nuclear fuel technology. Well, nuclear comma fuel in this particular case.
Thousands of flies are then carefully irradiated with precise doses of radiation, creating cochlea maya that act normal but are dead inside.
And in case you were wondering, these flies don't become radioactive themselves. They put this note, okay, they look the same, which is good because you want to basically trick the wild flies in order to pull this off. And there's no increased risk of radiation dose for handling these flies. Now, the radiological controlled environment would be the areas that you're physically irradiating the flies, but that's no different than irradiating anything else, or working in a radiological controlled area in a nuclear power plant.
Each week, 100 million flies are loaded into rotating dispersal machines to be released mid-flight in a finely tuned...
Not sure why you see them wearing respirators. I mean, the main hazard we're talking about is gamma radiation, and it's not particulate-based. It's more of, controlled beam-like based from a source. So it makes about as much sense as people wearing respirators when operating an X-ray machine. But maybe there's some other chemicals that are used in the plant that I don't know about.
balance of drop rate, speed and altitude. The flight paths are separated by precisely 1.6 kilometers in a choreographed aerial ballet, creating
Like
an
crop
invisible
dusting,
wall
sort of.
of sterile flies. Surveillance teams cover some of the most remote and challenging terrain to check animals for injuries and monitor for any sign of screwworm activity.
It'd be cool if their office actually looked like that.
Unfortunately, right now, the wall is failing and the war against cochlea maya is far from over. Cochlea maya strikes back.
Oh, like the Empire?
In 2016, cochlea maya somehow made their way back to the Florida Keys, turning the Paradise Islands into a nightmare. Key deer were suddenly walking around with gaping wounds. Millions of sterile flies were rushed in from Panama, creating a
It's an outbreak.
front around the outbreak and beginning the eradication again. Within months, the invasion was at least contained. And in late 2023, the wall in Panama failed and cochlea maya struck back immediately. Like a parasitic firestorm on speed, it spread again all over Panama and Costa Rica, burning
Reminds me of Plague Inc., except you're making a counter plague for the plague.
through Central America and even reaching Mexico. The worm factory now produces sterile worms at maximum capacity. It's a real biological emergency, and it's not clear when it will be over. One day, we might be able to win the war against this horrible monster. We did so before, and other parasites have been eradicated from much of the world, or...
I mean, it's really a matter of just getting the funding you need and having the sense of early detection to prevent these sort of spread. But what I just find interesting is this is a good example that they brought up of precisely controlled radiation, which is typically seen as a hazard, and it often is, as a tool for ecological engineering, radiation helping the environment. Ionizing radiation, nonetheless, is, again, non-invasive and highly reliable.
even entirely. So if you find yourself in Central America and see a low-flying plane overhead, maybe you're witnessing another day in one of humanity's most unusual wars. A war we can never stop fighting and can't afford to lose.
No animals harmed in the making of this video. Well, that's good to know. Good seeing a positive use. Good seeing yet another positive nuclear application. Thanks so much for the recommendation, and thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time.
Social Security is going bankrupt. Social Security is full of fraud. Social Security is paying out to people who are 150 years old. Social Security is getting gutted. In reality, all of this is probably wrong, Elon Musk and Donald Trump are claiming that Social Security is paying out to dead people and also undead people, and that there are more eligible Social Security numbers than there are citizens. They quote millions and millions of people over 100 years old are collecting Social Security payments, and that Social Security is, quote, a Ponzi scheme. President Trump even carved a little time out of his address to Congress to bash Social Security, claiming that the database of Social Security recipients includes more than 20 million people over the age of 100 years old.
Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old.
Of course, none of this is even remotely true, and we'll get to why. But President Trump and Elon Musk have decided that the best way to improve Social Security is to slash jobs, close offices, and shut down the customer service phone line of the Social Security Administration, and this is likely only the beginning of their plans for the agency. And as Elon has bemoaned on his putative way out of the door, it's pretty hard to fix things you don't understand. So when Doge conducted an investigation into the rate of fraud in Social Security, it found only 2 potentially fraudulent cases out of over 110,000 calls, a mere 0.0018 fraud rate. But the stakes are high with Social Security because an estimated 1 in 5 Americans collects Social Security. Social Security isn't a perfect program, but in its 90 years of existence, it has protected countless people from literal homelessness and starvation. So today we're going to break down what Social Security is, what the legal limits are, why the outlandish claims about it are generally false, what the real problems with the system are, and what can and cannot be done to fix it. Now, to understand the importance of Social Security, we have to understand what existed before it and why it was created. In the 1800s, industrialization caused profound changes in the American economy, living conditions, and familial structures. And over the course of 40 years, the percentage of people living in cities doubled from 28% to 56%. And as more and more people left family farms and small towns to pursue industrial jobs in big cities, many elderly family members were left behind struggling to care for themselves without intergenerational family support. And at the same time that this shift was occurring, lifespans were also greatly increasing. Between 1900 and 1930, the average American lifespan increased by 10 years. Now, this was great news, but it also meant that there were a lot more elderly people who needed economic support. Now, the first somewhat expansive attempt to solve the problem of support for vulnerable people arrived during the Civil War in the form of Civil War pensions. This program paid out a fairly generous pension to disabled Union veterans and the widows and orphans of those veterans. The program expanded over time to also include Union veterans who were elderly but not disabled. At its peak, this program accounted for 37% of the federal budget. But it would take an economic cataclysm in the form of the Great Depression to finally force the development of a more comprehensive social safety net. At the opening bell on Thursday, October 24th, 1929, the stock market lost 11% of its value. And despite efforts to stabilize the market, the situation did not improve. The following week, the market continued to plunge, losing another 12.82% that Monday and 11.73% that Tuesday. The market made some recovery over the next few weeks, but eventually continued on a slow downward slide, losing 89.2% of its value in less than 3 years, and dragging the job market and eventually the world economy down with it. Now, some of you may remember the 2008 financial crisis, and as a point of comparison, the 2008 financial crisis lasted for a year and a half. The Great Depression lasted for over a decade and did not end until the start of World War II. During the 2008 financial crisis, unemployment peaked at 10%. During the Great Depression, 25% of the population was unemployed. In the 2008 financial crisis, gross domestic product fell by 4.3%. During the Great Depression, it was 50%. Hunger and poverty were widespread. But this crisis brought about the political will to create a form of social insurance that was called Social Security. Theodore Roosevelt had actually promoted the idea of a social insurance program more than 25 years before his distant relative Franklin D. Roosevelt did in the 1930s. The idea behind the social insurance programs was simple. It was already being practiced in a few dozen European countries by the time Social Security was created. Social insurance is the idea that a group of people could be insured against a defined risk as part of a broader set of social objectives. That might be insurance against disability, death, unemployment, or old age. In 1934, Franklin Roosevelt introduced the idea of Social Security to Congress and created a committee to study the problems it needed to solve. And the following year, Franklin Roosevelt introduced the committee's report to Congress, and the Social Security legislation passed both houses and was signed into law on August 14, 1935. This new legislation created the first nationwide social insurance program designed to provide benefits to retired workers 65 and older. Now, the initial legislation didn't include many of the programs we now recognize as part of Social Security. Medicare and disability coverage would be added later. It did, however, include payments for the elderly, unemployment insurance, and aid to dependent children. Social Security numbers were created in order to process people within the system, and a trust fund was established to hold the funds that would be collected and redistributed. Now, over time, the program was expanded to cover Medicare, disability, and supplemental Social Security payments for low-income people. Cost of living increases were automatically added based on increases to consumer prices. And in its 90 years of existence, trillions of dollars have been paid into Social Security, and trillions of dollars have been paid out to beneficiaries. But how exactly does Social Security work? Most people have a vague idea of what Social Security is. Some money comes out of your paycheck, it goes somewhere. And eventually, when you're old, money is deposited into your bank account every month. But one of the most important features of Social Security is that everyone pays into it. The program is funded by payroll taxes. If you work for somebody else, you pay 6.2% of your earnings towards Social Security, and your employer matches that 6.2%. If you're self-employed, you pay the whole 12.4% Social Security tax. Now that money is then deposited into one of these Social Security trust funds. About 85 cents of every dollar goes into the main Social Security Trust Fund, which pays monthly benefits to current retirees and surviving spouses and children of deceased workers. The other 15 cents goes into a trust fund for people with qualifying disabilities and their families. Now, these trust funds are pay-as-you-go. At the time that Social Security was created, Congress did not want to pre-fund the system. Instead, the taxes from current earners go into the trust fund and are then distributed out to current retirees. And the remainder of the money in the trust funds is invested in U.S. Treasury securities. And the system has remained fairly stable for 90 years despite plenty of fluctuations in the overall U.S. and world economy, and remains an important source of retirement income for millions of people. And the Social Security trusts cover a range of benefits. The most well-known program is the Old Age Program, which pays out monthly benefits meant to provide a partial income after a person retires. In order to qualify for old age Social Security, a worker generally has to work for 10 years and has to meet the minimum age requirements. If a worker waits until 66 or 67 to retire, then they qualify for full Social Security benefits. If they choose to retire earlier, they get slightly lower monthly payments. And if they retire later, they receive a slightly higher payment. And the amount you get paid is based on the amount of money that you made during your working years. If you make more money and contribute more to the Social Security Trust, then you receive higher payments in retirement. Now, it's important to emphasize here, as the Social Security Administration does in its own publications, that this retirement income is not meant to be comprehensive. It only supplements a retiree's other savings. In January of 2025, the average monthly Social Security retirement benefit was estimated to be around $1,976. But the Social Security Trust Fund also pays benefits to some spouses and ex-spouses of qualified workers and to surviving spouses after the worker has died. The Trust Fund for Disabilities provides income to people who have a mental or physical condition that has lasted or is expected to last at least a year or result in death, including some young people and children. And despite perceptions to the contrary, the Social Security Administration is one of the most efficient agencies in the government. Nearly 70 million people receive monthly Social Security benefits, yet the agency spends less than 1 cent of every dollar of Social Security taxes to manage the program. That's generally far less than private retirement annuity programs. But one of the reasons that Social Security is so popular and successful is that it's not means-tested. Everyone pays into the system and everyone benefits. This keeps costs low because the Social Security agency doesn't have to spend a lot of time investigating the details of people's financial lives before approving them for benefits. And the universality of the program also helps explain its strong public approval ratings. As of the time of this video, about 89% of people say that Social Security should remain a priority for the nation, no matter what the state of the budget deficit. Now, if you want to deny people Social Security benefits, you're probably going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've got in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or Social Security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. Now, despite this widespread public approval, Social Security is not without its detractors. From the very inception, Social Security was labeled as a socialist or even communist program, which, depending on your definitions, could possibly be true. FDR defended the program, saying that it was merely, quote, the fulfillment of what Americans have always been doing, a fulfillment of old and tested American ideals. But your mileage may vary and people disagree on the philosophical underpinnings of Social Security. But I'm not a politician or a philosopher, I'm just a lawyer, so let's talk about the legal aspects of it. And soon after its passage, Social Security was the subject of several court challenges. In 1937, the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of the Social Security Act in a pair of cases. In Stewart Machine Co. versus Davis, plaintiffs argued that Social Security's unemployment tax on employers was unconstitutional because it was not an exercise in keeping with the constitutional requirement, since it was not uniformly applied across employers. The court disagreed and upheld the employer tax. And on the same day, in Helvering versus Davis, the court also upheld the payment of old age benefits, finding that Congress had not usurped state powers under the 10th Amendment, because under Article 1, Section 8, Congress has the power to spend money in aid of the general welfare, and Social Security promotes the general welfare. The court emphasized that Social Security had been created to combat the scourge of poverty during the Great Depression, writing that, quote, the hope behind the statute is to save men and women from the rigors of the poorhouse, as well as from the haunting fear that such a lot awaits them when journey's end is near. And there's also been many efforts over the years to limit the Social Security benefits. In a McCarthy-era case, Fleming versus Nestor, the Supreme Court upheld the termination of old age benefits for a man who was deported for being a member of the Communist Party. The court held that the entitlement to Social Security benefits is not a contractual right that the country owes to anyone who pays into the system, and this potentially sets the stage for the whittling down or changing of benefits over time. And there, of course, have also been efforts to privatize Social Security. In 2005, President George W. Bush proposed a plan that would have partially privatized Social Security. Under this plan, instead of being sent to the Central Social Security Trust Fund, a portion of workers' wages would have been diverted to individual private accounts for investment in stocks, bonds, or mutual funds. And the obvious upside is that it could have generated a lot more funds for individual recipients, but the potential downsides would be that retirement income would deal with the whims of the stock market and could result in a lot of money being siphoned off by Wall Street financial firms via brokerage and management fees. But given the giant amounts of money and the importance of the program in general, it's not surprising that a lot of people have misconceptions about the program, and that has led to a lot of myths. So let's talk about those claims. Is Social Security actually paying 150-year-old people? Is it paying benefits to millions and millions of people over the age of 100? Definitely not. In fact, since 2015, Social Security has a policy that automatically terminates payments to anyone over the age of 115 years old. So literally no 150-year-olds are being paid benefits. And a common theme here and a misconception is that just because someone is in the database doesn't mean they are actually receiving benefits. But there are definitely some people over the age of 100 who are being paid, but definitely not millions and millions of people, as Trump and Elon Musk have claimed. According to the Social Security Administration's own data, only about 90,000 people aged 99 and over are collecting Social Security benefits, which actually makes sense because according to the Census Bureau, there are about 101,000 people in the US in that age range. So what accounts for Elon and Trump's statements that there are a whole bunch of dead centenarians who are still receiving benefits? Well, we can graciously chalk this up to a misunderstanding of the data. The Social Security Administration openly admits that its records are not a comprehensive record of all deaths in this country. The agency relies on a variety of somewhat unreliable sources for its death reports, including family members, funeral homes, financial institutions, postal authorities, and other state and federal agencies. Remember, due to federalist issues, we can't even get a national ID, let alone comprehensive birth and death data at a federal level. Now, this problem could be remedied if Congress decided to authorize a comprehensive collection of death information, but that isn't something the Social Security Administration is equipped or authorized to do without congressional action and funding. And without a comprehensive collection of death data, though, the Social Security Administration has struggled to maintain an accurate database. But this is a very well-known program. The Inspector General for the agency had previously noted this, finding that the agency's Numident database, which is the database that lists every Social Security number that has been issued, was missing death dates for almost 19 million Social Security holders who were born before 1920. And a combination of factors led to this outcome. First, as we already noted, in the US in general, there's not good tracking of death information, and it makes sense that many of the older pre-digital death records would be missing. There's also some people who were listed as having two Social Security numbers who have been marked as dead under one of their Social Security numbers but not the other. Other people are listed as dead in other databases but have not been noted as such in the Numident database. And the Social Security Inspector General has recommended that the agency work to correct this database, but those corrections would take time, money, and labor, so they have not been fully implemented. So it's definitely true that there are a lot of people in the Numident database who probably are dead but haven't been marked as dead yet. But it's wrong to claim that they are being paid Social Security benefits, because the agency is already wise to this and has already cut off benefits to everyone over the age of 115 years old. And the numbers of centenarians receiving Social Security payouts roughly matches the number of centenarians counted by the US Census. But this goes back to the thing that we've talked about a lot on this channel, which is that you can rarely find fraud by looking at top-line payout numbers. There is certainly Social Security fraud, but it's the job of the Social Security Inspector General to investigate and root that out. And unfortunately, the data and the spreadsheets are just imperfect, but they're probably not malicious. So that takes us to myth number 2. Is Social Security a Ponzi scheme? Now, this one might depend on your definition of Ponzi scheme, and there are certainly a lot of people who have this belief. It was even the subject of a webpage on the Social Security Administration's official website. That page has now conveniently disappeared, but the archived version still exists to set the record straight. It is true, as the Social Security Administration points out, both Ponzi schemes and pay-as-you-go insurance programs do take money from later participants to pay the benefits of earlier participants. But that's kind of where the similarities end. First of all, a pay-as-you-go program is upfront about where the money comes from and where the money is going. A Ponzi scheme fraudulently dissembles about where the money's come from and where it's going. But also, the pay-as-you-go model is indefinitely sustainable so long as the amount of money coming into the pipeline remains in rough balance with the amount of money going out. Pay-as-you-go systems don't rely on unsustainable progressions or pyramids of payments. That's why Social Security has been able to exist sustainably for 90 years, covering millions and millions of retirees, disabled people, and survivors. Though it is true that recipients of Social Security typically get slightly more benefits than they paid in taxes. But the complicating factor for Social Security is that demographics have changed over time. The US birth rate has fallen significantly and healthcare costs have increased dramatically. And the Social Security Administration projects that if nothing changes, the program will have to start reducing benefits in 2035. But it's not true that that would mean the system is headed towards bankruptcy, as George W. Bush claimed when he pushed to privatize it. It would mainly mean that there would be a reduction in benefits. But this is a fixable problem, though. Congress has several options that would help make the program indefinitely sustainable with no benefit cuts. First, they could raise the retirement age. This is a broadly unpopular option, and for good reason. The age for full retirement is already fixed at 67 years, but by the same token, Americans are living longer, so it might make sense to push back the age of retirement. Just don't tell that to Americans because they friggin' hate that idea. Now, alternatively, obviously Congress could increase the amount of contributions across the board, a tax, calling on all workers and employers to contribute just slightly more.
Switch 2 is so overpriced. $449 is insane. Overpriced compared to what? Have you seen the rest of the market? The Claw is $530, the Ally's $1,000, the Legion Go $600. Now I like some of those devices, but they're far from perfect, and they're definitely not more fairly priced. The Switch 2 is cheaper than all of those and gives you a better, more portable design. The operating system's actually built for the device instead of trying to make it run Windows for some reason. And performance-wise, it could do 1080 120 FPS or 4K 60. And 1080p looks good on a screen this small. I'm not saying it's perfect. I mean, I wish it was an OLED. I wish it was more repairable. But for what you're getting, let's not act like this is criminally priced.
I've got to make this quick because my family's home. This is my room.
Okay.
It's kind of empty because I don't spend time here, but I have...
What do you mean you don't spend time in your room? It's your room.
This bookshelf, which is kind of cool and stuff.
All right.
And you can, like, push it open, and there's just, like...
Okay, secret door. I understand why you don't spend time in the outside area
There's,
of your
like,
secret
on
room.
the wall, and there's, like, in the corner, and there's on the desk, and there's
Yeah, but I mean, that makes sense. I'd put my inside the secret room, too.
I've got to make this quick because my family's home. This is my room.
Okay.
It's kind of empty because I don't spend time here, but I have...
What do you mean you don't spend time in your room? It's your room.
This bookshelf, which is kind of cool and stuff.
All right.
And you can, like, push it open, and there's
Okay, secret door. I understand why you don't spend time in the outside area.
That would all. Can I see you as my crush?
The OG Nintendo Switch was a great console, but let's be honest, it ended up in the repair shop way too often from things like stick drift, broken USB-C ports, and motherboard-induced charging issues. With the Switch 2 priced at $450, you'd hope Nintendo fixed those problems, but did they? Today, I'm tearing it down to find out if they finally upgraded the joysticks, and does this still have the same charging issues? Also, how repairable is this when something inevitably goes wrong? The OG Nintendo Switch was a great console, but
This Spider-Man Easter egg started as a romantic gesture and ended up as one of gaming's most awkward breakups. Maddie Will You Marry Me was an Easter egg added last minute by Insomniac to help out a fan who wanted to propose to his girlfriend. The fan tweeted at Insomniac asking if it was possible. They agreed on one condition: he had to wait until the game's release. True to their word, Insomniac included a theater marquee in the game with his message, but by the time the game launched, the couple had already broken up. According to the fan, she had cheated on him with his brother. Insomniac offered to remove the Easter egg, but the fan asked them to keep it, saying he found it hilarious in hindsight. The story didn't end there. The ex-girlfriend later came forward on news sites to defend herself, claiming the breakup wasn't due to cheating, but because the relationship had lost its dynamic. She felt more like a mom than a girlfriend. When the remastered version came out, the billboard had been changed and no longer featured the proposal. However, one thing that wasn't changed: the creepy boat people. Back when the original version released, players found a way to get close to the boat seen in the distance, only to discover low poly mannequin-like people aboard. It creeped players out, but Insomniac never expected anyone to get close enough to notice. So when the remaster dropped, some wondered if those models had finally been updated, but instead Insomniac left them exactly the same and added a post-it note that read, "Did you miss us? Follow for more." This Spider-Man Easter egg started as a
You all act like Karens.
I sent ahead for green M&Ms, and I don't see any green M&Ms here.
It was in our contract, Teeth.
You don't need to cuss, alright? There are kids present.
We don't need to curse, but we're going to.
Yeah, I don't care. You're harassing me. You're harassing me by telling me not to curse. We can't keep this up this whole time.
We'll do Oops All Karens for a little bit and then we'll switch it up.
Don't come any closer, please back up.
We're here to sign autograph and say chuckle poor crimes.
Do you know who we are? Do you have any concept? We will walk! Thank you for the eggnog! This is disgusting! This hasn't been knocked at all!
You all act like Karens.
I sent ahead for green M.
Yeah, look, Niall, Zeus picked Aatrox. You know, he picked in game 4 against T1. I'm like, oh, okay, let's watch it. It was Zeus Aatrox versus Doran Jax. And I was excited. I was like, okay, let's go watch the laning phase. And this was the laning phase. And then I clicked off again. And I queued up on my account. That's when I closed the stream. Yeah, look, Niall, Zeus picked Aatrox. You know, he picked in game 4 against T1. I'm like, oh, okay, let's watch it. It was Zeus Aatrox versus Doran Jax. And I was excited. I was like, okay, let's go watch the laning phase. And this was the laning phase.
So what's your take?
Stop cosplaying vegan food as non-vegan food.
100% agree. If you're gonna be a vegan, just be a vegan.
Stop, gaslighting me into thinking that this vegan food is not actually what it is. Stop saying buffalo cauliflower wings. They're not wings. It's a plant.
Wait, they're not wings.
They're not wings.
They're nuggets.
Not even that. Stop it. That's
It's
a
a
stretch.
cauliflower nugget.
It's a cauliflower that is being in a sauce.
It's being
it's because it costs $18. And now I'm upset. Just say what it is. Or alternative, be cute and funny. Call it
bites.
Or tax fraud.
Call it tax fraud?
Sure, give it a quirky little name,
Or that could help tip the balance of sustainability. But this is also an incredibly unpopular option, with only about a third of people supporting it in a 2010 Gallup poll. Again, Americans hate taxes. Though more than 2/3 of survey respondents supported requiring higher earners to pay more Social Security taxes on all of their income. Though another option supported by 2/3 of survey respondents would be to require higher earners to pay Social Security taxes on all of their income. Because right now, workers only have to pay Social Security taxes on the first $176,000 of income. So once someone has earned $176,000, that 6% or 12% tax is not applied to the rest of the income that they make. So technically, the higher earners are actually paying a smaller percentage of their total income in Social Security taxes. You could also means test the Social Security payments such that the wealthy don't receive payments when they retire. And another option is to change the demographic inputs by allowing more legal workers into the US. In other words, offsetting the decrease in birth rates with more immigrants. But this is not a math problem. Any or all of these solutions would work. It's a political problem. All the solutions are just super unpopular. But that takes us to myth number 3. Is the number of people receiving benefits greater than the number of citizens in the US? In a February post on Twitter, Elon Musk shared a chart from the Social Security database, which displayed a series of age ranges. The numbers in the chart totaled more than 398 million people. And according to census data, the total population in the United States is only 341 million. So armed with these numbers, Elon took to Twitter to proclaim, quote, yes, there are far more, quote, eligible Social Security numbers than there are citizens in the USA. This might be the biggest fraud in history. Except that it's not. The 398 million number likely represents the total number of people who have Social Security numbers, and it's important to understand that many people who aren't currently US citizens still have Social Security numbers. Non-citizens who are legally authorized to work in the US on a temporary basis are given Social Security numbers, so are legal permanent residents. Some people who were born here were issued Social Security numbers, have left the country or given up their citizenship. Some people are issued a second Social Security number because their first Social Security number was the subject of identity theft, and other numbers may be the result of actual fraud, which we'll get to later, but that's probably a tiny, tiny sliver of the numbers in the system. But the most salient fact here is that, once again, having a Social Security number does not mean that you are actually receiving benefits or ever will receive benefits. Before Social Security pays out any benefits, a lot of hurdles have to be cleared, and as a result, there's remarkably low levels of overpayment fraud in the Social Security system. So let's talk about that. How much actual fraud is there? Well, estimates are that there's less than 1% of all the benefits paid out are improper payments. Less than 1%. That statistic is courtesy of the office that actually has the statutory authority and expertise to spend time studying these problems, the Social Security Inspector General's office, which is tasked with promoting economy, efficiency, and effectiveness in the administration of these Social Security programs. No, instead of looking at the work that had already been done on fraud at the Social Security Administration, Musk took a less efficient route. Here he is in Wisconsin campaigning for Republican Supreme Court nominee while wearing a giant piece of cheese on his head, talking with a Doge bro about how they discovered that 40% of Social Security applications made over the phone were fraudulent. Now, when Musk made this claim, he had yet to produce evidence to back it up. So to catch the fraudsters in the act, Doge implemented a new anti-fraud measure that banned filing claims or changing direct deposit information over the phone. The move sparked immediate backlash since many elderly beneficiaries live in rural areas more than 45 minutes away from the nearest Social Security office. But Doge's workaround wasn't much better. If its system flagged a caller as suspicious, the agency would place a mandatory 3-day hold on the application. And during that time, the applicant was required to visit a Social Security office in person to complete the claim. And despite the assertion that 40% of phone-based benefit claims were fraudulent, Doge's investigation found only 2 potentially fraudulent cases out of over 110,000 calls, a mere 18/10,000ths fraud rate. And meanwhile, Doge's anti-fraud measures significantly disrupted the Social Security's operation, slowing down retirement claim processing by 25%. And according to the Inspector General's reports, of all the payments that Social Security made between 2015 and 2022, less than 1% of them were improper. And of course, because Social Security issues over $1 trillion in benefit payments annually, even a slight error in the overall payment process can result in billions of dollars in improper payments. So the top level number can be quite high, but the percentage is still quite low. And it's estimated that between 2015 and 2022, about $71.8 billion in improper payments were made, most of which were improper overpayments. And it's true, $71 billion in improper overpayments over that time period is not chump change. But it's remarkably low given that the benefit system paid out $8.6 trillion during that same time period. Another Inspector General's report from November 2021 found that Social Security issued an estimated $298 million in payments after death to about 24,000 beneficiaries, which isn't insignificant, but certainly isn't, quote, millions and millions of fraudulent people. And as the Inspector General pointed out, this usually wasn't the result of fraud, it was the result of policy and technical errors. The agency, though, was already working on that problem, and as of the time of the report, had already recovered 84 million of that 298 million. And it's worth noting again here that this is a tiny, tiny sliver of the approximately $1.6 trillion of benefits that were paid out by Social Security annually. So overpayments are definitely one form of fraud, but there's another kind of fraud that, believe it or not, is actually beneficial to the Social Security Trust Fund's bottom line, though it is, as we have to point out, still quite illegal. So what kind of fraud could lead to more money coming in? Well, there's actually a significant number of people who pay into the Social Security system fraudulently. These people are often undocumented immigrants who need to have a Social Security number in order to work. So they will use a fraudulent number, do the work, and pay Social Security taxes without ever being able to benefit from the Social Security system. This is still a form of identity theft, which can be quite problematic if a living person's Social Security number is used. But purely in terms of dollars and cents, it's economically beneficial to the Social Security bottom line. In 2022 alone, undocumented immigrants are estimated to have contributed $25.7 billion to Social Security and $6.4 billion to Medicare. Now you might be asking why the Social Security Administration hasn't done even more to combat improper payments to dead people. And that's a fair question, but there are always trade-offs involved. If the agency makes it too difficult to get payments, if it, for instance, lowers the age of automatic benefits cutoffs from 115 to 100, that has real ramifications for elderly people. There is no free lunch. It's a question of what direction do you want to err? Do you want type 1 error or type 2 error? Do you want to crack down on improper payments at the risk of cutting off people who rightfully deserve payments? Or do you want to maybe allow the relatively minimal improper payments to make sure that the deserving get their cut? And there's not necessarily one right answer here. It's a question of trade-offs. And one recent story in the Seattle Times illustrated the dangers of improperly cutting off payments. 82-year-old Ned Johnson woke up one day to find himself officially dead. His wife Pam received a letter in the mail from his bank informing her that it had received notification of his death and had clawed back $5,200 in Social Security benefits from his bank account, in accordance with the agency's policies. He then had to spend weeks battling with Social Security to get himself electronically resurrected. Eventually, he was able to arrive in person at a Social Security office, one of the Social Security offices that Doge plans to close, and wait in line for several hours in order to prove his status as one of the living. And Social Security pledged to fix the error, but as of the publication of Mr. Johnson's story, though, he still hadn't received his benefits. And for many elderly people, this kind of interruption of benefits could have profound implications, causing them to miss rent or not be able to pay for groceries. So historically, the Social Security Administration has moved with caution before terminating benefits. But this didn't stop the Trump administration from filing an emergency appeal with the Supreme Court on May 2nd, asking for permission for Doge to access sensitive data from the Social Security Administration. But what's particularly interesting is see how the media reacted to the filing. Over 270 sources cover the story, with about 70% coming from the center, a little over 20% from the left, and only 10% coming from the right. And when you examine the headlines, you see some very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the events that are unfolding. The few sources reporting from the right typically use muted language like Trump asked the Supreme Court to weigh in on the issue, or that Trump asked the courts to lift a block. The left, however, used more dire terms, as we can see here. Then, from the center, the most common theme was to frame the story around what the Trump administration wants to accomplish, suggesting the observations are from an objective third-party observer, which can be its own type of bias. Because the headlines you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news. That's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can, which I can with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now, they're offering Legal Eaglets 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. So you can scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get a discount for a limited time. Or simply download the Ground News mobile app and enter Legal Eagle, all one word, as the discount code. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when reading stories from sources you've never heard of, where there's no telling who owns it or what agenda they might have. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum, like the related story of the Senate confirming Frank Bisinano, a Wall Street executive and former technologies CEO, to lead the Social Security Administration. This story was almost entirely ignored by right-leaning media. And this type of analysis helps explain why we often talk past each other and why some people seem hyper-focused on what seems like nonsense or fake news. But this is why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news. And as a Legal Eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking the link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and blind spot feed. And by subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. So click the link below or scan the code today. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
An ally has been slain.
The illegal tariffs are illegal. A federal court just struck down President Trump's quote-unquote Liberation Day tariff orders on the grounds that screaming quote-unquote emergency is not a cheat code that allows him to act without congressional approval. The ruling deals another blow to Trump's signature strategy of running around like Chicken Little, declaring everything he doesn't like is an emergency existential threat to America. And by now you've probably seen this pattern. Foreign gang members in the US? Emergency. Mining companies can't drill in federal land? Emergency. A grad student led a protest at Columbia University? You better believe that's an emergency. Truly, so far, there is no issue too small for Trump to declare that the sky is falling. But in particular, President Trump's favorite way of dealing with emergencies is tariffs. He loves tariffs so much, he dubs himself Tariff Man.
I think the tariffs are going to be the greatest thing we've ever done as a country.
And as we talked about at length in our entire video talking about the dubious nature of these tariffs, although the Constitution gives Congress the power to levy tariffs, President Trump has argued that his tariffs are justified by the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, known as IEEPA, which does give the president some authority to regulate international commerce in response to unusual or extraordinary foreign threats. But as we talked about, a group of small companies sued Trump, alleging that his tariffs would probably put them out of business. They alleged that the tariffs exceeded the president's authority under IEEPA and violate the Constitution. And the U.S. Court for International Trade just agreed with them. So today we're going to talk about the Court of International Trade, what they ruled and what happens next. Now, the U.S. Court of International Trade is a specialized federal court based in New York City with jurisdiction over cases involving international trade and customs laws. And in fact, they have exclusive jurisdiction over tariffs. And like other federal district courts, the CIT is established under Article 3 of the Constitution, meaning its judges are appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. The court primarily hears civil actions arising from U.S. customs and trade statutes, such as disputes over tariffs, customs classifications, and trade remedy laws. Its decisions have the force of law and can be appealed to the Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit and eventually the Supreme Court, much like how district court decisions go to the regional circuit courts of appeal. But unlike federal district courts, the CIT has nationwide jurisdiction and can also hold hearings in foreign countries. At the moment, 9 judges serve on the CIT. Under 28 U.S.C. 251, quote, no more than 5 of such judges shall be from the same political party, and most cases are decided by a single judge. However, if litigants challenge the constitutionality of a law or the applicability of an executive order, the case will be decided by a 3-judge panel, which is what happened in this particular case. So let's talk about this particular case. As you probably remember, in early 2025, President Trump issued a series of executive orders under IEEPA declaring national emergencies related to drug trafficking and border security. These declarations targeted cartels and foreign governments, including Mexico, Canada, and China, for allegedly failing to stop the flow of fentanyl, other drugs, and criminal activity into the U.S. And the president purported to impose a series of trafficking tariffs: 25% duties on most goods from Mexico and Canada, and 10% on Chinese goods, later raised to 20%. These actions were accompanied by shifting deadlines, partial pauses, and selective exemptions, such as lower duties on Canadian energy and potash. Then in April of 2025, Trump announced a new set of, quote, worldwide and retaliatory tariffs, which were mostly worldwide and were not retaliatory, but he was again invoking IEEPA. These included a 10% tariff on all imports from all countries, with higher country-specific duties up to 50% on 57 nations. Trump justified the worldwide tariffs on the dubious basis that trade deficits were national security threats. And eventually, in response to retaliation from China, which was retaliation for the retaliatory tariffs, Trump increased duties on Chinese goods up to 125% before later reducing them back down to 10% temporarily. So throughout February and May of 2025, the tariff landscape shifted frequently, with multiple executive orders adjusting rates and timing. Now, Trump paused implementation for some countries and product categories, granted temporary exemptions, and altered the scope of the tariffs based on political and diplomatic developments. And I'll tell you, it's been real interesting owning a business during all these machinations. But despite some rollbacks, most of the trafficking and retaliatory tariffs remained in effect, with Chinese goods facing a combined tariff burden of at least 30%. So yeah, during this time, America's tariff policies depended entirely on the president's personal whims, which could and did change daily. Which was odd because the Constitution didn't give the president any of this kind of power. It gives Congress exclusive powers to, quote, lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, and to regulate commerce with foreign nations. This is a bedrock principle of constitutional law, but President Trump tried to wield IEEPA as that one weird trick that allowed him to bypass Congress. Which was interesting because legal commentators talked about how radical the imposition of these tariffs were and how legally dubious the footing was for the tariffs, whereas the mainstream media just sort of took the president at his word that he could do all of this stuff. Now, if you imposed illegal tariffs and caused billions of dollars of damages, you'll probably want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. By the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. But that's why a small group of businesses in several states filed suit against the Trump administration. Quote, the businesses that bring the VOS Action, VOS Selections, Genova Pipe, Microkits, Fish USA, and Terry Cycling allege and aver that they have suffered and will continue to suffer economic injuries as a result of the worldwide and retaliatory tariffs. VOS alleges that the worldwide and retaliatory tariffs have occasioned difficulties with sourcing and pricing, and also that the reduction in cash flow caused by increased tariffs also necessarily reduces the company's inventory, leading to an overall reduction in purchase orders placed with both foreign and domestic suppliers. Its CEO says, quote, tariffs must be paid by VOS upon arrival at the Port of New York, putting a large immediate strain on its cash flow. Genova Pipe alleges, quote, the tariffs will directly increase the cost of raw materials, manufacturing equipment, and resale goods imported from abroad. The other plaintiffs state the high tariff rates will mean they cannot order supplies from China. For Microkits, this may mean, quote, it will likely be unable to pay its employees, will lose money, and as a result may go out of business. Now, President Trump tried to get the case dismissed by claiming that since he's paused collection of the tariffs, the plaintiffs lack standing because they haven't had to pay the tariffs yet. And during President Trump's public appearances, he always claims falsely that tariffs will be paid by foreign governments and that they will not hurt American businesses. Though notably, he dropped that pretense in court and admitted that yes, tariffs are taxes paid by businesses. Yes, of course they are. That's what Liz Dye and I have been explaining. Tariffs are taxes on imported goods, including parts and supplies, which are paid by the importing companies and are often, if not most of the time, passed on to consumers. But the plaintiffs contend that Trump exceeded his statutory authority by using IEEPA to impose tariffs on imports from nearly every country in the world. In response, the Trump administration argued that very scary people like international drug cartels, human traffickers, and foreign governments with economic policies Trump doesn't like are trying to undermine America, which apparently qualified as an emergency. The administration argued that Trump was allowed to impose tariffs as part of a broader strategy to combat these dire transnational threats. For example, the trafficking tariffs targeting Mexico, Canada, and China were supposedly necessary to combat those countries' failures to curb the trafficking of fentanyl and other drugs into the US. Similarly, the worldwide and retaliatory tariffs were framed as a response to a long-term trade imbalance and unfair foreign trade practices, which the president claimed endangered US national security. But the three-judge panel heard the case and ruled for the plaintiffs on summary judgment. Summary judgment is a decision made by a court when there is no genuine dispute about the key facts of a case, meaning that the case is solely about the interpretation of the law with the given facts that are presented. And here, the three-judge panel included Judge Timothy Rife, who was nominated by President Trump, Judge Jane Rustani, who was nominated by former President Ronald Reagan, and Judge Gary Katzman, who was nominated by former President Barack Obama. And the court said, well, IEEPA allows the president to regulate importation of any property in which any foreign country or a national thereof has any interest by any person in response to an unusual and extraordinary threat. It does not grant him blanket authority to impose tariffs on any country for any reason at any rate. The judiciary has developed two doctrines to ensure the branches of government do not give away their powers to each other. The non-delegation doctrine says Congress cannot give away its core legislative powers, especially the power to make laws, to another branch of government without clear limits or guidance. Now, Congress has been extraordinarily weak about protecting its own powers during the Trump presidency. But that doesn't mean that Congress can just delegate its legislative powers to the president, or that the Constitution is inoperable because of congressional inaction. Quote, the Constitution provides that all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States. Congress is empowered to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution its general powers. The Constitution thus establishes a separation of powers between the legislative and executive branches that the framers viewed as essential to the preservation of individual liberty. To maintain this separation of powers, the Congress manifestly is not permitted to abdicate or to transfer to others the essential legislative functions with which it is thus vested. So that's basically the non-delegation doctrine. Additionally, the major questions doctrine says that the court should not assume Congress gave the executive branch broad authority to decide economically or politically significant issues unless Congress clearly said so. And what's interesting about this decision is that the court is using those doctrines as a guidepost, but not clearly invoking them, and instead used normal canons of construction to interpret the statutes as given. The panel found that using IEEPA to impose worldwide tariffs of up to 50% was a decision of major economic and political significance, and since IEEPA did not clearly grant the president that level of authority interpreting the statute, the court refused to read that power into the statute. Now, President Trump argued that his use of IEEPA was consistent with the way other presidents have used analogous powers. For example, in 1971, President Nixon imposed a temporary 10% tariff on all imports under the Trading with the Enemy Act, the TWEA, citing a national emergency. TWEA, quote, authorized the president during an emergency to exercise the delegated substantive power, i.e. to regulate importation, by imposing an import duty, surcharge, or by other means appropriately and reasonably related to the particular nature of the emergency declared. And in that case, courts upheld Nixon's action only because it was temporary and clearly tied to a specific economic emergency, a balance of payment crisis. The tariffs were narrow in scope and duration and were consistent with congressional intent. However, even then, Congress still thought the president had been given too many emergency powers, so 3 years later, it limited the president's power under TWA to wartime. It then passed IEEPA to largely replace TWEA. And the congressional record showed that Congress intended for IEEPA to, quote, confer upon the president a new set of authorities for use in time of national emergency, which are both more limited in scope than those of TWEA and subject to more procedural limitations, including those in the National Emergencies Act. So the takeaway was that Congress limited TWEA to wartime and gave the president narrower powers to impose tariffs under IEEPA. But the Trump administration interpreted those events backwards, asserting that IEEPA gave the president the power to impose unlimited tariffs in response to trade-related emergencies that are actually broader than TWEA, which again was limited to war. But that's where statutory construction comes in. In drafting IEEPA, Congress did not intend to confer more power on the president than he had under TWA, and courts will bend over backwards to interpret statutes in such a way that would prevent them from being rendered meaningless. To do so would contradict a basic canon of statutory construction that every law must be read to have a real and distinct meaning, not to nullify other carefully crafted legislation. But President Trump has repeatedly cited the trade deficit as a looming national emergency justifying the tariffs. Now, a trade deficit occurs when a country's imports exceed its exports, meaning that more goods and services are brought into the country and purchased than are exported and purchased by other foreign countries. A trade deficit doesn't necessarily mean a country is being ripped off by its trading partners, as President Trump has claimed claimed over and over again. In most cases, it just means that the US buys more products from a given country than that country buys from the US, which can be a great sign of a very strong economy. And as plaintiffs pointed out in this case, the US has run a trade deficit with the rest of the world for 49 consecutive years. And besides, there is a law that deals explicitly with trade deficits. Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974 gives the president specific limited authority to act in response to balance of payments deficits. Under Section 122, the president may impose tariffs or quotas of no more than 15% for a period not exceeding 150 days. This statute was also enacted to constrain executive action in this area following President Nixon's broad use of tariff powers. But the Trump administration argued that IEEPA could be used instead of or in addition to Section 122, effectively allowing the president to impose unlimited tariffs in response to an emergency caused by persistent trade deficits. And then, of course, trade deficits constituted an emergency in the first place. But the court flatly rejected this argument. When Congress has spoken directly to a specific issue like trade deficits, it's generally improper to interpret another statute in a way that would override or nullify those carefully crafted limits. In other words, if IEEPA were interpreted to allow the president to impose far more aggressive and open-ended tariffs than Section 122 permits, then Section 122 would be rendered meaningless. Instead, the two statutes must be read together in a way that preserves their distinct roles. And Section 122 addresses economic imbalances like trade deficits with clear constraints, while IEEPA is meant for genuine emergencies of foreign origin. And because Trump's tariffs far exceeded the limits of Section 122 and were based on concerns Congress already legislated on, the court held that the use of IEEPA in this context was unauthorized and unlawful. So, TLDR, IEEPA is still not a cheat code for rewriting trade policy. So, as the court said here, underlying the issues in this case is the notion that the powers properly belonging to one of the departments ought not to be directly and completely administered by either of the other departments, citing Federalist number 48. Because of the Constitution's express allocation of the tariff power to Congress, see the U.S. Constitution, we do not read IEEPA to delegate an unbounded tariff authority to the president. We instead read IEEPA's provisions to impose meaningful limits on any such authority confers. Two are relevant here. First, Section 1702's delegation of power to regulate importation, read in light of its legislative history and Congress's enactment of more narrow, non-emergency legislation, at the very least does not authorize the president to impose unbounded tariffs. The worldwide and retaliatory tariffs lack any identifiable limits and thus fall outside the scope of Section 1702. Second, IEEPA's limited authorities may be exercised only to deal with an unusual and extraordinary threat with respect to which a national emergency has been declared and may not be exercised for any other purpose. As the trafficking tariffs do not meet that condition, they fall outside the scope of Section 1701. Or as legal commentator Matt Levine at Bloomberg helpfully summarized, there are two possibilities here. One, the IEEPA doesn't actually give the president the power to impose tariffs on every country just because he doesn't like free trade. IEEPA powers are only for emergencies and international trade exists, can't be an unusual and extraordinary threat to the US. And two, if the IEEPA did give the president sweeping powers to impose tariffs, that would be unconstitutional. But let's focus on that last part. What about the trafficking tariffs targeting Mexico, Canada, and China on the basis of an emergency involving illicit drugs? Well, let's look at the text of IEEPA. 5 U.S.C. Section 1701 states, quote, any authority granted to the president by Section 1702 of this title may be exercised to deal with any unusual and extraordinary threat, which has its source in whole or in substantial part outside the United States, to the national security, foreign policy, or economy of the United States if the president declares a national emergency with respect to such threat. And the next provision of the law says, quote, the authorities granted to the president by Section 1702 this title may only be exercised to deal with an unusual and extraordinary threat with respect to which a national emergency has been declared for purposes of this chapter and may not be exercised for any other purpose. And the court found that, quote, this provision limits the president's exercise of IEEPA powers to a limited set of situations. Under it, IEEPA powers are available only where all the following conditions pertain. First, there must be a threat which has its source in whole or substantial part outside the United States to the national security, foreign policy, or economy of the United States. Second, this threat must be unusual and extraordinary. Third, a national emergency must be declared with respect to that threat. And fourth, the president's exercise of IEEPA authority must deal with the threat. Now, President Trump argued that he could meet that standard because essentially there is an emergency when he says there is. This is the same argument that the administration is making to invoke the Alien Enemies Act in cases involving deportation of alleged members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. But Trump also asserted that his emergency declaration is a political question involving foreign affairs, which is traditionally beyond the purview of the courts. In other words, the courts lack the ability and authority to pass judgment on whether there is or is not a national emergency. But the judges were unconvinced. They held with respect to some of the language that, quote, this reliance on the political question doctrine is misplaced. One of the judiciary's rules is to interpret statutes even when the decision has, quote, significant political overtones. And trade policy is a subset of foreign policy, but the courts aren't required to, quote, unthinkingly defer to the executive. And the court held that Trump's opinion does not necessarily have the force of law. Quote, IEEPA requires more than just the fact of a presidential finding or declaration. administration, the authorities granted to the president by Section 1702. This title may only be exercised to deal with an unusual and extraordinary threat with respect
Culture shocks dating a Japanese girl. 1. Emotions are super subtle. If she's upset, she'll probably just smile and say I'm fine, but she's not. No big fights or to which a national emergency has been declared for purposes of this chapter and may not be exercised for any other purpose. And the court found that specifically, this language does not commit the question of whether IEEPA authority deals with an unusual and extraordinary threat to the president's judgment. So it does not grant IEEPA authority to the president simply when he finds or determines that an unusual and extraordinary threat exists. But let's assume for the sake of this case that international drug trafficking is a national emergency. Does that mean the US can use trade policy to deal with international drug cartels? In Trump's view, yes, he has the right to take any action that would put pressure on the governments where the drug cartels operate. But the court didn't buy that argument because Trump's tariffs do not actually address the threat of drug trafficking themselves. Surely this is not what Congress meant when it clarified that IEEPA powers may not be exercised for any other purpose than to deal with a threat. So the court ruled that Section 1701 doesn't allow the delegation of emergency powers unless, quote, the action taken bears a reasonable relation to the emergency giving rise to the action, and that the nature of the emergency restricts the how of its doing, i.e. the means of execution. The government's concept of leverage would sap those words of their meaning if leverage were all it took to establish a reasonable relation between these means and the particular emergency of trafficking. Yoshida 2's means-end test would be trivially easy to pass. The Yoshida reference here refers to the Nixon-era tariff case that established precedent in this area. But here the court vacated the Trump tariff orders and permanently enjoined their enforcement. So what happens now? Well, the Trump administration immediately filed a notice of appeal, and the Federal Circuit issued an administrative stay pausing the enforcement of the CIT's ruling. Now, an administrative stay is not a long-term stay. What it means is that the contested tariffs will remain in effect only while the appeals court reviews the government's motion for a long-term stay pending the appeal. The plaintiffs have to submit their response by June 5th, and the government must reply by June 9th, so the turnaround on this briefing is going to be very quick. The Federal Court of Appeals will then decide whether to implement a real stay pending the entire appeal, which might be the whole ballgame because an appeal can take a long time. And then, of course, it might go to the Supreme Court, but here it's not clear that the Supreme Court would want to take this one up and might not grant certiorari and just leave the decision of the Court of Appeals in place. Though Trump has not taken this latest setback well, he posted that, quote, nothing can stop what is coming and he is on a mission from God. So while he's stopping just short of declaring himself God, the president indicated that apparently God loves tariffs. And once again, Trump is telegraphing that he might not be stopped by the judiciary here. Here, in response to the courts invalidating Trump's executive order, the stock markets just didn't even notice, it seems, which probably indicates that people are not taking these tariffs seriously.
Standards don't count for anything if you lose elections.
So you're good with being the right.
I never said that's the only thing you can do. Having people that don't have to be nuked from an event because they disagree on a live means that you've become the right. That's the difference. It's Donald Trump, and the only thing that separates Donald Trump from a left-leaning organizer is whether or not that organizer takes accountability because they got screamed out on a live? Really? Do you really? Hold on. I want to hear you say that. Do you really believe that's the only difference? Santana, do you really believe that the only difference between Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump and people on the left is whether or not they can take accountability on a live? I want to hear you say that, yes or no.
past. This is the opportunity for you to apologize.
Okay, let's go.
Again, apologizing isn't about who's right or wrong. I do think that you were wrong to be up there. I do think that. Okay. What I'm saying is, if you are to be a person who is in a position of leadership, I'm here to be productive. I really wanted to know, what is your plan for outreach tomorrow? Because it's not just white people and it's not just young white men who voted for Donald Trump. You're going to run across all different types of people. There are gay people who voted for Donald Trump. There are transgender people who voted for Donald Trump. There are disabled people who voted for Donald Trump. So how are you all planning to actually address these communities when you can't even have a simple conversation about an action that you took yourself? That people called out and said was wrong. You can't even take accountability for that. And you don't think that anything is wrong there. It's not just about getting votes. It's not just about that, Z. And I've been trying to tell you that.
Then what is it about? If it's not about getting votes, what is it about?
You're not gonna. Okay, let me make this clear. You're not going to be able to change people's minds if you're not able to relate to them. That is the main thing that you're able to do.
Yeah, this is relatable.
You think that you're being relatable? So what you guys want to do is be antagonistic? Is that what y'all want to do? Y'all want to be hostile? Because literally, I told you that I came here to have a productive conversation.
Apologies.
I literally came here and said I came to have a productive conversation. Why do your sentences keep meeting mine, Clarkson? Like, are you okay? Is everything okay at home?
It's literally just the white fragility. Clarkson, you've been projecting this entire time.
I see a person of color, I just...
No, it's not about you seeing a person of color. It's your white fragility. Like, you can't embrace anything that anyone is saying. Literally, they're trying to have a conversation with you, but you're so locked in on being a condescending asshole that you won't even let anyone speak because you have a problem.
No, it has.
Excuse me, guys.
This has nothing to do with your skin color.
The Santana guy is a little bit problematic. He keeps bringing people's race up for no reason. It's really weirding me out. Can we not call him racist, please? Thank you. You are absolutely irrelevant in this conversation. No one knows you.
You just got in here.
Slap nuts.
You are.
Yeah, I know you don't. Don't worry about it, Clarkson. Good.
Right. So then how are you
just figuring out who you are.
You don't matter so much.
Yeah. Oh, Z, do I not matter?
I never said you didn't. I said based on your
topics before, but I don't think that like everybody should know you as this like renowned.
My point is, do I have more of a point in this conversation than whoever the guy was? That's it.
I mean, I don't know who that person is.
Perfect.
But you were on one tour stop, so I'm not sure like what.
There's only been one.
Yeah,
I mean, acting like there's been more. Like, come on, Z. And stop acting like the darn one tour stop was the tour. I used quotation marks whenever I said was derailed simply because we decided that we didn't want to be a part whatever it is you had organized. That's not the reason, Z. That's not it. It was because you didn't take accountability, and that's all that people were asking for, Z. That's it. And again, I'm going to say this for probably the 5th time. I came here to have a productive conversation because I've been in the groups, I've been in the circles where people are simply just wanting to know, how are you going to talk to different people? How are you going to talk to people that aren't white? That's it. How are you going to talk to those people when you all can't even listen to what it is that we have to say? You take everything that we say as an offense to you and you get defensive. You're always on defense, Z. Open your mind and also open your heart so that you can actually have these conversations. That's all that I am asking for.
Wait, when you say we, who is we?
When I say we,
yeah.
When I say that's all we're asking for,
yeah.
Or you. We as in black people, as in the people that I've spoken to.
Okay, but weren't there other black people that were involved in this actual event? Why are you speaking for all of them?
One is here. Another one is here. James could have been a part of it.
Yeah, but I just don't understand why you're like the...
All of the black creators that were a part of the tour.
Have you? You know what's funny about that comment?
No, I have not spoken to every single person in the world. I have not, no.
And so if we actually start to speak, then we are in a line with something that the other people are saying. So yes, Erica's had this conversation with multiple black creators, including the actual black women on the panel that, where this whole thing started with Z.
Well, so the black panel women were not women that were involved with the event, though, right?
Again, I said including those black women that were on the panel with Z that started this whole situation. I didn't say they were part of the tour. I said including.
All along, Buttercup.
No, I got it. Please don't black explain what that means. Thank you. I can understand, even though my white brain is very slow. Okay, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best here. When you say that Z needs to take accountability, what does that mean?
How was that black explaining?
Yes. What? I'm sorry, black explain?
Why did you assume that I didn't know what in addition to meant?
Because he said including, and you said that they weren't a part of the tour.
Do you think it's more likely that I just didn't hear that because multiple people are talking, or do you think I don't know what in including means?
Sorry, simple English.
This is just a statement to derail it. How about we actually...
How, excuse me, hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, do you think I don't know what in addition to means? Do you think I don't know what in addition to means?
Would it be white-splaining if Anne made the same...
I'm not sure if you know what including means.
You don't, so you legitimately don't know if I know what including means, really? And this is a productive conversation? If you want to be snarky, that's fine, but just don't be upset when other people are snarky back to you.
We're getting into semantics. How about we actually have this conversation instead of getting into semantics?
Sure. What is taking accountability supposed to look like in the case for Z before the event explodes?
Taking accountability and addressing the actual concerns that members a part of the tour and observing the tour had with it.
You just said nothing. I'm asking you, what does taking accountability mean? And you said taking accountability.
You said before the tour happened.
No, before it exploded. Before it exploded.
Those concerns were, how those concerns would be alleviated, and what specific steps would be taken to alleviate them.
Okay, my understanding is, you can tell me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that these concerns were made public by a group of women on a TikTok live before they were ever expressed privately to anybody with the event. Is that true or is that not true?
That's false.
Okay, so can you tell me specifically? Wait. This is so easy. This is a question of.
You know what's funny, and I'll give you a bit of a pass, bud, because I watched Z come on your live stream and speak to you live and completely mischaracterize everything that happened. She lied, she obfuscated, and she did not tell you everything that happened. So if you have only gotten this information from her and what you've been able to piece together, you don't know what exactly happened, and I'll give you a pass for that because she didn't tell you the full truth while speaking directly to you.
Okay, so tell me, wait. So that's so easy. If it's a factual disagreement, then just tell me, what were the claims that were brought up privately or expressed privately before that TikTok live that weren't being addressed?
One being security, another one being the lack of representation when it came to different demographics that were on this tour. 3 being the strategic behind it, and if people would be compensated for their work, would be compensated for their travel, amongst other things.
So when you say that these concerns weren't addressed, are you saying that they weren't expressed, that they weren't addressed to your satisfaction, or that the person just didn't agree with you when you brought them up?
These would be, that would be a question for those individuals that raised those questions, but those, to my knowledge, are the concerns that the people had.
Sure, but you understand that just simply having a concern doesn't mean that your concern is correct. It could be that you bring up a concern and that concern is addressed, and you might just have a disagreement with the organizer about how to address that concern, right?
I understand that, and those answers that Z or whomever provided would be adequate given the person who asked those questions. I didn't ask those questions, though.
Wait, so then if her responses were adequate, then that means that these concerns were addressed. The people just weren't happy with the answer?
Again, that would depend on who raised those concerns. If Erica's specific concerns were not addressed or were not answered to, that would be within her answer.
Sure.
Same would be for
Okay.
Santana.
Sure. So just one. I'm just trying to focus on one thing at a time.
Because I didn't raise that.
Sure. Was Erica part of the event or just part of that TikTok live?
Yes. I mean, you followed the event pretty extensively, have you not?
No, there's a lot of new names that I just don't recognize.
Okay. Well, you should know Erica. She was a part of that tour. So was Santana.
Cool. So, Erica, what was a concern that you brought up that you felt like hadn't been addressed privately?
A concern that I had, and I was told that I would get a phone call from Z, is in regards to the live that she went on, where I felt that she needed to apologize to those young women. Because I did tell her in a signal chat when she went on that live, I said, you need to change your tone. You're being very hostile right now.
I'm sorry, hold on. Let me rephrase.
You asked the question earlier. No, I'm not finished. You asked the question earlier, what does accountability look like?
Wait, no, we're not doing the accountability thing. I'm just trying to factually. So my question was, no, wait. I had a very simple question.
Respectfully, you didn't interrupt me.
Because I literally...
Don't roll your eyes at this.
Well, my question was what concerns were brought up privately prior to the live? You're bringing up concerns that happened after the live. My question was, what concerns were brought up prior to the live that you felt like weren't adequately addressed?
Prior to the live?
Yes.
You mean the live that Z joined?
Yes.
Maybe I wouldn't have anything to do with that because that was literally the same day that I joined the Signal chat. That was literally the same day that I joined.
Wait, so then you weren't part of this tour event?
Again, I'm sorry?
So you weren't part of the touring event, were you?
Are you not listening?
Santana and Erica were
both a part of the event.
Okay, let me restart.
What Destiny's asking, he's asking what were the concerns that were pushed through before the tour even happened, before my life.
I can't say geek because I wasn't a part of that. I wasn't a part of that part of the conversation. I only know what happened basically as the live went on and afterwards. And in regards to concerns, those were for like yourself, geek, along with the women on the panel, and for other people. I can say that.
Yeah.
In regards to accountability, what accountability looks like, all right, and what it is, for the person who is taking accountability, Destiny, is for them recognizing, acknowledging the person's feelings, letting them know that they hear you, and then also mapping out for that person what they want to do and how they're going to go about changing. Because accountability, again, is changed behavior. I hope
Okay.
that answers your question.
Sure, I can kind of agree with that. Was there any accountability for the women on the live that were publicly airing their grievances and then being incredibly aggressive and rude to the organizers?
Just to clarify,
Ooh, that sounded like a long way of saying no. Okay. Okay.
It was.
I just didn't hear it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's directed towards Geek, but Geek, before you answer that, quick question, Destiny. Do you think the burden of responsibility is placed on people who are on a TikTok live randomly having a conversation, or an event organizer who is trying to put together what is being called a movement and leading an actual group of people to unfuck America? Like, who has more of a burden and responsibility, a random people on a TikTok live or an actual organizer who is putting together a multi-level event?
It doesn't have to be an either or. Everybody can have responsibility for how they behave in a given environment.
It's more of the responsibility like Destiny.
I mean, it depends on the situation. It depends on the scenario. I would say that the responsibility lies on people not starting a live and then trashing an event. I would say you don't have to do that. It's nothing to do with the organizer, but
I know respectfully, why isn't she having this conversation? But we're talking about the difference between someone on TikTok, right? Someone and where there's random people on TikTok all the time hosting lives. I mean, I was there. Geek had like what, 62 people. Again, Z was responsible. Yeah, Z was responsible for some of the biggest names. Not you, right? I mean, you weren't involved, but some of the biggest names on the left that's on TikTok. And she decided to make a decision, and she made a decision to actually join that conversation and then escalate the conversation. So I personally feel like the burden of responsibility lied on her, not on the random TikTok creators who had 62 people in the live before it started.
sure. But let's say,
Z as though she's not here. She's very much present.
Sure,
in this room,
that's fine.
right?
Wait.
She should be facilitating these questions and should not be relying on Destiny, as fun as you are with one another, and having this conversation.
Cool. Why can't wait? Real quick. Why, I don't understand. Why can't the? Why can't the? I can speak for myself. Thank you. The question is.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So the question is, why can't the response to her joining the live? Why can't the response just be, oh hey, you shouldn't have done that. Like it didn't go well. Why can't that be the response? Why does it have to be this massive, like World War III tier?
That was the response.
It absolutely was not. There were racist remarks made by the people on the live. It obviously exploded out into a huge thing that caused multiple content creators to drop from the event. That clearly was not the response.
Wait, hold on. Some misinformation. Nobody dropped after the event. My live happened on the 18th. The tour, the first event happened on the 22nd. Nobody dropped out. My live didn't create any type of like I said, attraction originally.
People dropped out afterwards as a result of the live.
Video. So I'm just correcting the misinformation just a little bit there. Nobody dropped out until after the fact, like days after the tour, and that necessarily didn't have anything to do with me. I believe that more had to do with the fact that the people on that tour felt like that was the best thing to do. I don't like for me or any of the other creators, whether you're calling us messy or not, to be pushed to blame on that, which that was not anything that we did. Let's break something down. First and foremost, nobody asked within on that panel. Destiny, I know you watched it. Nobody asked on that panel for anybody for Z to step down from her own organization. That was never the case. Okay, that happened after the fact. That happened after the first tour. Just to clarify.
Yeah, but it happened because of events that happened on the live, correct?
Right?
Didn't it happen because of events that happened on the live?
I'm sorry, you're talking while I'm talking.
Yeah, because you're saying things that are incorrect and then you want to build off it. But didn't people drop? I literally, that's why I'm asking a question. Didn't people drop off of the event because of what happened on the live prior to the event?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So then it was related.
They were saying they dropped before before the tour even happened.
No, they didn't, but they dropped afterwards, but they said they should have dropped before. They did make that statement. They said that if I would have known the totality of what had happened, they said, well, they shouldn't have even gone to the event, right?
Okay, so yeah, sure. I mean, ultimately, I still don't think that, let's be honest, Steven. Or I'm sorry, do you go by Destiny or Steven? I'm looking at your name, I want to make sure.
Steven is fine, sure.
Okay. So first and foremost, I mean, yeah, that could be the case that they dropped because of my life. I'm sure that's mostly the reason why. I'm not going to deny that, right? But my issue is that we, the women, me and the women on that live are getting blamed for like the way like this all happened. Nobody asked Z to come up. I mean, or at least, I'm sorry, let me correct myself. Nobody forced Z to come up on my live, to be fair, right? We were perfectly fine with talking to just the people that were just going to be on that tour, not the lead organization. We had decent conversations. We all got different answers from these people. It was so disorganized, right? Just based off the way that, you know, they were getting all different answers from like different questions that we had for them. Let me correct that really quickly. And second of all, in regards to the quote unquote the aggression that you're saying that was put on my live, I would say that was like kind of built up when we're specifically talking to Z, right? I don't know about you, Steven, but I've seen you go off at people that completely deny the work that you've done. Because I used to watch you quite a bit, and when I was a little bit younger, I've seen you snap at people after they consistently deny who you are. So I'm not understanding why you are like, you're the type of person to call somebody flat out an R word, you know?
You mean R slur?
Blah, blah, blah. Crazy shit, right? After that, but you're upset. Got one person, by the way, one racial comment saying lipless, assless, white, kuncho kitchen. Like, you're upset about that. I think that.
So to be clear, I'm not upset about that. What I'm saying is I don't understand how this entire event got nuked as a result of the live. If somebody were to get upset as a result of things that were said, or they felt like Z didn't handle it a perfect way, that's fine. Or if she could have done something, can I please respond real quick? Can I please respond real quick? Listen, I talk quickly, I can respond fast, I can't respond. Okay.
Yeah, no one can hear you. You like you're talking to your phone and we can't hear you.
Yeah, because you started talking right after.
I hear you. Yeah. Hey, so you would say that like you don't understand how that whole thing got nuked. Would it have been something that would have been avoidable even if Z was on the panel? And Z, I would love to hear you actually come off mute and speak for yourself instead of having people defend you. Weird. Anyway, but wouldn't it have...
Were you part of the original live? Why are you defending them? What do you...
You just speak over me.
Yeah.
So, wouldn't it have been beneficial if, while Z was up on the panel, she had someone that had direct insight to not only, the whole black dysphoria, but just understanding what was happening on this TikTok live? If she had someone adamantly begging her to stop the conversation and get off of the live, like that could have saved these before it escalated to that point, right?
Maybe, but it doesn't need to escalate to that point, right? You could just there's no reason for this to have gotten as big as it did. I just think it's incredibly silly.
To clarify, I don't think anybody would be denying that. I'm actually surprised that everything blew out the way that it did, right? What we all asked, right? So there's two things about this. Originally, all we were asking is hey, we thought that was a little bit inappropriate, right? That was originally what we were saying. We weren't asking anybody to step down or any creators to get off the fucking tour, right? That would be stupid because we still believe, if you guys did watch my live, we still believe that this movement could be a perfect opportunity for us to get pushed out there, right?
I think when you guys are saying that the organizer is racist, that there wasn't enough representation, when that one Jaden guy made videos saying that black creators weren't being paid, I feel like it's very dishonest to say, oh, nobody was saying that somebody had to step down. It seems like after that live, the goal became for a bunch of people outside.
What other people said. Now,
because it's all part of a big thing, yeah.
I don't know if you watched my live, Steven. I unfortunately don't know, but let me make this clear. Me and a few others on that panel actively were saying we don't care. Oh, I hate to say this. We didn't care about the representation. We actively said that over and over again. We said, hey, if anything, we said the representation might cause harm, which is why security even got brought up. That's the main reason why security even brought up, because we were we fear for the black creators that are going on this tour, considering the fact that this is going to be in one of the most extreme conservative universities that exist on America, right? We actively said hey, we're not comfortable. We're not necessarily comfortable with that. We also, now there was people on my panel that disagreed, right? If y'all listened to the fucking live, you would see that we were actively even disagreeing with each other with our own critiques of the tour, right? The reason why it even started to like pop off is because other creators that were going on the tour started to even come on my live, right? There's so much misinformation out there that I feel like, not necessarily you, Destiny, because once again, I understand that you reached out to Z and she told you however she felt about it. It is what it is.
Well, just to be clear, I think I watched like 3 hours of your guys' content, like the live and everything else before.
Okay, so if you did watch it, then you would know that I'm telling the truth.
I mean, I saw a bunch of people getting really, really, really mad when she joined, and then it seemed like from there, everything kind of snowballed out of control.
To be fair, no. Let's clarify. She came up on my panel, Steve, and then she immediately was starting to speak like when I was trying to like actually calm down the panel, right? So, and
You might have been, but other people were being pretty provocative, no? People were starting to shout at each other.
That's exactly
escalated that though.
One second, Santana. That's exactly why I was trying to calm down the panel. As the host, I feel like I needed to do that. She came on and was provoking it even more by interrupting when I'm trying to tell people to calm down and like stop over speaking each other, that it was overstimulating.
I don't think the issue was just over speaking. And also on a TikTok live with like 9 people.
The thing about all of this is, yes, Geek, you were keeping it very simple. I watched the whole thing, and Destiny, again, I'm not necessarily blaming you because for some reason Z has put you and also this Ann person and also Farson as a shield in front of her. Mercedes was doing it before, but Mercedes seems like has taken too much of a bit of heat and has pulled back. So the thing is, Geek was actually keeping it really cool. Hey Z, come off mute. I got a question for you. Z, while Hannah.
Hold on. Do you guys want me to play a portion of the live? Because this idea that
I have a quick question for it.
1 second. Because before the live even started, the introduction to Z was, I will let you speak, or you will speak when I let you. Like, to think that this live came added.
Wait a second. I said that. But let me clarify. You played. So last time we had this conversation about 2 weeks ago, to be fair, Mercedes. So you watched the full thing. Okay, if you're going to play it, how about you play like the 15 minutes before she even actually speaks? So the first thing that she says...
I muted my mic. Bro, my brain is rotting. This is like the least shit I've ever cared about in my entire fucking life. Oh, God.
Okay, so all I say is yo, calm down. I don't appreciate the fact that you said that, especially when considering that I'm like trying to talk to the panel.
The first thing that was said about her before she even paneled, like she was paneled up, she had not spoken at any point yet. The first thing that was said was, you made a joke saying she can speak when I let her.
She was actually already on the panel. Well,
she had already spoke before that.
She was already on the panel.
No, hold on. He had already spoke before that. Z, come off of mute. Z, did you send a message to one of the people that was on the panel, specifically Hannah, telling her to make a comment that actually elevated the actual live? Did you tell her to bring up a traumatic...
Okay, wait, hold on. But this is all... I don't know why we're litigating every tiny issue. I'm just curious. Do we agree... Wait. Do we agree that it was good that this... Do we agree... Respectfully, no one cares, to be honest. Like, literally, nobody cares about every single micro issue that you guys are bringing up. The question is on a macro level... On a macro level, did you text somebody on January 2nd and send them a mean text message and say these 4 words? Yes, true. Santana, shut the fuck up. Why? Okay, was this event worth being nuked? Was this... Oh, were you talking to yourself? Then you should mute your mic. Why do you think it was worth it that the entire event... Was it worth it that the entire event was nuked over this issue?
Guys, if you keep talking over...
That's fine. I have the loudest microphone anyways. Can you please respond to Santana?
No, I'm gonna let Destiny speak.
Why can't you... I'm not speaking for anybody. Excuse me, that was a very misogynistic comment, Jaden Cross. Okay, yes, it was very misogynistic. It was very misogynistic. She said that she had internalized misogyny and she needs to deconstruct her internalized misogyny. I'm not here to speak for anybody, okay? I have some investment in the success of these events. Why do you keep talking over me? Jaden, do you need to go to an audiologist and get your ears checked?
You haven't spoken to any of the black individuals as part of the organization.
Yes.
You seem to be in a...
I'm listening, I'm learning and listening. I'm just learning and listening right now. I'm just asking questions. Was it worth it? Is this how all of these go? You just bring on a ton of people and you just like scream over people the entire time? Is that... Yeah, but nobody cares. The result of the question doesn't matter.
Can you just mute them?
Like, excuse me, as a Christian, that was offensive to me. That felt like there was a microaggression. Okay,
This is so unproductive.
How about we let these speak?
it is unproductive. Yeah, I agree.
Steven,
Why are you here? Exactly why are you here, Destiny?
Because I care about these events failing for dumb reasons. I feel like these people eat themselves alive for no reason. I don't know why.
Absolutely.
Wait, hold on, but that's the issue, Steven. You keep on asking us, and we keep on hearing, and I feel like...
I haven't asked you anything because you've interrupted me along with Santana every single time I try to talk. I can barely get a word out.
Well, wait, hold on. Let's not put me in there, to be fair.
No, I am putting you in there.
Very fair. Come on. Let's not... Come on, Steven. I did hear it. Come on. Let's not do that.
When, white men raise their voice, so calm down.
Hannah, I'm just... All I was trying to tell you is...
Wait, are you capable of looking at anything in the world without using the lens of
We can have a conversation with
It's fun. See, ask your question,
So
man.
hold on, bro, please, everyone, please. Z, you have the floor.
Okay, I want Steven to finish what he was saying. Because he's been trying to respond to you, and then I can respond.
Exactly what I'm talking about. You guys need to deconstruct your haterade, okay?
He sent him an excellent question, and then Steven was like, wait, no. So, I don't...
Okay, does everybody here think it was worth it that this whole event got self-destructed over the resulting event spawning from that live and the reactions to it? Was that worth it? Was it a good thing that event got entirely...
Yes.
Okay, why?
Would you like to know why? Sure. The reason why it was worth it is because this entire event was put together on dead ground that had no actual footing, because from the very beginning, the point of the Democratic Party is having multiple people under one umbrella. That's our strength, right? Leaning into progressive things. When you have someone who is leading not only a quote-unquote movement, but a group of people who does not have the ability to, one, not make decisions like hop on a TikTok live and completely derail the event that's happening, and two, can't take accountability, and three, for some reason can't properly communicate what's happening to the people that she is directly quote-unquote responsible for, and then four, goes out and shits on so many people afterwards. Like, what are we talking about? So yeah, the actual overall premise of the the tour, I still think the premise as far as counter programming is a good thing. That tour specifically, no, it needs to burn in hell.
Okay, so the reason why, hold on. So if you have a disagreement on a live as an organizer, and then you get super attacked by everybody from it, and you disagree with how that live went, then that's grounds for destroying an entire tour. I'm just as a curious question. Can you think of a single right-wing tour or a single right-wing movement that has been deconstructed over something even remotely similar to this? I'm just curious.
No, because they don't hold the same morals, values, or standards as the left. But do we want to be like the right? Are we okay with leaning into conspiracy theories?
Who's talking about conspiracy theories? Do you know what I want to be like? Well, hold on. When we talk about do we want to be like the right, I didn't say we don't have to be the right. We want to organize like the right, though, right?
We have more morals and standards than the people on the right.
Morals don't count for anything if you can't enforce them. Standards don't count for anything if you lose elections.
So you're good with being the right.
I never said that's the only thing you can do. Having people that don't have to be nuked from an event because they disagree on a live means that you've become the right. That's the difference. It's Donald Trump, and the only thing that separates Donald Trump from a left-leaning organizer is whether or not that organizer takes accountability because they got screamed at on a live? Really? Do you really? Hold on. I want to hear you say that. Do you really believe that's the only difference? Santana, do you really believe that the only difference between Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump and people on the left is whether or not they can take accountability on a live? I want to hear you say that, yes or no.
Why are you muted? It's weird. Destiny and I are going back and forth. Why do you keep muting?
You guys gotta talk without interrupting. And Santana, you keep interrupting.
Hold that same standard for Destiny.
We had to mute him one time, and to be fair, we've been talking over each other. Like, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it's whatever. But to answer your question specifically,
she's a little hypocritical. It's fine now.
Just work on the lack of interrupting, because what happens is when you guys start interrupting, someone else's mic just completely cuts out, and you can't even hear the conversation. So, the audience is just listening to one side, because depending on whose mic decides to cut out, it's not. That's really what I was gonna say.
You were gonna say something? That'd be a first.
Jaden, I'll see you for 45 minutes of this live. What are you talking about?
Oh, boo. I just wanted to ask Stephen. First and foremost, I actually wanted to address Stephen's question that I feel like I already answered. You asked us earlier, and you did ask me directly as well, if it was worth it. Like Santana already answered. I'm going to say that I don't think I think it's worth for things to be exposed. Yeah. But yeah, I still wish that the tour went on. As a matter of fact, I think I made multiple videos. I think I even consistently went live. I went live during the tour event, was like literally saying, I hope that this, is successful. And I can quite really, I'm pretty sure I actually posted the video, right? Like the live on my YouTube, to be fair.
Sure.
There's two things about it. Like, I think two things can be true at once. Like, did I wish, or did anybody wish that this was like, that it blew up the way that it did? Not necessarily, right? But I do think that you would also say that we as the progressive, because I don't know who's a liberal, who's a leftist or not, or a Democrat here, the progressive should still hold each other accountable. And like I said, we within the panel we're not trying to demote Z from her position or anything. We within that panel weren't really asking for anything. We didn't expect shit from Marlai, to be blunt with you. Really, quite really didn't. The people on that tour decided to do what they did, right?
Sure. Okay. So my question is, when you say that it was worth it for things to be exposed, I'm just curious, on a scale from like 1 to 10, where 10 is somebody actually lynches somebody and 1 is like somebody calls somebody a big meanie, how bad was everything that happened? Like, when you say we exposed bad behavior, like, where on the scale from 1 to 10 are we rating this?
Well, I think that it should be, I don't think I should be rating it, right? Because if you were to like say something inappropriate right now, I probably would call you out quite literally in this moment. Now, what do I wish for you to be deplatformed and demoted from your position? Not necessarily. I didn't necessarily wish for, once again, Z to be deplatformed or demoted from her position. What I wanted was, or what we were at least hoping was, just to clarify, not wanted, because I don't think I really cared to that point until after the fact. What we were expecting is for her to at least, I guess, be a leader and like be like, hey, yo, what happened was inappropriate. It was fucked up.
Sure, I understand that, but okay. So I'm gonna ask again. On a scale from 1 to 10, how bad was what got exposed?
Acceptable?
Yes.
How much racism is acceptable?
Yes. Yep. That's my question, Santana. How much racism is acceptable?
Is acceptable.
What?
Destiny, none. No racism.
Okay, Santana. Is there a single white person that has no racism?
There are white people that are actively deconstruction.
You notice how you didn't answer my question, Santana? Is there a single white person who has no racism?
Racism and acceptability, no.
Santana, I'm going to ask you again. Is there a single white person with no racism?
No.
Okay, then you just said that no racism is acceptable, so that means you're creating a movement, literally, that is racially segregated. No white people can be a part of the movement? You said that there are white people that are actively deconstructing their racism, which implies that there are no white people that aren't racist, so you're saying that your movement has no room for white people.
Yeah, that's not what was said.
Okay, I'm sorry, let's re-ask the questions. I'm sorry, you said that no racism was acceptable, correct? And then you said that no white person has no racism, correct? So tell me how does this syllogism not work? Tell me.
He's muted.
Ask me a question. Why do you keep muting?
What is going on?
If you can, Mercedes, stop being fragile. You're being sensitive, Mercedes. Stop. Everybody's being fragile.
Steven's over-talking him as well, to be fair.
No. You can respond and comment, that's fine, but just like stop interrupting in the process of him asking.
Sorry.
Those of us want to hear what he has to say. We can't hear what he's even saying.
How about he put on like headphones or something?
You're doing it to me right now. We can't hear the premise of his question when you won't stop. Just like let him finish his question and then you respond, and vice versa, whatever. Just like stop interrupting. It's not that hard.
Is it the same for him as well? To be fair, Mercedes, because let's be honest, he has been interrupting a few times, multiple times as well. I feel like that is sometimes the flow of the conversation. It's a little heated. Steven, Destiny, aka Destiny, he's admitted that he's been interrupting. I'm not understanding.
I see Destiny ask questions, and then in the middle of him asking the question, he keeps getting interrupted.
10 minutes ago,
same thing.
From watching and sitting there, Santana is doing 80% of the interrupting.
10 minutes ago, you muted Santana for asking Z a question, and then Steven really jumped in and interrupted and consistently went back and forth with him.
Wait, you guys aren't going to be able to hear any of this at all now. What? How does this work, guys?
Okay. Well.
Like, Sarah.
Yeah, my point's made. Thank you.
What happened? What's going on?
Some order. If you can't, like Erica had no reason to interject there. The question was between Z and Erica, and then Z and I think it was Santana, and then Erica starts interjecting, and then like Santana asks Z a question, doesn't let Z finish the question in the middle of asking. You guys need to, I don't know where the respect is to start.
Can I be honest with you, host? Can I be honest with you, though?
What is the blue? What's the little blue thing next to our names? Like those are like coins or whatever?
You're funny as hell, Bart. Not really. Anyways, no, not a microaggression. But I was going to be honest with Mercedes and say, do you not realize that you're being hypocritical right now? The amount of times that, let's be honest, we have quite literally all been interrupting each other, right? Destiny's been doing it. Like, this is just debate space. Now, I do understand it can be overstimulating, but you're being hypocritical and you're not being fair because all you've been doing, right, is muting and kicking the other individuals instead of Destiny. I understand he's like a big ass creator. I get it, right? But come on, you have to be fair. You have to.
I'm actually trying to respond and like debate. Like I've seen Destiny debate, and I'm gonna tell you, like he is pretty good at letting the other person speak and addressing the point. But for example,
1v1 though, to be fair, it's completely different.
Right now,
completely different.
Hold on. When Destiny was asking the question to Santana, and then I said, hey, let's stop interrupting, then Santana is like, oh, let me just dump that question out the window and start talking to me and never even address Destiny's question. And this keeps happening. So, yes, I am going to mute or drop the people who don't want to have a productive conversation. And I don't know if it's like just the TikTok debate style.
No, it's yeah.
You're doing it again? Where you just braid and braid and braid.
I was just answering the question, my bad.
But it's not productive.
Well, yeah, and I, like, sure, like, the way that Destiny talks to people, typically, like, when he's having genuine debates, it's 1v1, right? Or if he's, like, hosting it, he's really a fairly good moderate, sure, right? But realistically, this happens when it's a panel of 8 people. Everybody has their own opinion, everybody wants to speak and everything. So I'm just saying, I think it was a little unfair, Mercedes, for you to kick the 3 black people. Yeah, I'm making it that way. I'm making it that way. Yeah, you clocked it. You clocked it, Clarkson, you clocked it.
Oh my god.
No, I wasn't calling you racist. I was just saying I think it's interesting. Whoa, did I call you racist?
Yes, you did. Yeah.
You insinuated. Did I just call it? No. I said I think it's funny how you have not been, the one person that he has also been interrupting, have not muted him or called him out once, but you did it to the 3 other black creators. That's all I'm saying. Am I lying by saying that?
No, I don't think you're lying.
Why are we pretending? What does that mean? I think it's funny. What?
If that is the case, why are you
say something?
I don't get that. Like, what is the deal?
Hello. I'm going to clarify it for you. It had nothing to do with skin color. I think the problem with your argument is that you're operating under the assumption that Destiny was interrupting way more than the other creators she muted. And I think that you might
didn't say that.
Well, in order for it to be fair and for you to expect Mercedes to give Destiny the same treatment as them, you would be operating under the assumption that he was interrupting as much as them, and it was them. Just as somebody who's watching this, I don't even know this drama, okay? I just want to go on the tour, I want to talk about how I'm no longer MAGA, but from what I watched, I barely heard a word Destiny said because the 3 people she muted were talking the whole time and had the loudest mics. So that's like the no race involved, clear-cut explanation as to why she was muting people. I don't think we have to turn this into.
You know what? Sure. Let's go ahead and dismiss the black, like them being black. I still will find you to be hypocritical. That's
Okay, well, I just think it's funny that the black community, okay, has a lot of issues related to homophobia, and as the only bisexual person in here, I feel like I'm getting spoken over a lot by black creators, so, you know, I just want to say it's a thing that's happening a lot. It makes me feel really uncomfortable.
Why is he? Can you mute him? Because he's interrupting her now.
Come on now.
I love you guys. I love you so much, okay? True. I love you all so much.
If we're
Okay, I can't. I'm gonna kill myself if I ever sit here. Bro, the geek girl, she's like the queen yapper. Oh my god. She'll like find a sentence and take like 20 minutes to say it. It's like, oh my god. And then she's like, don't interrupt me. So anyway, yesterday I went outdoors to walk my dog, and we were walking in the park, and there was a park, and this is a dog park, and I was walking my dog and had my leash. You know, we went yesterday, and it was yesterday, the day before today, and I was at the park, and I was walking my dog, and then we were at the I went to the dog park, and we were walking, and then my dog saw another dog, and he bit the dog, and it was crazy. When we were at this dog dog park. This time while we were at the dog park yesterday while I was walking my dog. I usually go every Saturday. I was walking my dog at this dog park, and then he bit this dog, and it's like, oh my God. Jesus. Okay. Should we still talking, by the way? Okay, in 2 more days, I will have the ability to do this to my desktop as well, so my mic and everything, you'll be able to hear better, and it's not going to come through my... They're saying you have black fatigue in the chat. I'm fucking crying. Yes, I did not deconstruct enough today in order to deal with this much of my own white racism. It was such an easy line of questioning. The guy's like, are you asking me how much racism is acceptable? Yes, I am. The answer is none. Oh, well, as a master Wokey myself, let me ask you, are there any white people that aren't racist? And he's like, oh shit. He's like, fuck, I think all white people are racist. I just fucked myself. Oh my God. You just need to host yourself instead? Yeah, maybe. Tomorrow. Or no, 2 days I'll be able to do this. Oh my God, I'm so tired. And hungry, and grumpy. Okay, I love you guys, it's been fun. Stay safe. Be careful. I am fatigued. Just not of black people. But of women. Just kidding. Well, not really. Alright, stay safe. I'll be back tomorrow. Will I be back tomorrow? I should. I need to start going live late. I'll figure it out. Reverendo, cappuccino, 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 my duderings. I will catch you guys next. Streaming now. Be careful. Oh, also, somebody should do the time counter. I get real tired of being in these things, and people are like, oh my God, Destiny interrupts so much, and every time I do the time counter at the end, they've talked for like 5 times longer than I have. I feel like I couldn't even finish a question with the Santano and the Jaden person. Jesus. Okay. I love you guys. Be careful. Rip. You better bring back the suit tomorrow. Fuck you.
Hassan, a man who's gotten me well over 30,000 new subscribers this month on YouTube. And if you haven't subscribed yet, why don't you join today? We are almost to 900,000 subscribers this month. It's been a meteoric rise as Hassan goes through a meteoric downfall. God damn, is there a single person who's not retarded on the internet that actually likes this guy? The answer is no. But I do know one person who does love this guy, and that is iDubbbz's husband. Let's get into it.
Welcome back to the mythical Hassan series, rated 11 out of 10 by everybody except Hassan.
I love more Pegasus, man. If you guys have not subscribed to this channel yet, what are you doing, man? It is so fucking good. I'll link it after the video.
Today's video, Hassan has accidentally admitted something very sinister.
Oh, yeah. Let me guess. He supports a terrorist org. Man, what a shocker. Let's see which one he picked today. Out of all the flavors of terrorism, which one's his favorite?
Now crashing out at random celebrities. He's also responded to the recent terrorist attack in Boulder, Colorado, and his viewers are completely unhinged about it.
I have not seen this. Oh, God, not the Mike from PA clip. Oh no, not Mike from the Pedophile Association. This clip is painful.
Hassan Moon number 4, Mike from PA, is back beefing with Asmongold. And iDubbbz is back with yet another terrible video.
Yep.
Already subscribed to find...
Bro, that video was so bad, I couldn't even get through 30% of it. It was miserable.
Find the love of your life, and let's begin with Hassan once again admitting that he supports terrorists.
Hassan gets asked...
Am I crazy? Or did his head get smaller?
What his favorite flag is on the first day of Pride Month.
Here, let's talk about our favorite flags.
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag? Yeah. Hezbollah. Look it up.
Oh.
I'm not even kidding. It's actually even...
In case you guys don't know what Hezbollah is, it is a United States designated terrorist organization that kills gay people. And that's what Hassan thinks has the coolest flag. Man, isn't that great during Pride Month next to one of his best friends who's fucking gay? Isn't that great? Yeah, I bet Will, Neff, and Austin show really enjoyed being in the clip next to that.
Will is like, oh no. Oh no. He's doing this. Oh shit.
Yep.
They are celebrating Pride and have a flag on the desk, while one of the co-hosts is also gay. How does Hezbollah...
I wouldn't say Austin is gay. I would say that he's super gay. He is the most gay man that I've ever met in my whole life, and I love that dude.
treats the LGBT plus community. Hassan Nasrallah, head of Hezbollah, those who commit this act, even if they do it once, are to be killed.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah based. I mean, listen. You might not agree with his methods.
Yeah, there might...
He calls the guy who kills gays based. Yes, guys. In America, this is still being allowed on Twitch. Zero punishment. As a reminder, did you guys know that I got banned for 2 weeks for calling Throgan fat? Yet this guy can go ahead and say, yeah, the leader of this terrorist organization is based, and I support the fact that he slaughters gay people. Innocent gay people in the fucking streets. Yep.
Like buildings.
And Hassan says, well, you might disagree with his methods. But what, Hassan? Do you agree with the message? Clearly you do.
Might be someone who doesn't agree.
A dope flag. It's got an AK on it and a fucking hand holding it up. Or we might have to cut this. This looks like a brand of mustard. This is your...
Yeah, it looks dumb, bro. He's literally just saying this to be edgy, and probably because his terrorist-supporting father, it supports the same shit. Right? As a reminder, Hassan's father is the man responsible for paying bail and releasing the leader of the October 7th attacks. Fun little fact. And by the way, Hassan's uncle also fantasizes about little girls. His words, not mine.
Your favorite one? We're behind the paywall. It's fine.
Let's talk about our favorite.
Oh, and trust me, Hassan's gone after my family, so I have every right to say that about his.
The meme is true. Hassan trying not to support terrorist challenge for 5 minutes. Impossible. 99.99% failure rate. I mean, we already...
Oh, and here's the great thing. I tell truths about Hassan's family. He tells lies about mine. Hassan calls my dad a rapist. My dad didn't rape anybody. He sexually harassed 3 women back in like 2006 and showed him some porn on his computer. Yeah, those are the actual government files that I found recently.
Knew this. He's shown support for Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas. He's kind of collecting terrorist organizations like Pokemons, you know? And I'm just kind of more interested in his friends here. Like, the cognitive dissonance you have to even be Hassan's friend is just hilarious.
Yep.
All these people on this table are massive hypocrites. Like, they were
Absolutely.
claiming to support
Oh,
LGBT,
100%.
got the pride flag on the table, but not condemn their terrorist-supporting friend, the guy who glazes the terrorists that want LGBT people dead. I mean,
I really wish Hassan's friends like QT and Austin and Will Neff realize they don't really need to be worried about Hassan's audience at all, due to the fact that he's not bringing them any extra viewers because they only watch Hassan when he talks about extremist far left propaganda. Right? Like they're not going to damage their career at all by distancing themselves from them, because they're not gaining anything, because Will Neff and Austin and QT, they don't even do that shit. So like, can we not understand that he's too far gone and maybe just say, yeah, maybe we just stop doing the Fear and podcast?
what are the options here? Like, 1, they're really, really stupid, or 2, they're spineless, or 3, they actually just agree with Hassan and also support terrorists. It's kind of like that chickens for KFC type bullshit.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, Jesus Christ, is that not the most truthful statement I've ever heard? I will say, though, I do just think they're afraid of him. I really do. That's all I think it is. I mean, Hassan has done a very good job of weaponizing his audience, and I think they are just genuinely afraid of what might happen if they cut connections with him. And I think that's pretty much it, and I'll just be real. And the reason why I think that is because if they weren't, have you noticed how they've never, ever stuck up for the guy, and they just try to ignore what he does? I think that's because they're afraid of any type of comment they can make towards him whatsoever.
And like, you would think this is a one-off.
I don't know why we're censoring Hassan's hands, but okay.
thing, but no, these guys literally host a podcast together. This is called the Fear and Podcast by Hassan, Will, Austin, and QT, who is coincidentally Jellyfish Ludwig's girlfriend. So these people pretty much make Hassan more money. They promote him to a wider audience to get more people brainwashed and indoctrinated. Like, I don't know if I have any sympathy at this point for these people, all right? There's no way they don't know this guy's views. They're kind of just
Oh,
okay
his shirt says, "Show me your dick." Okay, so let me get this right. So Hassan is putting out pro-gay rhetoric on his shirt while promoting a terrorist organization where if they were to see that on his shirt, they would slaughter him. Yeah, that sounds about right.
With it because it's convenient for money and clout. Here's what people are saying. Pretty sure Austin is not gay, but also Lebanese, Mao. The why did you invite this guy look on his face is priceless. Yeah, that's what you would think, except they literally co-host this podcast together. The we might have to cut this speaks volumes. Another free content for Dex and Pegasus. Okay, we're just everywhere now. Culture.
I will say, I've done a podcast with Hassan and Will Neff around a year and a half ago, maybe even 2 years ago. And Will Neff was saying, Hassan, for the love of God, do not talk about politics. Let me rephrase that. Hassan, for the love of God, dude, please just don't talk about politics. And apparently they have a rule to not do that on Fear and as well because you just get so fucking annoying with it. But yeah, that is definitely a conversation that I witnessed.
They're so peaceful, they have guns on their flags. At this point, Hassan is just testing how far he can go. He's the edgy friend in the 6th grade, but he's in his mid-30s. You can tell his own friends are sick and tired of having to be friends with a guy like him. I don't know, man. They willingly started this podcast together. I don't know if they're...
It is confusing, isn't it? And it sucks. 'Cause I try to give these guys the benefit of the doubt because I know them, right? And I know these people actually aren't like that. Like, I feel like I know these two. Like, I don't know anything about QT, but I actually do feel like I know Will and Austin quite a bit. And I know they have never said anything remotely close to shit at all. In fact, they've condemned it multiple fucking times in conversation that we've had. So I don't know, man. I don't know why they don't just pull the fucking trigger and just fucking cut ties, to be completely honest. It's just horrific PR.
They're just like sucking off the cloud.
I want to remind you that Hassan is still doing this at 45 years old.
Them, but yeah. Now after this, Hassan talks about this musician, and basically I imagine this guy was sort of like bullied to take a stance and have a position on the whole conflict, and then he finally gave his...
Oh, this is Tom York. This is the lead singer of Radiohead. Great band. Actually, one of my favorite bands of all time. Not sure if you guys are familiar, but this is who they're referring to, so any Radioheads out there, this is the guy.
Response, and then Hassan is just melting down over it because he's not 100% supporting the terrorists.
For anyone who's ever listened to a note of my music, of my band, or any of the music I've created over the years, or looked at the artwork or read any of the lyrics, it would be self-evident that I could not possibly support any form of extremism or dehumanization of others. All I see in a lifetime's worth of work with my fellow musicians and artists is pushing against such things, trying to create... First of all, it's just a both sides argument where many artists who are unconditionally and firmly committed to Israel having to basically crawl through a mile of rusty nails to finally come out and be like, oh God, I just don't want to do this.
Yeah, kind of like you would drag your bleeding foot through 8 miles of lemon juice and Legos before you actually condemn the terrorist orgs. I don't know.
Not the Legos.
I feel like that guy was pretty reasonable. He's like, yeah, I don't condone violence whatsoever. I don't really know much about this guy, but why do...
Tom York's fucking awesome. I will say, I think Radiohead's music kind of got really weird after In Rainbows. But before that, oh man, it was so fucking good. Dude, what was it? OK Computer is, I think, probably the best album of all time in music. That and like In Rumors by Fleetwood Mac. Like, oh dude, just hit after hit after hit after hit. Fucking so good.
People care about a musician.
2 + 2 = 5 is my favorite Radiohead song, but I'm pretty sure that was on the Kid A album.
Opinion on political issues. Like, I'll never get this. Like, people are so obsessed with making other people have the same opinion as them, the right opinion. Now, this next part, this guy straight up condemns Israel, and it's still not enough for Hassan.
For others, let me fill in the blanks now so we're nice and clear. I think Netanyahu and his crew of extremists are totally out of control and need to be stopped, and that the international community should put all the pressure it can on them to cease. Their excuse of self-defense has long since worn thin and has been replaced by a transparent desire to take control of Gaza and the West Bank permanently. This is an interesting thing to state right now after 19 months of...
Oh my God, bro. You can't win with this guy. He just, like, what else do you want him to do? Jesus Christ.
At the same time, the unquestioning Free Palestine refrain that surrounds us does not answer the simple question of why the hostages have still not been returned. There is no quarters for this kind of bullshit. especially this far out. If you're gonna come out and you're gonna swing for the fences and try to basically reduce the impact of months and months of your silence, why did Hamas choose the truly horrific acts of October 7th? The answer seems obvious, and I believe Hamas chooses to hide behind the suffering of its people in an equally cynical fashion to their own purposes. Ridiculous.
Ridiculous, guys. Ridiculous that he would possibly criticize the terrorists. Don't you dare criticize Hamas, you freak. I mean, this guy literally condemned the Israeli government's actions as well, and this guy is still crying, bro. You can't make this shit up. Bro just wants that terrorist pee-pee so bad. He's just latched onto the terrorist ball sack. It's crazy. Anyways, in usual fashion, one of Hassan's somewhat sane chatterers calls him out.
Hamas kills its own people. They're opportunistic and siphon off the wealth from the locals. They should get removed. While isn't real, isn't good. They're just as bad. Okay, no idea. Just looking at this from an average Joe position. Yeah, my job as a communicator, as a political commentator, is to explain to the average Joe that there is a severe asymmetry of power here. You don't have to be a perfect victim. Do you understand? That's ridiculous.
Did he just call Hamas not a perfect victim? Also, I love how he says,
how the fuck does he think a terrorist organization that has bombed civilians are the victims? I know Hassan's head is small, but there's no way it's that small.
It's my job to explain it to
Also, what happened, man? I thought you were a journalist. What happened?
you guys. You know,
Hey, Kick Chat, to all y'all sending clown face emoji? Yeah.
you guys are just too stupid to understand any situations. You need my political expertise, obviously. What is my political expertise? Hezbollah is based, guys. I support the Houthis, 10 toes down. Political expertise, you know, Russia would never invade Ukraine 1 week before the invasion.
We did it successfully. We stopped Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Or maybe that was never gonna fucking happen. Like I said, it was never gonna fucking happen.
Let's actually all trust Hassan's political expertise. He should be broadcasted on every news network across the globe for being an example of how fucking stupid you can become when you get brain rotted into politics. Anyways, last time we were talking about how Hassan would respond to the Colorado attack, right? Basically, a guy was setting Jewish people on fire with Molotov cocktails. Absolutely horrific situation. And last time the situation...
Yeah, I thought that guy who set people on fire was white. His name is Mohammed, so I'm not sure where he's from, but I don't think he's white.
Like this happened, a person was shooting two Israelis and killed them. Hassan heavily implied that it was a false flag. He said it would be the perfect false flag, and he played defense for the shooter, saying that...
Yeah, this guy goes and kills 2 innocent people, and then his entire chat spams base towards it was completely out of fucking control.
Oh, the media is not broadcasting the correct message or whatever.
So he shot and killed 2 people.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like you could not have designed a better false flag incident like this.
So
I want to remind you guys what he just said. These are his own words. After what he did, what he said was so crazy. It's a perfect false flag. So let me get this right, Hassan. You think it's crazy how he's acting because he's yelling Free Palestine after he shot those guys? Do you not think that it's crazy that he shot 2 innocent people? Do you not think that the people who have been radicalized by content like yours might be fucking crazy, and that's why he's acting crazy? Because he's fucking crazy. Because if you're killing innocent people on the streets, if you're bombing innocent people in airports and schools and hospitals, that maybe you're not sound of mind. And these are the people that you're defending.
This time he responded, and believe it or not, he actually had a decent response. I assume the feds were watching.
Some psycho went up to a bunch of old Jewish people that were doing like a demonstration in support of Israel and tried to like light them on fire or something.
I'm not really sure. He was just trying to light old people and kids on fire. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Shirtless, you know, just real insane. He had like Molotov cocktails or something. The protest was the free to hostages. Yeah, it was. It was like.
Yeah. Hassan was probably like, oh yeah, they're peaceful cocktails though, man. It's about the message. You don't get what he was trying to do. It was peaceful cocktails.
It was like a pro-Israel protest.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember how this extremist was setting kids and elder people on fire. I don't know, maybe. But, these chicks didn't get raped because picture didn't happen. Yeah, anyways, these terrorists are based.
It doesn't matter what the protest was for. That's psychotic. What do you mean? That's an insane thing to do. And this man is an insane person. Absolutely insane person. Thank God nobody died. Holy sh**.
Okay, interesting. He cares about the dead people, not the people that the terrorists he supports.
It's because now he knows, and now he knows that people are watching. If this was 3 weeks ago and he didn't realize he was heavily being monitored, he wouldn't have said that addendum. He wouldn't have at all.
That's some weird dissonance. But anyways, did an alien take over his...
However, I will say, credit where credit's due. I'm glad that at least now, finally, he's saying it's crazy. Great. We're making it an attempt to condemn this behavior. Good job. Let's keep that up. Let's keep this up long term. Good job.
Hassan's body. What the hell is this? Is he actually having a little bit of empathy for the victims? A little bit of eye-dubs? That's kind of crazy. I don't know if there's a gun.
Yo, Mods, you just banned someone who says, brother, he called it crazy. You can't ask for this exact thing, then move the goalpost. Unban that guy. I think what he said is completely fair. I think what he said is completely fair. You don't need to ban that guy. I think it's true. I think it's true. I was gonna say, if you would have waited a second, you would have heard what I had to say. However, I agree. I'm glad now he's attempting to condemn this behavior. This one time.
Gun to his head behind this or something, because this doesn't seem like Hassan, but it is good to see him condemning it at least a little bit. But after this, a chatter tries to somewhat justify it because his audience is completely insane. Like, wait till we look at the comment section of this video. But yeah, then he has to desperately reel it back.
It does matter. You don't think a pro-Israel protest is psychotic in and of itself? Yes, it is. But you know what you can't do? Throw Molotov cocktails at it. What are you, stupid? Are you out of your mind? Come on, dude.
Just remember, Hassan, these are the chatters that you're curating, and you cannot be surprised when they converse with you this way.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, what do you...
They look at you as this guy thinks terrorism is good guy. So don't be shocked when they say shit like this in your chat. You've been doing this for years.
Think this is Grand Theft Auto? What are you, insane? Are you out of your mind? Are you a federal agent? 87-year-old Jewish dude who or Jewish woman who can survive the Holocaust getting lit on fire. Not exactly great, you know? Are you insane? There are a lot of instances of direct action that is valid, valuable, reasonable, okay? This is not even in the range of appropriate behavior.
Then when was? Which direct action do you think was reasonable, out of curiosity?
Get the f out of here. No one is actually even supporting it. Someone just tried to say some dumb shit and I immediately clamped on it.
Okay, that is straight bullshit. People are definitely supporting this. In fact, a lot of people from his community are supporting it. Let's just read the comments real quick. Here we have Hassan's own comment section. 130 mass shootings in 2025, but this gets wall-to-wall coverage. Known to the FBI for over a year is a synonym for we coaxed him into doing it. Interesting. It's a bit weird they focus on the makeshift flamethrower cocktails in a country where he could have just bought an AR-15 while shopping groceries. Damn shame. There's so many billionaire oligarchs he could have used these on. Interesting. Can't tell American news apart from The Onion. I changed the description. They weren't Israeli protesters. Pro-Israel protesters would make more sense. I'm more annoyed that they're spinning this to anti-Semitism. What else was it? What the heck? I hope someone's doing a deep investigation into the dude who did this. This is very suspicious. Suspicious how? American problems require American solutions. This is giving...
These aren't random comments, guys. These are the top comments on his video. These are the top comments. How is this comment section not being investigated? Like, this is psychotic to be this radicalized to where we're saying this shit this comfortably.
Fed psyop, to be honest.
These people are idiots.
Absolutely staged. I genuinely cannot bring myself to care about this. I also don't see much value in leftists openly denouncing the attack. Oh, okay. Interestingly enough, Hassan is one of the few people in his own community that is condemning it. Turns out the only thing worse than Hassan...
Yet every single chat is upvoted in mass supporting this cause. The very same mob that Hassan himself has created. Guys, I wonder why all these people are radicalized. I wonder why.
this batshit crazy community. But again, I'm
insane.
a fair man on this channel, so I will say it's definitely a better response by him than the whole shooter incident.
Absolutely.
I just wish his audience would follow suit. And it was moving on to him crashing out over the
thing that I'm worried about is in 3-4 weeks, once all this shit dies down and he realizes that like mainstream news media isn't like actively monitoring his channel, that he goes back to how he was. This is one day of change after 3-4 years of being one of the most dangerous streamers on the platform.
The ADL guy.
Apparently Jonathan Greenblatt is trying to say that like I'm responsible for this again, which is so insane. It's so psychotic. The fuck are you doing, man? Again, yeah. Anytime any sort of like violence takes place against like a pro-Israeli rally or anyone out there, he just goes, oh, it's Hassan Piker's fault. Dude, what are you saying? What the kind of psychotic nonsense is this?
Well, I don't really blame him based on your past statements. When you're defending the shooter or openly supporting terrorists, it's very reasonable to assume that Hassan is one of the reasons people are radicalized. So that doesn't really change much in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And yeah, we did just watch that Hezbollah clip. So he does indirectly support a lot of violence, right? By proxy, by supporting these terrorist orgs.
Like you saying that you're confused why people think that you support terrorism when you say you think their flag looks really cool, Hassan, is probably the same reason why you're confused about why people are calling you a Nazi when you bought Ichigo's sword from an anime you hate because it looked really cool because it had a swastika. I know your head is small, but there's no way you're that fucking stupid. When you're promoting their designs, when you're promoting the way they speak and their actions and what they stand for, obviously people are going to think that you're part of their cause.
And I feel like when he condemned this attack, it's kind of like a PR move because, you know, the mainstream media is catching on. He's like, all the cameras on him right now. He's a little bit scared. But, you know, personally, I think Hassan is genuine in his actions, but
a little bit brain broken. Very rarely do these things happen because a person goes, oh, I got radicalized by this person and that's why I did it. It's a combination of systemic factors.
Yeah, we actually need to wait for someone to say Hassan directly inspired me to do this. That's the only way you can criticize Hassan, actually. Or maybe we can use a little bit of common sense and realize that he does push people in a certain direction.
Yep.
Now he talks about people trying to deplatform him.
So seeing so many of these like supposedly right-wing pro-free speech accounts unironically lap up whatever the ADL is saying in an effort to get the government to go after people that they don't like, content creators that they don't like, simply because it's a position that I have taken is insane. Jonathan Greenblatt has played a larger role in the dangerous conflation of Jews and Israel, more so than anyone else. I work to try every single day to decouple Judaism and Zionism from one another.
Yeah, that is hilarious and completely untrue. We've proved that multiple times with this comment about if you ever had any positive feelings about the state of Israel ever in your life ever, you should be treated like a neo-Nazi. Like, obviously talking about Jews, all right? Bro acting like he isn't conflating the two. Of course you are.
Well, that's the problem, right? Is because Hassan doesn't battle anybody with truths. He battles people with lies, and he uses gaslighting at any opportunity he possibly can to say, guys, I never said that, even though he very clearly did. Because people were way too lazy just to Google the context for themselves.
You were actively doing that. Also, the reason people want you banned is because you break the rules. It's just like...
It's really that easy. It's Rule 6 in the Twitch TOS. Do not promote terrorism on the streams, and you do it every stream.
No, nobody wants some special rules for you. They just want the existing rules to be fairly applied.
Absolutely. We're not doing this as an exception. We're doing this as an enforcement of the pre-existing rules.
Hassan, when the Not Real media reports him to be responsible for anti-Semitic rhetoric, they don't like Diddy partiers in prison. Anyways, let's move on to Mike from PA, or
Mike from the Pedophile Association. Let's get it.
Hassan talking about how you're supposed to engage with Asmongold, Tectone, and people like them.
A few years ago.
So the guy paid for my tab.
I think I'm getting your attention. I feel like I touched like a vampire touching holy water.
Can I help you?
I'm getting your attention. I feel like I touched like a vampire touching holy water.
Can I help you?
Oh, jeez. Here he goes again. You want to get back at Asmongold? Don't argue with him about Palestine. Call him a cockroach.
That's the same guy in the clip, by the way, for anybody who didn't know that. Yeah.
Post the cockroach video. Post a video about him not taking a shower. Post the video of him catching his mom on fire with cigarettes. So you think that you're gonna make fun of me for all of the things that I told people about? What is even the logic here?
That's how you fight back.
Like the entire, even the foundation of the thinking is stupid. Another, again, blatant violation of Twitch terms of service. He's instructing his viewers to harass me and personally insult me, bringing up my dead mother. But I'm sure nothing's going to happen to him, just like nothing ever happens to these people, because Twitch moderation agrees with them. And that's a good reason why we're multi-streaming now, right? Doesn't Twitch TOS have a rule against harassment for partnered streamers? Aren't you partnered? They also have a rule against putting a hit out on somebody.
He's not going to stop until he's bleeding out of the corner of his mouth. It's time to fight fire with fire.
Yeah, I want to remind you guys, this guy is saying that all of our points are invalid, so let's just lie about Asmongold and Tectone, so that way we can make him look bad. That's it. Because one side's telling the truth and the other side is lying, and that's like not me coping in any way, shape, or form. And by the way, guys, if I'm lying about anything, call me out for it. I would love that. I encourage it. Please call me out for it. But you guys know that me and Asmongold have been very honest and very fair about all this shit. But the reality is these people go live and they just fucking lie. It's insane.
You want to get in the...
Right, so basically when you have no arguments and you can't win the conversation on merit or actual facts,
lie.
You need to attack random other shit about the person.
Yep.
And I don't know why he's gone for this route. Like, you really want people to bring up your past and make fun of you? Like, I mean, you literally have one of the most embarrassing clips in the history of the internet. Why would you do this? Also, going after his dead mom is just crazy, but I guess like all boundaries have been broken at this point.
Remember whenever Jadeon raided Pokemon?
It's crazy because these people can't beat me and Asmon in a conversation. So they go after my dad and they go after his mom. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
And said to type L Pokemon.
Imagine
and
that.
Jadeon got permanently banned for years over that. And nothing's ever going to happen with this. And do you want to know why? It's because Twitch supports this behavior. But the good thing, here's the silver lining. This will not always be the case. And sooner than later, there is going to be enough people getting mad about this. And Amazon is going to probably sack the entire moderation team and the entire executive leadership team.
Watching. Because it's like people just really really don't respect me as a content creator.
Never talk to Bad Bunny.
And then the Simps come to the rescue.
She's an attractive woman.
Oh,
who
for
didn't act a nice person.
Sake!
Did you say which attractive? Is what makes frustrated incels angry.
You notice the lack of eye contact, the lack of confidence, the slouchy posture. That's all. Hit all 3 simp marks. Right
I hit all the simp marks.
I'm getting your attention. I feel like I touched like
Diabolical clip, bro. You're
Oh my god, that's so bad, bro. That is so fucking bad. I mean, that's humiliating, man. Like that's some like humiliation ritual you gotta go through to get into the Illuminati, man. Like, oh Jesus. How do you not rope at that point, brother? That's fucking insane.
The entire bloodline is disappointed in you. Your great-great-great-grandchildren are gonna have a generational trauma from that. If this guy ever procreates, that's probably not happening. But I mean, he did say we gotta fight fire with fire, according to him, so it is what it is. Don't really feel bad about that. This guy also routinely threatens violence on people, but he can't beat up a couch, so I don't know. Remember, guys, it's okay to break Twitch TOS as long as you have...
Who wins? Mike from the Pedophile Association or one couch? Take your vote.
The correct opinion, you know, the tolerant one. The tolerant one is advocating for violence and supporting terrorists, of course. Dang the disrespect, talking about someone's mom who passes mantras. He literally could not...
Well, the left is very tolerant, man. They're tolerant of every way of life, especially terrorism.
I've done a movement.
It's great.
It looks more tragic than that.
I mean, you can't get more supportive of that. Even the most extreme lifestyles, they think it's A-okay. Very cool.
But anyways, since we have the time now, I just wanted to briefly visit the Diddy party clip about Hassan, because actually I haven't even covered this yet. You guys might have seen it from different clips here and there. But here Hassan refers to an underage girl as attractive.
I walked into this like back like sphere Epcot looking thing in
the clip you're about to see is going to shock you if you think any of the claims that I made were previously on topic. I would like to repeat this one more time. One side is fighting with truth, the other side is fighting with lies. And we're about to get in real deep onto why his name is Hamas Diddy Osama bin Laden Adolf Epstein Baby Oil Piker.
in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella. and they were playing like these crazy things for people who are high. Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrooms. And one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl, like opening up a Christmas gift. And I think I told you about this, where I was like, this is some real weird Alex Jones style pedo thing here.
So what does attractive little girl mean exactly, Hassan?
Well, why don't you take a seat, Hassan? And let me just ask you a question, Hassan. Whether you guys want to, and just answer this for me, whether you want to question, well, he didn't say the girl was attractive. Why was bro at a Diddy party? Why would anybody see that paraphernalia being blasted on the big screen and stay there? Just wondering, why did Hassan go to a brothel where there were children being sex trafficked and he stayed there? Why do you think that is? Out of curiosity. Can anybody humor me? Can anybody humor me? Why do you think he did that, out of curiosity?
What did you mean by that?
Oh my God. I did. I went to a Coachella after party. Oh, that's right. I just realized. I remember. Holy, my mind just unlocked.
My bad, guys. I just forgot about my good friend, Mr. Diddy. You know, just wiped that memory out of my brain.
And why was... You know what's crazy? You want to know... You all remember when Ethan got really upset that one day and had that podcast episode where he was really upset right after a traumatic thing happened to him, where he got a death threat called on his family? Did you notice that Hassan was particularly angry one day too? And that day was the day of the Diddy trial? Do y'all remember that stream? Because bro was crashing out. Why was he so upset that Diddy was on trial, guys? Why do you think that was?
There's also this really old tweet by him. I would love to hang in Diddy's C-Rock entourage and trickle down bang anything thrown his way. Again, old tweet, but very funny.
Me and my girl.
Don't you think it's a little bit concerning when a known pedophile in Diddy, Hassan, is asking for their sloppy seconds? What type of sloppy seconds do you want, Hassan?
Girlfriends are going to this.
Don't we think that's kind of sus?
P. Diddy party, and I was like, okay. You can go. You can go. I'm breaking up with you. So I broke up with her over the phone. That was probably one of the worst ways I've ever broken up with someone.
Anyways, that's a little bit of the Diddy lore, but let's move on to iDubbbz's new video. Apparently, he's humiliated himself again.
I have felt extremely handcuffed by Creator Clash these past years because...
Oh, and by the way, for anybody ever going, what are you implying? Well, why don't we just go ahead and talk about what Hassan said. Hassan said, well, he called my dad a rapist when my dad sexually harassed 3 women back in 2008 by showing them porn on his computer. He called my father a rapist and then said I too was a rapist by being my father's son. Let's just make sure that anything that I want to imply, I am absolutely valid to say whatever the fuck I want. Let's just be completely real here, guys. Because that dude crossed a line that you do not come back from.
Because I'm not an expert communicator, and I don't know how to convey things, not over-communicate, not do all these things that potentially put the event at risk and put other people at risk.
7 million subscribers and can't communicate. Okay, dude, just admit you were a scummy piece of shit who wanted to steal from charity. It's okay.
It's really that easy.
Then he comes up with an excuse for using the charity money for throwing parties, saying it was for promotion.
Now, some people will be critical of one of the costs being parties for Creator Clash 2 and actually Creator Clash 1, because that's where we got the idea from. It was very successful for Creator Clash 1, or the event was successful. We don't know if the party worked to encourage people to promote the event, but that was the idea. You get a bunch of creators to show up to a fucking hotel the night before their fight, and they're going to post about it on social media, and the internet will be abuzz. I would cross that off my list as a learning experience of, well, if you do this strategy, you either got gotta force people to post about it, or you have to fucking, I don't know, not do it.
My bad, guys. Just messed up a charity event, lost $250,000, wasted everybody's time and money, threw parties with my friends, enjoying myself, while kids with cancer did not get the money they were promised. You know, still a mistake.
We've already gone over this shit. But yeah, this whole situation is a shit show. I'm glad more Pegasus is covering this shit too. My God, do things just get worse every single fucking day. Anyways, be back tomorrow with probably another update, unfortunately. Like, comment, subscribe.
An enemy has been slain.
Man, it truly is the gift that keeps on giving. More Pegasus's channel uploaded a video about iDubbbz's husband. We get to talk about Anissa. We usually don't get that much one-on-one attention, but like every great husband, like every great wife, Anissa has been exposed, I shit you not, of having sexual fantasies of other men beating the shit out of her husband in front of her and then having sex with them. iDubbbz will never beat the cucking allegations, as well as, again, apparently iDubbbz also smells like absolute fucking shit. So, let's get into all this and see what else we missed, guys. This is going to be a sloppy one. If you're new here, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I'm believing by the time this video is uploaded, we will have hit 900,000 subs, which means the road to 1 million starts very soon. I appreciate you guys, and thank you so much. A thank you for 900K videos coming very soon. And I am saying this at 898K. However, we've been averaging gaining a new 1.8 thousand subs every hour on this channel, and I cannot thank you guys enough. And thank you for content creators like Asmongold, Sensitive Society, Nux Taku, just to name a few, Decoy Voice as well, for making amazing content for me to react to. And I appreciate you guys enjoying my reaction to those. But make sure to go support the original channels as well. Let's get into it.
Back to the most diabolical series on the internet. In today's video,
I had a call with more Pegasus this morning for about an hour and a half, and bro was just ranting about how much he loved SpongeBob. I had to ask him like 3 times, brother, are you sure you're like an adult? I was like, damn, bro, like, are you good? Like, I just really love SpongeBob. I just really love SpongeBob. It was so funny. Like, legit, bless this guy's heart. Like, such a wholesome creator, man. I also, too, love SpongeBob. And then I told him my favorite quote, like, oh, I'm so close to solving this crime, I can almost taste it. A classic. Or M for Mini and W for Wumbo. Anyways, enough about SpongeBob.
Ethan has just exposed a
We're talking about another person who is full of holes. iDubbbz's husband.
Ton of info about Anissa and Anissa's husband. Basically, iDubbbz's boxing trainer Mike says that Anissa was basically cheating on Ian by having a crush on one of Ian's boxing opponents. Apparently, she was also bragging about being a gold digger and a whole bunch of lore. Hassan has responded to the flag clip where he glazes yet another terrorist. Alright, subscribe to achieve all of your dreams, and let's begin. Basically, Ethan was doing a call with iDubbbz's former boxing coach, and iDubbbz knew that he had some serious dirt on him, so he started panicking. iDubbbz panic texted his former coach before he called into the Ace3 Expo show today.
Stop. Oh, shit, bro. That's so bad. That is so fucking bad, dude. What the? He knew, man. He knew.
Hey, Michael, not sure if this is clickbait or not, but saw your face on Ace3 podcast thumbnail. Let me know if it's real and if you want to talk. I'm hoping it's just some clickbait because I'd be happy to talk if you had some unresolved feelings about Anissa. Lamau, Anissa used iDubbbz's phone to text him. Unresolved feelings. This guy snorts pure estrogen for sure. Alright, let's start with the clips. Mike, iDubbbz's former coach, reveals that Ian and Anissa flew out.
Hey, guys. As a man who has been in 2 relationships where all of my homies hated my fucking partner, and I had to explain to everybody how they're really not that bad. You just got to give them a chance. You got to understand, when all your homies hate your girl, it's for a reason. It is. And I'll be real, just dump the bitch. I know you love her. and you think she looks so good, but you got to understand, if all of your boys don't fuck with your girl, that's 1,000,000% for a reason.
A bunch of
Stop being blinded. Stop being blinded by the fear of being lonely and realize you're honestly better off single.
Influencers and paid for an entire hotel for 300 plus of them, plus parties during Creator Clash 2.
Jesus.
He and Anissa did in fact pay for Hassan and all of his compadres to travel to and stay at Creator Clash 2.
They were talking about that long before, about how they had to fly in all these people. First of all, they rented the hotel for over 300 creators and flew a lot of them in. When the first
iDubbbz doesn't have any friends anymore. He has no one to tell him that. Well, maybe he'll listen to the YouTube comments.
year, it was much more scaled back. We just had a couple floors of like some place, like a nice suite place, but it wasn't extravagant at all. And then the second year, they did that full hotel for 300 creators. They flew a lot of people in. One of the people they flew in was Froggy Tonic, and they flew him in from France.
That's insane.
They rented out the whole hotel for 300 creators. And when we asked them if Ian's dad was going to be there, because he was there for the first event, they said they couldn't afford to fly Ian's dad in. It was too expensive.
Raven out.
Yeah.
What the fuck? No, that's crazy.
I know. Ian and Issa brought out his whole crew from France.
His whole crew?
Charity event, by the way, guys. I just flew out an entire flipping concert of people to an event, you know? I used the money for kids with cancer for parties with my friends. I really wonder what happens if you would add up all the flight tickets and the hotels, how much money would actually go to charity, because I feel like it would be a lot. And
I bet you they wasted at least $500,000 on luxury services that were not required.
I was wondering, how does an event with big creators fail so hard? How do you lose $250,000? I mean, I could literally put a donation link in the description, raise $1, and it would be more effective than iDubbbz and Anissa's entire event.
That's actually crazy, bro. How do you lose money on a raising money for charity event, man? That's fucking embarrassing.
That's how incompetent it was.
Bro. My third grade little sister could raise more money off a lemonade stand on some random street in Detroit. iDubbbz ensembles an entire military and loses money.
Also, iDubbbz flew out everybody except his own dad. Bro has money for 300 of Hassan's cronies, but not his own family. What's gonna be their excuse now? Ian and Anissa, right?
Well, yeah, that's because he's not flying people out that he cares about. He's flying people out for clout. That's it.
Right now. Oh, this is a good one. I need to add it to my SpongeBob collection. Hassan over your own
More Pegasus is never beating the autistic SpongeBob kid allegations.
dad. Christ. Anyways, it continues. Apparently, the story involves Pokimane.
Oh, no.
Mike leaks that Anissa was adamant about having certain people at the event, like Pokimane.
Because she would always talk about a certain group of people. It was like somebody named Pokimane and all these other people. And she would always talk about how she wants like them to be there and she wants to be a part of their group.
Knowing that detail, it breaks my heart that she had to settle for denims.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Settling for sloppy seconds, dude. Damn, man. Damn. That's crazy, bro. What a absolute clout chasing loser, bro. You have to try to have this little dignity.
I don't even know these people, but yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, the only people I really know in the YouTube world is you guys, because you guys were so nice to us. Like, we got more clout from being on your show than we ever did from working with Ian, because he would never show any of the work we did. He would never, and then everybody else, it drove me crazy. Like, AB would shout out his coach, Wale.
Wow, dude, iDubbbz is such a greedy piece of trash, refusing to share even a smidgen of clout for somebody literally helping him out a ton. Bro, I just don't get this mindset. It really seems like they're the most selfish, narcissistic people ever. And I'm so glad that Mike has come out talking about this, because it really connects the dots about what kind of person iDubbbz actually is. And of course they wanted Pokimane in, bro. She would fit right in there. Literally the most fake, pandering person ever. It was never about.
It's actually so bad, guys. Did you guys see that clip of her and small Asian kid, funny as fuck, Zoomer? Yeah, Jason the Ween. Y'all see that clip with Pokimane and Jason the Ween? And Pokimane is trying so hard to seem humble and like, you know, salt of the earth, really down there in the trenches with the other like middle wage, low wage workers, being like, yeah, man, we got to stick it to the rich. And it's like, bitch, you are the rich. What the fuck are you talking about? Pokemon, your net worth is in like fucking 7 figures, 8 figures minimum. What are we on about, bro? Dude, these streamers who lie about their income, these streamers who try to act like they're relatable, it is so fucking cringe. Yeah, we're so relatable, guys. Well, they drive their fucking Rolls Royce, the 1 of 10, right? Like, oh my God, get a grip, bro. Get a fucking grip. Is transparency really that hard? Like, I'll even have like other streamers DMing me to tell me to stop sharing how much I make because it makes it weird for them. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, I'm not going to hide this shit at all. It's just like, good Lord, bro. Like, if your entire personality is just lying to your audience and hiding all truthful information with them and trying to make you think that you're relatable to them, well, brother, that's not even you. You're playing an act. You're a character. You're not even a streamer at that point. You're a fucking actor.
Charity was always a ploy for Anissa to establish industry connections in the streamer world. She wanted to be part of the Poggers community so bad, it makes sense she's a washed-up streamer that's only known for being Ian's wife and being an influencing factor for a career's end.
Oh, yeah.
When you're 500k down 2 weeks before your event, if you're a broke boy, just say so. We'll get to this part. Now,
I mean, I will be real, though. I will say, Pokemon's If You're a Broke Boy, Just Say So clip, it does have quite the aura to it. You know what I mean? It is one of the most iconic clips of all time. Let's just, credit where credit's due. Everybody's still shitting on that clip. And that takes effort to be that unlikable that effortlessly. That is insane.
Then, when you're 500k down 2 weeks before your event, if you're a broke boy, just say so. We'll get to this part. Now, Mike talks about why he got fired.
Because then we went back to the hotel, and then they were eating at Denny's, and they said, we need to have a meeting. So I have to go to Denny's. And they pretty much then talked about how they were going to have to fire me because I reminded Ian of his father when his father would yell at him as a kid.
Bro got fired for reminding him of his dad. I mean, is anybody shocked that Ian has daddy issues, bro? Like, you would think Anissa has the daddy issues, right?
How is there so much worse shit that I haven't heard? How is it getting worse with every clip? This is actually insanity. Grown-ass man, 30 years old, still has daddy issues. Holy shit.
And I'm sure she does. But Ian is so emasculated that it kind of makes sense. Also, again, just being fair, we're only hearing their side of the story here. Based on all the other information I know about iDubbbz, I'm inclined to believe it. But of course, if they come out disputing any of the stuff, that's fair enough. But I highly doubt they actually will. In fact,
please dispute it. Please dispute it. Please. Please call him out. Please. Piggy wants more slop.
In fact, if you remember, iDubbbz's response to taking 34% from charity was that he allocated it to himself so that he could personally later give it to charity, which literally makes negative sense. Mike reveals that Anissa talks shit about Ethan and Neela during Creator Clash 1, leaks story about Ian stinking up the room, also questions Anissa's commitment to her religion.
Does Ian have like a fucking disease or something? Or like the way people talk about him, it sounds like he's like a fucking undead zombie with like rotting flesh and shit just falling out of his asshole with this necrotic aura that follows him. You know what it's like? It's like when Ian walks into a room and a fucking unholy death knight casts death and decay. Like, I mean, my nose doesn't work, so I wouldn't be able to tell regardless. I've been in the same room as Ian before. I've sat next to the fucking guy. I don't remember him smelling like shit, but maybe he cleaned himself up because he's into bald guys or something.
Oh yeah, she's Muslim, guys.
He stunk up the gym so bad you had to move him away from people.
What?
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me just sit with that.
0.5 hotter, as if like his breath didn't stink all the time.
Yeah.
Another question. I heard that Anissa was talking shit about me and us even before Creator Clash 1.
She had said that she didn't like associating with you guys for some reason, but then like you had been doing better or something, so they were happy to go on your show. But yeah, she definitely had mentioned like something about you and Hila and like, or maybe it was just you, but somebody had done something that had offended her at one point. So she thought
it was probably making negative comment about OnlyFans. She's so incredibly insecure about it. She's weaponized her husband. Weaponized her wife in order to like die on the hill that OnlyFans is like the most sacred, holier than thou profession because, oh man, you don't understand how hard of a job I have shoving up another man's penis into my vagina while my husband watches. You don't get it. Man, it's like we're down here in the trenches doing God's work. I was put on this world by Jesus Christ to fuck as many dudes as possible, and you're insulting my mission. Like, does she know that she doesn't have to repopulate the world by herself? Like, damn, bro, this shit is rough.
Yeah, so she felt like you guys weren't like good people or something. But then once you could do their show, but she loved AB and Nina. She always loved them because she would be like, they're Muslim and I'm Muslim.
Yeah,
and I was like, everything you do is haram. Like nothing you do is. I have Muslim fighters.
Yes.
They pray 5 times a day. They don't
touch women.
Like
besides their wife.
They're a couple of them are from Dagestan, right? And in Dagestan, you're not allowed to shake a woman's hand. Like, but if they.
That sounds really depressing. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds really fucking depressing.
They put their hand on. They're very respectful, right?
Ah, yes. Anissa, the devout Muslim, literally goes against every practice ever. Literally made a video saying why I left Islam. Literally said that telling her dad she wasn't religious was the hardest thing she ever had to do. Literally makes an OnlyFans posting lewd pictures.
Dude, I have never seen a more perfect person for representing what autism looks like. But Anissa fits that bill absolutely perfectly. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't even have to ask. You're like, okay, yeah, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, how the fuck is Ian dying on this over this chick? Straight up. I actually, once again, listen, I glaze Ian every now and then. I do. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I used to be a fan. I did. I used to be a fan. I think Ian's actually a pretty good looking dude. Straight up. I do. I don't get it, bro. I just don't get it, man. I don't get it.
She found out she was like 8% Arab because of some random online test, and then she went with it, bro. You can't be serious. Also, didn't her husband...
Ted, you're giving a bad name to autism? My bad, guys. I'm so sorry. Apologies to all my autistic viewers. Let me rephrase that. Apologies to 100% of my viewers. I'm so sorry, guys.
And tear up the holy book. Dude, you'd be like executed in some places for that shit. Mark my words, that woman is going to ruin his...
Yeah, I love all these people who are like gays for Palestine. And it's like, well, what do you think they think about you? What's that org that Hassan was supporting? Yeah, Hezbollah. Yeah, praising Hezbollah in front of Austin's show. It's like, Hassan, what do you think Hezbollah would do to Austin?
His life, Sam Hyde.
Hassan Piker!
God, how bad did he smell? At first it sounded like he just had some body odor, but now it's like he's some kind of insane homeless person. Is it because he shits himself?
Yes.
I'm watching it right now. There's a brutal destruction of their fake social media characters and actually revealing their private true beings. I thought calling him a cuck was a joke, but I'm starting to think that he actually enjoys domination and humiliation.
It's so bad, bro.
Anyways, now
It's
Harley
so
joins
bad.
in, and he has the same background as Keemstar. Mike alleges that Ian and Anissa were negative 500k weeks before Creator Clash 2. They would still spend money on the after party award show.
You dress nicely for the gala, that there would be pictures and such.
Yeah, we found out it was a red carpet event that they flew Getty Images in for. So they straight up flew Getty Images to take pictures for the event. Say when we asked them about it, and I said, hey, is there a gala? And they said, oh, you guys don't even worry about it. You don't have to go to that. And I said, what? This is what Anissa said. And I said, what? And I said, well, some of the sparring partners got invited. And she said, I don't know how they got on that list. They weren't supposed to be on the list. And in my mind, I'm like, Ian had invited them. He sent them the email personally.
What
right?
a disgusting human being she seems to be. I'm sorry.
Oh, she didn't want any of us there. She only wanted like creators there or people that would, I guess, make her feel like she could get more clout.
Of course, you're only invited to the gala if you're on the approved Ian and Anissa list.
I mean, hey guys, I'll be real. Man, they ain't inviting anybody to this fucking thing, huh? Jesus. Sorry guys. I mean, I'm honestly shocked they found a venue big enough to fit this bitch in. That's insane, bro. You know, that's a feat in and of itself. Vampiro guy right here. Bro just got done sucking the blood of like 8 orphans. Like, I swear to God, bro, check this man's basement. He got at least 9 corpses down there, bro. What is that thing? Look at that. Like, what is that shit?
Right? You must either support terrorists or be a fake piece of shit. If you're actually a good person or someone trying to help, you're just not invited. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like you should have a ton of respect for your boxing coach. You know, someone taking the time to help you train. And, you know, sort of risking their reputation for you publicly as well. I'm actually shocked. Like, I knew they were bad, but this is just lacking basic human decency.
So she told us we didn't have to come to the event. She doesn't know why we would want to be at the event. And I said, what's the event for? And she said, and it's an award show. And I said, what are the awards for? And she said, there are awards for the boxing.
Oh
and I said, why wouldn't his coach want to be there? Why wouldn't his team want to be there?
Oh my
I was like,
God.
that makes no sense. So everybody else, all the other coaches I talked to, I said, hey, did you guys know about the gala? They said, yeah. I said, did you bring a suit for it? And all of them had freaking like 3-piece suits with like fur chiefs and everything. I had sweatpants. I'm like, what the
dude, that's so messed up. Why? It's like you're the guy connected with the event organizers, and they're explicitly excluding you guys.
It's because we're both very professional, we're both very direct, and very transparent. If they told us that they're going to throw a huge gala after the fight, and it was going to cost a ton of money, we would have asked them, why are you doing this?
They were negative 500K before the event.
Dude, I just call it quits.
Minus 500 million before the event? 500K, sorry. Negative 500K. That's insane. That is fucking crazy. Holy shit. You're down $500,000 before you start. No wonder you didn't make any fucking money. Oh, man, I don't know why this charity event didn't raise any money. Yeah, man, I sure wonder. Good God.
At that point, you know, use some of that party money to pay for their charity at least. Have a somewhat clear conscience. Bro, I don't know if I was raised differently, but I feel like anyone would feel horrible if they like snubbed a charity like that. Bro, I feel bad over the tiniest shit. Like, dude, I buy chicken and rice at a certain food stall very often, right? And like the auntie there knows me and she gives me like a larger portion because I'm a regular. And she essentially just always wants to give me like a discount. And I just have to reject it every time because I'm like, damn, you're way too sweet. You're helping me out so much, you know, giving me this delicious food like every few days or whatever. And I always end up tipping a little bit more because I feel like good people with good hearts should be rewarded. And I don't know, man, it's crazy to think people like iDubbbz and Anissa exist, just like straight personifications of evil, you know?
Unless you have a big following,
so
she's not gonna give you a shout out. She'll just suck the blood out of you and go away.
Suck the blood out of you? Yeah, there's probably a couple other things too, huh?
Yeah.
So you think Anissa's the one
As long as you pay $4.99.
calling the shots, though?
Oh, 100%.
I do, but it is also Ian that allows it to happen.
He enjoys it. That's
Yep.
what I'm trying to tell you.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for Ian.
What
Jesus.
is happening with them?
Yes, he enjoys it. We used to feel sorry for him.
I did.
Yeah, we
All
both
the
did.
time.
We both did. Michael felt sorry for him up until CC2.
So bad.
After CC1, I cut that shit off because I was like, you know what? She's a fucking liar, and he's a liar.
Yep.
And he enjoys all the punishment that she gives him.
Yeah.
So let it be.
Dude, it's actually confirmed. iDubbbz is an Omega level puck. Bro, you can't make cinema this good. She actually likes dominating him, and he loves watching. Now they talk about how iDubbbz wasn't
Oh
even
my
putting in
God.
effort for the boxing.
They were negative 500K before the
Isn't Bro 0-2 in his own event? Am I crazy? Like, iDubbbz has never won a boxing event, right? Like, that's like real shit now.
event. So the reason we found this out was because I wanted Ian to start doing 2 training sessions a day. And I said, Ian, you need to start doing 2 a day. And he was like, why should I do 2 a days?
Bro, I got a
and
cuck
I told
chair,
him, I was
bro,
like,
got a
Ian, you're not good
a
at
cuck
boxing,
throw.
man. My brand
Yeah.
is at stake. So you need to do 2 a days. That's what pro boxers do. And then I told him, I said, my brand is on the line. I said, you can go back to YouTube. My whole life is fighting and coaching fighters. And I'm like, so if you don't have a good performance, that's going to look bad on me. After the first event, for the first event, he didn't do any of his cardio. So that's why I ended up gassing out so bad.
I mean, of course, iDubbbz wouldn't care about someone else's reputation. He obviously only cares about...
By the way, guys, if any of you guys think that you don't have enough time in a day to do cardio, I recommend a thing called high-intensity interval training. It takes around 15 to 20 minutes. It's really good. Look into it. So you run as hard as you can for 20 seconds, and then you walk. You run as hard as you can for 20 seconds, and then you walk for 40 seconds. And you keep cycling that for 20 minutes, and it works your ass the fuck out. And if you do have enough time to do cardio in a day, I recommend getting a step counter and walking 7,000 steps a minimum. No less than 7,000, no more than 12,000, and you'll be good to go if you're trying to begin your journey to weight loss. It will help tremendously. I do it every day without fail. It is awesome.
about himself. I think you owe it to your trainer to do your absolute best, especially for a big spectacle like this. Obviously, nobody expects you to win, but just attend the training sessions, give it your all, so it doesn't look like he's a shit trainer or something, you know? I think I know the problem. I think iDubbbz was only 31 at this time. He obviously unlocked empathy at 32, guys, remember? Apparently, Anissa was ordering Ian around.
His heart wasn't in it, guys. His heart wasn't in it. He couldn't unlock his fucking power for his friends because he didn't know what friendship was back then.
Sound like a dog.
And afterwards, everybody's hanging out, and she walks up to Ian and she goes, "You're hungry."
Yes.
And then so they had to leave because Ian was hungry. So she tells Ian when he was hungry. We're like, what the hell?
Dude, what is this? Dude, iDubbbz is like, what do you call Rick? Rick from Game of Thrones. You know the guy who got tortured so bad he like lost any semblance of his humanity and like literally just forgot everything about himself and is just like a hollow husk of himself? Yeah, that's basically iDubbbz. He also got his pee-pee cut off, which I guess figuratively happened to iDubbbz here. Anyways, Anissa somehow made it about herself, said that her brand was at stake.
Well, he went and told Anissa that.
Ian, you're hungry. Ian, you need to go pee-pee. Ian, you need to poo. No, I don't. I already shit my pants. Oh, that's okay, sweetie. I should have told you earlier. What? I mean, no wonder bro's taking a Duke in his fucking trousers every goddamn fight, bro. What the fuck? Bro's like an AI. Bro's like a voice actor, bro. You gotta tell him exactly what to do, otherwise they ain't gonna be able to know how to do their job, bro. That's insane.
I told him my brand was at stake. So the next day she comes into the gym super mad and she's like, "Our brand is at stake. We're $500,000 in the hole right now." And we're like,
I wish I knew that. I wish I knew that at that time. I think.
Did Harley actually reskin the fucking... What is up, Drama Alert Nation? It's I, your host, Killer Keemstar. Let's get right. Today, iDubbbz shit himself in another elementary school. Dude, Harley's been popping the fuck off lately, man. Ever since he was the first fucking fighter who was like, nah, I'm not doing this shit, they gay as fuck. Bro, he's farmed so much aura. And I'm so glad because Epic Mealtime was my fucking childhood, bro. Oh, man, it was so good.
A lot of the
What the fuck happened with Muscle's glasses? I still don't know till today.
fighters would have liked to have known that.
they were spending the money from the ticket sales on the hotel, on flying people in, on all these other shit. So it was just
So
like,
those decisions, the gala decisions, were made while in the red.
And then he says, "We lost money, but I don't regret throwing the after party."
Dude, throwing parties when you're 500k in the red and not even regretting it, that is insane.
Yep.
And Anissa making it all about herself is the least surprising thing. But now we get to the juicy part. Apparently, Anissa was cheating on Ian. She was like crushing on another guy.
She was hitting on one of his sparring partners and was obsessed with him and gave him a VIP pass to the event.
a lot of his sparring partners got the passes, but she definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with them, because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch every moment. And then even if he was like beat Ian up, she'd be very into it. And then
I want to say that I want to say that before. So Anissa never gave shout outs to Michael training Ian at all, but she put out the first video of Ian like getting rocked in sparring when Ian was sparring with her crush. Yeah.
It was our friend Gabe.
She shared it.
Yeah,
and we have a clip to you guys can show.
I would call him Gorgeous Gabe.
There's no shot, bro. She was crushing on another guy who was actively beating up Ian, like punching his face in. Dude, I told you guys, he's the ultimate puck. He loves watching. He loves watching from the puck chair.
Oh, no, he's even got a fine dining table so he can play his Nintendo Switch while his wife's getting fucked on the bed, bro. Man, dude, bro is such a cuck. He unlocked Ultra Instinct. His Ultra Instinct is dodging his wife's pussy at every turn because another man's already in it. Dude, he's unlocked, bro. He's broken the gates. He's unlocked it. Man, he's popping off, man. He's popping off. Ultra cuck stinct, man.
And once again, I'm just saying, if something comes out involving Hassan and Anissa, I'm just saying I called it. I want every person to come back to this channel and tell me that I called it if that ever gets leaked. But anyways, to be fair, this is he said, she said, so we don't know 100% unless some more proof comes out. But it's funny to think about. Anyways, we got even more lore. Apparently, Anissa is also a gold digger. Anissa allegedly had a pact with her mom to marry somebody rich and of the same religion.
Because you've already exposed her for being like the first person that Ian's ever been with, right?
Yes.
So in my opinion, what happened was she even told us, she used to always tell her mom, I'm going to be with a millionaire. And so we think that once she
used
kind
to
of got
tell her mom that she would be with a millionaire? How do you know
Her
that?
mom told her that it had to be someone rich.
How did you know that?
Well, she told us.
She would tell us that.
It was, I remember exactly. It was when we were in Vegas going to the other podcast, and we were inside the Uber, and we were with Ian and Anissa. And Anissa said that like her mom only had 2 expectations for her to marry someone that was rich and also to be of her religion, right? And so she said that Anissa goes, well, I mean, I didn't get someone that was of my religion, but at least I got one part of it right. He's rich. And then she like laughed about it, and then he was in the car, and you could tell he was bothered by it.
I was bothered.
Who wouldn't be bothered by that?
Dude, if your girl tells you she literally married you just for money, that is not a good relationship. She just admitted she's a gold digger. She doesn't even care about your personality, your values, or you as a person. She was using you as a checkbox. Like, oh, I need to marry a millionaire. I guess iDubbbz will do. I mean, heck, he even lets me bang other dudes while he watches on the puck chair. What?
If a man and a woman's marriage is based off of how much money they can supply to a significant other, that's not marriage. That is prolonged prostitution. I would like to remind you I got banned for 7 days for calling an OnlyFans girl a whore. When you do sexual things in exchange for currency, you are a whore. That is by definition. It doesn't sound very pretty, but it's not an incorrect statement. Holy shit.
What a deal, we got the 2-for-1 special. Then we have this crazy story about Kate here. Kate shares her tragic story about being a bride and how Ian and Anissa ignored her when she asked them to help and then came back later when they needed help from her.
I'm a child bride survivor, and at the age of 12, I was put into a child marriage from the time I was 12 until 23. Within my child marriage, I had 2 kids when I was 15 and 17. And this happened in America. Okay, and Ian and Anissa are well aware of my story because I've had my home, they've seen my kids and everything. I gave my public testimony to support the bill, and you know, I was on Seattle Times and television and everything. And I reached out to Ian and Anissa, and I asked them if they could help, you know, share the information because it was really important to me that this bill passed. And they just both left me on red. But guess what? Today, when they saw the highlights on Ian's story that we were going to be on here, Anissa was texting me and Michael, and they're like,
they ignored us when we were like trying to fight child marriage. But then when they found out,
are they pro-child marriage? Begs the question.
Dude, this is some evil shit, man. Now I'm starting to understand where iDubbbz got his empathy from. When you're married to someone as evil as Anissa, I mean, this is the result, man. What an absolutely horrid person she is. Can you imagine getting left on red for something like that, and then later they have the audacity to message you on top of that, like ignoring your previous message about wanting help about this really pressing issue? My bad, didn't see that, but now I need your help. Just don't expose me on Ethan's stream, guys. No
Bro, I realized this was recent. I realized I actually had a couple of friends that when I DM'd them, they would never DM me back unless they needed my help. And if you got friends like that, I'm telling you, I promise you, get the fuck rid of them. You do not need them at all. You do not need them at all. They were not busy. They did not miss the message. They saw it. They don't care. They are using you. It is very simple, okay? If you got a friend that you got to DM 1, 2, 3, 4 times before they respond to you once, they don't give a fuck about you. Pass. Find somebody who respects you and respects your time. It's really that easy. If you only hang out when you're doing what they want to do, that ain't your friend, brother. Especially if you have to pay. That ain't your friend, man. Get the fuck out of there, bro.
allowed to be gained, that's why. Anyways, after this, Ethan actually donated 5k to them as compensation because IDubbbz is obviously too cheap to pay them. It's the same amount that I was supposed to receive as bonus from Ian and Anissa, but never got. It's not right that he stiffed you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a great move by him. Now,
True.
apparently it still gets worse. Anissa was getting her fake boobs removed during Ian's training arcs, preventing him from training as much.
Before he was supposed to start training for his fight camp, right? But then they didn't come and train, and then she decided that she was gonna have her tits removed, like during his fight camp.
Oh, that was the second one. That was
I said 60.
Why? I guess. What was she saying, that it was uncomfortable or something?
I mean, it probably hurt her back.
I mean,
For God's sake, what are you doing?
She told me that.
I did that in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, she always blames it on everybody. She blames it on her doctor. She told me personally that she wasn't too sure about it, and then her doctor told her to go too big, and now she's not happy.
I feel so bad for these trainers, man. I really do. It sounds like nightmare clients. This sounds so bad. I am, please, Ian and Anissa, give your perspective. I need to hear both sides. I need to hear both sides before forming a judgment, man. Please respond to this video, guys. Please respond to this video.
And she's got to get it taken out, but it's like, out of all the times that you could have done it after CC1.
So you're saying you're saying she did it during training camp?
Yes.
Dude, Anissa's gotta be like this mini devil sent by some evil force to just ruin Ian's life in any way possible, bro. Wasn't there a story where IDubbbz missed one of his like best friend's wedding, like Max Mofo's wedding, because Anissa wanted to get like tattoos? It's actually done, bro. Their reputation is never coming back after this.
We actually had asked Ian if he could help us open the gym, not even financially, because at the time we were okay. So we were like, hey, could you just help us out by like signing as a guarantor? And he had told us in no world could he ever help us.
He said that?
Literally.
He said it like in a mean way?
In no world. He said, in no world could I help you.
Why would he respond like that?
Yeah, but instead they responded with, in no world would we, or would we like help you guys.
Why so mean? Why were they so mean?
And I believe that was Anissa texting.
Bro,
not
that's
Ian, because
actually
those are her words.
so
She always
fucked
uses
up.
the words in no world. That's her favorite word.
In no world will Anissa's reputation ever be restored. In no world. You know.
Yeah, I'll be real. I got caught texting from my friend this one time because he was trying to deal with some bitch. And I had this issue where I always use the kitty face after everything I type. And I've also typed this shit before. This was like back when I was like 16, 17. And I fucking outed myself because I stopped, or I guess I kept using the kitty face. And they're like, wait a minute, this isn't branding. John? And I'm like, I just stopped texting. Man, it was so bad. It was so bad. It's just the kitty face is so cute, man. It's so cute.
Nobody's forcing you to help anyone, but at least don't be rude about it, right? I've been asked by a lot of people for
Who's John? My full government name is John Techtown.
help, but like you can't always help everybody, of course, you know, I do get that, but you at least do them the decency of being respectful, being kind and courteous. Like, you only respond like this if you're a massive dickhead. Now, Ethan also responded to IDubbbz's latest video on concern trolling.
He made a video concern trolling me, and then he put out a video talking about how he hates concern trolling.
Yep.
Actually, mind.
Ethan, I'm so concerned about your behavior. This isn't me calling you out. This is me being concerned for your genuine well-being. Guys, I just really hate concern trolls. It's like, bro, you did that to Ethan, you dumb shit.
Blowing. I knew that people weren't going to stick around for him, like, because I know the audience he's courting, which is like these snarkers, right? They'll come for the bullshit and the hate, but they don't even like you to begin with. They're not going to watch your dumb content. This dude, Cameron F305, who made the content cop parody about Ian, and he got more views than Ian's new video.
Hey, this guy, Cameron F305, wants to come on my stream. Should we talk to this guy soon? He's been nothing but kind in the DMs. Sure, yeah, we'll interview him, man. We'll see what he's got cooking, man.
And this dude has, well, he has 51,000 subs now, which is really cool, but he had like 3,000 or something when he started.
Dude, this is the greatest fall-off of all time. I remember people were gloating like, oh my god, IDubbbz got 7 million views, guys. He's so relevant. And I told you guys, you can go back to my video there. I said they were hate viewers, and this doesn't actually mean that he's that popular. You can just look at the dislike ratio or the comments and see that people were obviously not watching for IDubbbz. And what do you know? I was right again. Give me a fucking medal. Thank you. Anyways, moving on to Hassan, he has responded to the flag clip of him supporting terrorists.
Overall, what my favorite flag? Yeah. Hezbollah. Look it up.
How does Hezbollah treat the LGBT plus community?
Not Asmon's editor, bro. Oh, no.
Hassan Nasrallah, head of Hezbollah, those who commit this act, even if they do it once.
On Pride Month, Hassan.
Look it up.
On Pride Month.
Kidding. It's actually
Even
of all months.
Oh, even Will. Man, don't you fucking dare bring up Will Neff in this conversation. Oh, I can't even watch this. Oh my God, even.
I can't believe that Asmon brought up a guy in the clip sitting right next to him, man. Man, that's so fucked up, isn't it? Oh man, Hassan. Yeah, you definitely don't bring in random ass motherfucker like people's parents out of fucking nowhere. How many times have you brought up Asmongold's mother and you won't let him bring up somebody in the same clip as you? Holy fucking delusional, man.
Even Will. Wait, my haters are now in the fucking Patreon giving me money? Oh my Lord. Brother, make your haters your waiters at the table of success. Eric Adams, Hassan Piker.
Yeah, just did not.
This might be the gayest man on earth. Like, genuinely. Like, this dude might be the most cringe gay motherfucker I have ever seen in my whole life. And the worst thing is, you know he thinks that he just dunked on him. Brother, all you did was sound retarded as shit. Is this guy retarded? There we go, proves my point.
Address supporting Hezbollah at all. Great response, man.
Welcome to the Kick Family. As we go, shit has signed with butt.
Bro, are you okay? That was like the worst joke ever told. What the heck? You use like all your life force to force out that laugh, bro. My God. Genuinely feel horrible for Will. That makes zero sense. He's bragging about being a lol.
Wait, yo, you didn't look up my reply to Donut Operator's post.
Oh, yeah, solid.
No, you gotta say it. Donut Operator says that Hassan makes no sense. So I respond with, Frogan's career also makes zero sense. Because she's poor. Because she's fucking poor. And she's not gonna have a house in the next 2 years. She's fucked. Unless she wins the Rising Rising Star Award again, man. And then maybe we'll see.
Commentary, so many scoffing noises.
Okay, look, here's the thing, right? If I said that my favorite flag was the Confederate flag, or like, and I'm not even gonna bring into the Nazi flag, right? People would be losing their fucking minds.
Yep.
You would never fucking be in this place if you just don't support terrorists.
Yep.
Holy shit! Oh
Yep.
my God! It shouldn't be that hard.
Yep.
Really? It shouldn't have been that fucking hard.
True.
It's actually very hard. 99.99% impossible. Now click.
You know what else is hard? iDubbbz his opponent after he beats the shit out of iDubbbz and fucks his wife. Anyways, great video, man. Like, comment, subscribe. Road to 1 million stars today. Appreciate y'all. See you on the next one. Peace, boys. Looks like everybody's favorite fat is being annoying. We got Frogan, the fat tub of lard, once again crying, being the victim. Surprise, surprise. Actually, well, let's be real. For the surprise of fucking nobody. Let's talk about Jabba the Hutt. Or as I like to call her, Jabba the Slut. Let's get into it.
I don't know what's gone into me, but recently I've just been in such a good mood. And before we get into it, I'm gonna let you guys in a little secret of mine, and I truly don't think anyone knows this, but as soon as a video's out, right, I'm looking at my screen right now, I upload like 5 to 7 times per week. As soon as the video's over, I do 2 things, right? And no, it's not Goonie. Get my game on, or B, as soon as that video's uploaded, I go and watch.
There ain't no way bro is playing Naruto Ninja Storm in Big 2025. And we all know bro is gooning like crazy to post time skips Hinata, 100%.
Naruto Shippuden. I watch like 4 to 8 episodes per day, so yes, I am pretty unemployed. And you might be asking yourself, yo, Unk, where's this going? How is this relevant at all? Well, I'll tell you how this is relevant.
Also, bro, if you like Naruto Shippuden, Sense of Society, watch Hajime no Ippo. It's so fucking good.
But as I was sitting down on my comfy couch...
Once again, no hate towards Ninja Storm. I love this fucking game. Back when I was in 8th grade. Maybe it's still good till today. I stole my buddy's copy because I wanted it back in my house and I couldn't afford it.
couch to put on Naruto Shippuden. I get a DM on Instagram, the only social media that I have. Go follow it, link in the description. And someone tells me that my favorite streamer of all time, Frogan, decided to open up her mouth again, and it wasn't to eat a cheeseburger. It's
You're my favorite waste of bullets.
What? It was pizza, right? Sure, surely it was pizza. Yo, guys, try to find 1 5-minute period where Hijab of the Slut isn't stuffing her face with food during her stream. Mission impossible.
It's been a long time since the last time I talked about Frogan. The last time that we talked about her was about a month ago, so it all started a few days ago when Asmongold said this about politics, which includes Hassan and others.
If I wanted to optimize ad revenue, you know what I would do?
Yep.
I'd ban politics.
Yep.
That's what I'd do.
Absolutely.
Just ban it.
Been saying that for years.
The odds are that me and Hassan and Tectone and Frogan and Denims and Central Committee cause 90% of the PR problems on the entire website.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna be real. It's not really 90%. It's more like 70% because the other 20% are just like OnlyFans whores, like shilling their fucking. You can see more for $4.99. When they're dancing fucking butt ass naked in the just chatting section, jiggling their asses while playing Fortnite, right? So it's like 70%, 20%.
I mean, objectively, even if you don't like Asmongold, he's not wrong. If you want to make more money and profit off, you are a business after all. You would ban politics, right? Politics divide people. I'm completely aware that this is beneficial for political streamers. The more divided people are, the better it is. Pretty basic argument or comments.
So what you do is that you make your community reliant on your extremist POVs or point of views by slowly radicalizing them, where it makes everybody on Earth seem crazy except for the streamer they watch, and they become angry and disgruntled at a state of the world that doesn't exist. And yeah, they are just forced to watch you every single fucking day because everything else just makes no sense to them. And that's what Hassan does. He radicalizes his viewers. He points out a false narrative in so many different aspects of life. And he just cries how he's a victim all the time, when in reality, he's the biggest bully on the fucking internet. Like, let's be real. You want to call me a bully? Sure, go for it. But I call people fat and ugly. Okay, well, I'm only saying that to fat and ugly people. Have you ever heard me call Hassan ugly? No. Because I only tell the fucking truth. Now, I do say he has a very small head and very small petite feet, because he fucking does. But Hassan goes around calling people abusers, pedophiles, manipulators, and rapists. Like, there's a very big difference. Right, there's a very big fucking difference. I just shoot. I'm a straight shooter. I tell it how it is. Hassan's just a fucking liar.
Right? Well, Frogan over here had something to say, and the extremely highly IQ response she gave was,
Yo, editor, can you just like censor that? Or at least put a jump scare. Like do like a 3, 2, 1 jump scare warning. Thank you, because Jesus Christ.
I can't open. Let me out of here.
This. You consider me political because I wear a hijab. I hope that's how you pronounce it. I am not like you, and I do not make political content anywhere but typing a tweet every once in a while.
Brother, you're Hassan's moderator. What are you talking about? Brother, you said, and I quote, you hope all American soldiers die and hope they get PTSD. What are you talking about? You don't make political content.
And somehow this got 3 million
lying motherfucker
views and 42,000 likes.
Because she bots the fuck out of her post. Because in the political space, they think whoever has the most likes is the most right. All of them fucking do it, bro. Hassan bots his shit, Denim bots their shit, Frogan bots their shit. It's fraudulent as fuck.
Are numbers that she will never see on Twitch or YouTube, and this is a lie. Oh guys, this guy just thinks I'm political because I wear a piece of clothing on my head, and people like Asmongold associate it with scaring individuals. It's like, dude, can you please stop playing the victim for once in your life and take some responsibility for your actions?
No, they can't.
Because I think people consider you political because you're a political drama streamer.
Yeah.
Clearly, you do not watch my content, and that's okay. No,
nobody watches your content, to be fair.
No one is watching your content when you're pulling.
Same brain, Sen, same brain.
30 live viewers. Everyone knows.
Bro, Frogan is as good as lying as Hassan is at playing basketball. I rest my case.
Frogan for 3 things: how she looks, how she acts, and how political she gets.
6250. 9/11 baking stream with Raph and Capri. If we get to this goal by 9/11, Capri, Raph, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
Frogan, you...
That wasn't political. That was a baking stream.
Jesus Christ, bro. I remember when Rogan would just let players draw 2 cards. Now she's just a fucking retard, bro. What happened? What a fall off. She used to be so OP, her ass got banned in Yu-Gi-Oh!
You are a political streamer. I am a fan of yours. As a matter of fact, whenever you see 20 live viewers there, I am one of them. Okay? I'm always watching, and next time you go live, I'll be sure to donate. And Asmongold did respond, and he says, don't try to use your hijab as a shield for your disgusting behavior. Facts. These are some of her very famous quotes.
Yep.
American soldiers deserve PTSD. Arab/Jew racial tiered list, which is something that we talked about here on the channel. Sub goal to make a 9/11 cake. Called the October 7 mass murderers a revolution. Those are PR problems. Obviously, your religion is the problem. You are. Not to dick right Asmongold here, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't even know who I am. But he's right. How can discussing things like that come out of her mouth? She just looks like this huggable, wholesome Twitch streamer who wants to make it out the hood. I've covered everything here. Literally everything Asmongold said here has happened, and I've reported on that. If you ask me what my favorite moment from here is, probably the 9/11 cake.
We'll make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake.
Jesus.
And we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
Someone just responded with
Huh? Yeah, I truly don't understand how anybody watches this bitch in 2025. Straight up. One, because do you know how much bandwidth it requires to load in a model that large? Like, you gotta have like fucking 5 gig download to watch that chick stream with how much system loading and the stress it puts on your PC trying to load a model that large.
This fucking picture. I don't know if Rogan has PTSD herself, but she's pretty retarded if she...
Bro has PTSD on Sundays whenever she can't get her Chick-fil-A.
Doesn't remember saying any of these things. Like, I said this, guys? I had no idea. And I also forgot that I talk about politics from time to time. That just vanished in my mind. My bad. My apologies. I completely forgot. Hassan was the reason why I got into politics in 2016. He broke down everything in a way that helped me finally understand things, and it genuinely changed my life.
Yeah, he said, terrorism is good. Oh my God, Hassan saved my life. Well, if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about Frogan, I don't know what will.
This is one of the saddest tweets I have ever read. If Hassan got you into politics and he changed your life, holy shit, you are a miserable, pathetic individual. I feel bad for you. Hassan was the gateway into politics for not only...
Oh, by the way, Hassan and Ludwig are the only reason why Frogan ever got the Rising Star Award. Sorry, by Rising Star, I mean Rising Scale, because goddamn, how does that chick keep getting fatter in 2025?
Myself, but many others.
I know 5 fat people, and Frogan is 4 of them. That's insane.
Dude, take that Hassan dick out of your mouth. Hassan is going down in history for his coverage of politics. I am so appreciated that the left has somebody that is so... Okay, I'm gonna stop reading here. No, Hassan has damaged the left like crazy. Imagine saying the reason why you get into politics is because of...
Dude, Hassan has damaged the left more than Frogan has fucking hurt CC's Pizza. Imagine having the all-you-can-eat sign out in front of your door, and then you see Frogan walk in. You're like, well, boys, it's cooked. Just go ahead and shut her down. Shut her down, boys, shut her down.
Hassan... If I had a friend and they didn't care about politics and then they automatically started caring and I'm like, yo, that's awesome, good for you. How do you get into politics? Oh, it's because of a Twitch streamer who goes by Hassan. If I have my gun with me, I am shooting them. And yes, for legal reasons, that's a joke. Don't ban me. I'm just doing what the kids call a little trolling, if you will. I mean, for the love of God, this girl was involved in a content comp video. A big part of it was about politics. What are you on about? The only time I've seen your clips is when you're spouting political nonsense. So yes, you are political. There's an infinite amount of Frogan clips that I and many have covered where she's spewing political talking points and she just sounds dumb. So which one is it, Frogan? Is it only sometimes on Twitter or is it only sometimes on your stream? This has nothing to do with how you look or your religion, and of course...
Well, that's the problem, is people use, like, their religious apparel as a shield from all criticism, or they'll put like Free Palestine in their bio, and they think it absolves them of all wrongdoing, or the fact that they're transgender, and whenever their Twitter bio looks like a fucking Pokédex, you're like, oh, okay. So this person's retarded. Yeah, glad we understand that.
Of course, Hassan Piker went live and defended Frogan for the billionth time.
Yeah, social
Problems that
plotter,
are caused for the
100%.
entire website is never actually covered by real PR.
I want to remind you guys that Hassan said that Frogan is the biggest victim on the platform. Well, depending on your definition of biggest, I may actually agree, because she is quite large.
And it's just the sweatiest fucking losers on Twitter that get mad. And then those sweatiest losers on Twitter will then try to get like actual outlets to cover it. Like, hey, why won't, CNN cover this? Why is CNN covering Hassan positively? Like, these guys don't understand. Most people in mainstream media don't know who the fuck Asmongold is. Don't know who the
Hassan, he was in the top 10 search results of fucking YouTube. Come on, man.
fuck Tectone is. Don't know who the fuck Frogan is. Denims is. Central Committee is. They barely know who the fuck I am.
Name dropped. All my way up. We made it. Hey, yo, Hassan. Yeah. Type 1 if you didn't know who I was until Hassan started coming at me, and now you're a fan. I'm the guy who bullies the bullies. It's really that easy. I just bully the bullies. And now you're understanding why people hate my ass so much is because people are illusioned by these bullies and they think that they're the good guys. But I promise you, I have taken down so many bad people in my life, and that will never change. Absolutely not.
Okay? And the ones who know who the fuck I am in mainstream media obviously understand that, like, I'm a controversial figure, but ultimately a force for good.
Nah.
I am a superhero. I am a superhero. Guys, I think the terrorists deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, wow, Mr. Terrorist. You're just like Monkey D. Luffy, the most beloved character in anime. See, dipshits like Hassan are the reason why my PR is so bad, because people actually just believe this guy's lies, so then they think I'm fucking lying, bro. It's so bad. This guy is so toxic for the platform.
Nah, I'm gonna call cap.
Who is this guy? Hamas, Diddy, Bin Laden, Adolf, Epstein, Baby Oil Piker.
On that, Hassan is not a force for good. If anything, he just makes everything worse, and it pushes people away from the left. And some of you might be sick and tired of me saying this, and I promise this is one of the last times I'm saying this. Hassan is just Alex Jones for the left, and it does push people away from the left, just as Alex Jones and other insane fucking people push people from the right. But
I want to remind you guys that Hassan says he's a force for good, and he called me a generational obligated rapist. Yeah, man. What good that came out of? I want to remind you guys that Asmongold's mother died of respiratory issues that are completely unrelated to her home, and he blamed her death on Asmongold. I want to remind you that Nuxtaku had a picture of a young girl in his thumbnail 5 years ago talking about how it was weird and bad, and now Hassan calls him a pedophile. I want to remind you that Asmongold plays gacha games, and so Hassan called him a pedophile. Yeah, man, what a great guy. I want to remind you that Hassan, the same guy who called Nuxtaku a pedophile for watching anime, Hassan himself went to a brothel with sex workers, some of them being children. Yep, I want to remind you that P. Diddy, a real known pedophile, Hassan has gone and said that he wants his sloppy seconds. I want to remind you that Hassan, another guy, has said, old enough to count, old enough to mount. I want to remind you that Hassan has also called the police on his ex-girlfriend merely to just harass her. Just a couple examples. And by the way, all of these things are self-admitted. You don't have to take my word for it. You can go ask him. It's great. I know. Very cool.
if you live in this echo chamber where you only...
He's 45 years old, by the way.
listen to what Hassan says, or you live in this echo chamber where you only believe what Alex Jones is telling you, yeah, that's bad. I cannot criticize it because I pledge my allegiance.
Yeah, low-key though, Alex Jones is funny as fuck. I haven't watched his content in years, but man, that guy would tweak out on everything. They're putting chemicals in the water to turn the frogs gay. Like, I'm not gonna lie, bro, that shit was so funny.
To this party. It's like, no, dude, it's okay to seek different options and break away from an echo chamber. And people like Frogan, Hassan, Denims, and others have been brainwashed.
We are lucky that mainstream media does not know who the fuck Asmongold is. If I wanted to destroy Twitter, I would literally go to every single one of my journalist friends and be like, hey, cover Asmongold. Cover how cover how Twitch is allowing Asmongold to run rampant, to run his fucking dirty ass dick all up and down the goddamn platform, saying the most insane shit. But I'm not like that.
If you keep coming after me, I'm gonna call my journalist friends. I'm gonna call my friends who are journalists, cause I'm a journalist, guys. I'm a journalist. Shut the fuck up. What are you gonna tell them that Asmon said? Brother, if you think Asmon is even remotely comparable, and I'm sorry, guys, I'm so tired of all these fucking dumbasses on the internet saying, dude, Asmongold and Hassan are like just as bad as each other. They're two evils. If you actually think that, you are literally one of the most brainless people on this fucking platform. I want to remind you, Asmongold has said some edgy shit. He said some edgy shit, I'm not going to fucking lie, right? But he's apologized for it and attempted to atone and understood that what he has said was wrong. Let's be real. The Holocaust thing and the inferior culture thing. Let's just get it out of the fucking way. Apologize for both and admitted that he was wrong. That's great. I can respect the person when they fuck up. They can acknowledge their own wrongdoings. Let's talk about Hassan. Hassan has never admitted wrongdoing a single fucking time. When he gets banned, he cries the victim. When Asmongold gets banned, he says, you know what? Yeah, I probably deserve that, but I hope everybody gets the same punishment as I did when they also do that behavior. I want to remind you that Hassan is radicalizing his fucking viewers. Okay? He is bringing on terrorists onto his stream. He is glorifying terrorism in the United States. And he has never apologized for shit. And he never will. You want to know why? Because he's not entertaining to do anything else. And that's the fucking truth. The moment he admits his fault, he loses all of his audience of a radicalized far left extremist. And that is the truth. And you know I'm right. Let's keep going.
Asmongold, I don't want this fucking platform to perish because I'm selfish.
All Asmongold was answering is a what if. He didn't say, I'm gonna make sure politics are banned within 24 hours. No, it was just a what if question, and Hassan is already fucking.
I will say, people often call for the deplatforming of Hassan. I myself was also one of those people in the past. However, deplatforming Hassan, that doesn't do anything. All that does is give the opportunity for someone else to become the new Hassan. The issues that Hassan is making are things that Twitch itself needs to solve. It needs to put in principles in order to prevent the new Hassan from spawning. And the funniest thing ever, when politics gets banned, when extremist paraphernalia gets banned, when terrorism mentions are no longer allowed, watching Hassan's viewership drop lower and lower and lower and lower as he tries to make it as anything else is going to be the funniest shit on planet Earth. Imagine Hassan trying to play a video game. He will deplatform himself when he realizes his generic vanilla ass cannot make it as anything else other than a rage baiter of the logical human beings on this platform, as well as a promoter to the far left extremist. That's it. That's all they can do. That's all he'll ever do. And the moment they take that away from him, Hassan is fucked.
fucking crashing out. It's as if I'm live streaming and someone's like, yo, Sense, what do you think about kid YouTubers? And I'm like, I think they should be banned, and kids should be kids, and they should be allowed to go and fucking play outside, not have their fucking shitty parents shove their camera in their face to make some easy revenue. Strips kids from their childhood, and then someone could be on here and be like, you're just trying to destroy parents and their income. You know, it just becomes this whole thing. It's just a what if, Hassan, okay? I'm not here to fucking destroy a whole industry of child actors. It's just a what if, in my opinions, which is what happened with Asmongold, and Hassan's out here crashing out like a fucking retard. And there's also this moment where Hassan literally says one of the stupidest things ever. Asmongold is normalizing hate on Twitch. Hassan, you're literally the guy that said that America deserved 9/11. Now, I think it's funny. I think it's out of context and just as a meme. I think that's hilarious, okay? I'm not here to gatekeep 9/11 jokes. No, I mean, or humor. Joke about whatever the fuck you want. I'm not the joke police. I'm not here to monitor and tell you what you can laugh at and what you shouldn't be laughing at. I think 9/11 memes are funny, and I will play some, but YouTube will take it down, so I'm not gonna do that. It's like, how can you be like, Asmongold normalizes hate? And it's like, dude, have you seen your own fucking streams?
Yep.
I mean, you're the one that has called for multiple people to die. You're no angel either, dude. In my opinion, Hassan has spread a lot more hate than Asmongold.
And normalizing
Absolutely.
that.
By the way, the name of this video will be World's Fattest Streamer Does It Again.
Kind of discourse. Normal.
I had to normalize the discourse that won the election with a popular vote.
In the same exact ways that I have normalized, I guess, progressive values.
Okay. Be honest. Progressive values, like what? Like, I mean, what progressive value has Hassan normalized on Twitch?
True.
Nothing.
Literally
he hasn't
nothing.
Normalized anything.
Yep. True.
It's so crazy. Like, what are you talking about? This self-aggrandizement is outrageous. But no, the thing...
To shout out Decoy Voice. Loud lies lose to quiet truths. Everybody knows that Hassan is full of shit here.
...is that people watch Hassan because they already agree with him. It's the same thing as me. Like, it's outrageous. Except
my normalization of progressive values.
Right. My normalization is about all of the good things, and his normalization is about all of the bad things. Right? Because this
does not actually end up causing harm to others.
Really? So
didn't those two guys get shot, Hassan?
The normal. I wonder, what about those Filipinos that got taken hostage by which one was it that time? Oh yeah, the Houthis, supporting them. What about the people in Yemen that hate the Houthis because they're an oppressive paramilitary organization that is terrorists, and they're not even supported by the majority of the people there? So what are you talking about?
If I'm being real,
brother normalizes terrorism, and he says, guys, I'm not doing anything wrong. Okay, great.
For a second, and anyone that says Asmongold is just fucking lying. Asmongold is not normalizing hate. And if anything, once again, it's Hassan and his multiple calls to action to kill someone. And before we go, this literally came out today. I thought I might as well talk about it. So this is a Discord message from Hassan himself. If you're a YouTube content creator, I'm a YouTube content creator, so I'm guessing this is maybe towards me. I don't know. The parasocial allegations will never end. If you're a YouTube content creator who hasn't said dick about the Israel-Palestine, which I haven't, and you're only now starting to let your critical position on Israel be known after 19 months of genocide, since it's no longer going to cause you severe career penalties, and you spent any moment finger-wagging at people who have been correct the entire time, I will absolutely come after you. Whoa! Holy shit. I'm scared. I'm sweating, guys. I'm low-key a little scared now. Hassan coming after me? I don't know, man. I might just do my channel afterwards. If you come out with a critical position without trying to both sides it, then great. Welcome to the fold.
God, he's so based. It's actually crazy how there was actually a message you could still find on Hassan's Discord after he nuked it 3 separate times to remove all of the terrorist propaganda in it. Really strange how that works. Hassan, you're a piece of shit. Like, comment, subscribe. Frogan, eat some celery, dude. Come on, relax. My computer can't load another one of your videos, man. It's already heating up and screaming down there. Like, comment, subscribe.
Nintendo Switch 2 backward compatibility with Switch 1 titles. This is one of the biggest unknowns regarding the Switch 2, and we have all the answers in today's episode. Now, Nintendo did not give us a look at any of the previews of this feature outside of a webpage outlining the current compatibility list for their games, but many questions remain. How well does backward compatibility perform on the Switch 2? How good is the emulation? Do we see any boosts in frame rates, resolution, and loading speeds? And finally, is it even possible to get 100% compatibility with the minor exclusion here or there across the board? Well, we have all the answers. Back compat on the Switch 2 is one of the more interesting aspects of the hardware for me, as Nintendo had to opt for an entirely software-based solution. Now, whether you call this emulation, a translation layer, a compatibility layer, this is the first time Nintendo has resorted to not using previous hardware on their main board to facilitate back compat titles, but I'm happy to report testing various first and third party titles with the day one patch, that is the 20.1.0 firmware release, shows very good compatibility with the testing I've been doing over the past few days. Now, of course, Nintendo themselves admit games are playable in a basic state, and it's going to take many months of testing, not only from Nintendo, but from us, the consumer, to identify just how good or bad the backward compatibility is. Now, to be clear, back compat testing in this video is only going to be on games that currently do not have a Switch 2 Edition upgrade patch, and these backward compatible titles run in entirely what Nintendo calls NX compatible mode, the software layer that sits between the hardware and a Switch 1 title. As the process is very seamless, we just need to launch any Switch 1 title and it will launch as if it's just running on native hardware. And with the digital games tied to your Nintendo account or a physical Switch 1 game that can be read via the card slot on the Switch 2, it allows you to bring your games forward. But let's get down to some testing. First, let's discuss games that do see frame rate enhancements. That is, do Switch 1 titles running in NX compatible mode on the Switch 2 see any increase in frame rates? Unfortunately, it comes down to the bottleneck of the game that we saw on the original hardware. This is because all games on the Nintendo Switch 1 were not built equally. Generally speaking, games that are bottlenecked by the GPU will see improvements. However, in other cases, games that are CPU bound may not see the same improvements. It all depends on how the game was developed. For instance, Quake Remastered from 2021, this game runs at a locked 60 FPS on the Switch 1, except for the Dimension of the Machine expansion. If we go into the display options and enable anti-aliasing, ambient occlusion, depth of field, motion blur, fog, dynamic shadows, color light maps, basically turning everything on, we see in this hub area at the start of the mission pack, it struggles to run. As we strafe around the scene, the frame rate sits between 40 to 50 FPS with obvious slowdowns and performance issues. On the Switch 2, with the very same settings enabled, we'd see a locked 60 FPS at all times. The Switch 2 offers these wins for free with back compat titles that are GPU bound with the relatively weak GPU found on the Switch 1. The Switch 2, on the other hand, sees a significant performance boost. Now this is a very promising start. But let's talk about some more games. Borderlands 3 on the Nintendo Switch. This is a late UE4 title and overall a solid conversion on the Switch that could almost be considered impossible port levels of quality. It stays locked at 30 FPS, but the developers were forward thinking enough to include an uncapped frame rate option. And of course, this is the one that we are interested in. On the Switch in dock mode, uncapping the frame rate runs mostly between 30 to 45 FPS. All things considered, this is pretty decent on the Tegra X1 with responsive enough controls and image quality that looks like it's been applied with some type of FSR. Now, again, this is another game that's hamstrung by the GPU and memory bandwidth limitations of the Switch 1. On the Switch 2 then, first impressions look very good. Borderlands 3 runs at 60 FPS and it stays there. You get this performance right out of the box on the Switch 2. However, this is the first time that I noticed an issue with back compat during my tests, and there's a few things going on here. The biggest issue is the screen tearing that's apparent. It's very noticeable and quite distracting. And second, there's an interesting strobing issue where the entire background geometry appears to strobe in and out. It's particularly distracting during nighttime scenes in the game. Now, of course, a Borderlands 3 Switch 2 patch could address these issues right up. But as we mentioned, back compat is software based and Nintendo can hopefully work with Gearbox to address these issues in an updated patch. The 60 FPS boost is welcome, transformative even, but the screen tearing does outline Nintendo's back compat testing may not yet be as comprehensive as we would have liked. Memory bandwidth limitations is another trouble area that's caused many performance issues on Switch 1. The hardware runs at a 25.6 gigabit per second for docked mode and a lower 21.3 gigabits per second in handheld mode. With a modded Switch 1 and overclocking tools, it is possible to push those memory clocks to extreme amounts. On the Switch 2, we're talking about 102 gigabits per second for docked and 68 gigabits per second in handheld mode. Now on paper, any game that is crippled by memory bandwidth issues on the Switch 1 should see improvements on Switch 2. But how do we fare in real-world testing? Well, let's take Bayonetta 3, a very popular title with a 60 FPS target. On the Switch 1, it suffers from significant performance issues. During testing a few years ago, increasing GPU and memory clocks certainly does smooth out those frame rates, but the 60 FPS lock seemed out of reach, at least on my overclock Switch. The Switch 2 then, with its increase in GPU and memory clocks, shows a vast improvement in performance, which will make fans of the game very happy. Bayonetta 3 was a late game in the Switch 1 lifecycle, which took nearly the entire generation to ship, and perhaps it was best held back for the Switch 2. But what we see here is a locked 60 FPS, and in my tests, I haven't seen a single frame drop, but as this is a Switch 1 title, it only hits a max resolution of 810p, and in handheld mode, the game looks much worse at 480p, but Nintendo has the right approach by prioritizing performance over visuals when we're talking about backward compatibility. Unfortunately, however, this can come at the expense of games that look poor in handheld mode due to the larger screen of the hardware. Doom 2016, the impossible port from Panic Button, aimed for a 30 FPS target, and much of the time it gets there, but during heavy battles it does tend to dip into the low 20s. Over on the Switch 2 then, it hits and stays locked at 30 FPS at all times. Now the interesting thing to note here is that this game, like many Switch titles, has a dynamic resolution when the action gets busy. The resolution drops to prioritize frame rates, and Doom 2016 is an interesting use case, both in handheld and dock mode. In both instances, it targets 720p. The current implementation of the NX compatibility mode on the Switch 2 shows no increases in resolution, whether it's handheld or docked, and there is no implementation of DLSS or any other upscaling or internal upresing to 1080p or higher. In other words, you're getting the very same resolution that you were getting on the Nintendo Switch. While this means that most of the time dynamic resolution isn't applied thanks to the performance games of the hardware, it also means that the games are still tied to the maximum original resolution of the original title, either in handheld or in docked mode. So if a Nintendo Switch title targeted 540p in handheld mode, then we'll start to notice that dreaded Vaseline effect on the Switch 2. And with the larger screen, it means that this Vaseline effect is much more obvious. Xenoblade Chronicles is another great example of this. The developers deployed a dynamic resolution to keep performance to as close as 30 FPS as possible. In handheld mode, the resolution drops to as low as 368p with a max running at 540p. To make the game look cleaner, a temporal AA and sharpening filter is applied. On the Switch 2, this makes the game look much worse, resulting in a very cluttered image quality. Of course, this is a first-party title, and I would expect the entire Xenoblade series to make its way onto the Switch 2 with patches. As it stands, it's far from optimal. Marvel Ultimate Alliance is another title that targets 30 FPS, and when the action heats up, it can drop into the low 20s on the Nintendo Switch 1. However, on the Switch 2, the back compat layer runs nicely, smoothing out performance and locking at 30 FPS. It's not all perfect, however. The game's lack of anti-aliasing really does hurt the visual quality of the game, but compared to the Switch 1, both of these titles are the preferred way to play. Next up is Batman Arkham Knight. This is the Unreal Engine 3 title that I absolutely wanted to try out on the Switch 2. On the Switch 1, if you recall, it was a mess. Obviously, the game is overly ambitious for the Switch 1, and it's just too demanding. While the developers tried every trick in the book to make the game run at playable speeds, it just doesn't work. There's advanced lighting, particles, and rain effects, and of course there's physics, which is a very important part of the entire game. The driving sequences especially are almost unplayable. Many buildings and objects are destructible, which really brings out the feeling of the game. but unfortunately the complex physics in the game is one of the main factors of the performance issues, and when you are in the driving sequences, it's almost unplayable. And it's during these driving sequences where the game's streaming system simply cannot keep up with the gameplay, and the poor old Switch can't keep up with the demands of everything being thrown at it. On the Switch 2, during these same driving sequences, the game doesn't miss a beat, running at 30 FPS with 0 frame pacing issues. This is a nice little redemption arc for the game that never really seemed to fit on the Switch. Of course, the resolution and textures aren't optimal, and a patch to improve visual fidelity for Switch 2 would be most welcome. But it's $10 on the eShop, and all of a sudden, this game's gone from an unplayable mess to not a bad purchase at all. Now let's move on to a game that is notoriously CPU bound, Dragon Quest Builders 2. This is one of the worst performing Switch 1 titles that I've ever seen. Developed using the Fire engine, it's notoriously CPU bound. And the thing is, it starts out mostly fine. The game looks very clean on the Switch and runs at a decent level of performance as you start out. However, as you play through the quest mode, the frame rate starts to drop, ever so slowly. And you can easily verify this by opening up another user's world, and there are some very complex ones out there. Take this one here for example. Performance is in the low teens, and even can drop below 10 frames per second. This is the lowest frame rate I've ever seen on the Nintendo Switch, but unfortunately I wasn't able to capture this when it was running at 7 FPS. Either way, this is a completely unplayable experience on the Switch in my opinion. And this is where we run into the biggest issue with backward compatibility, CPU-bound games. On the Switch 2, Dragon Quest Builders 2 fares somewhat better by boosting FPS by around 10 to 15, but it's apparent that CPU-bound back-compat titles on Switch 2 aren't optimal. While we will see some performance boost mainly due to L1 and L2 cache increases and memory bandwidth increases, there's only so much that can be done here. The CPU clocks on both Switch 1 and Switch 2 are roughly around the same. I think it's fair to say that any game that does its majority of processing on the CPU side is going to struggle on the Switch 2 without a Switch 2 Edition patch, which would ultimately require refactoring CPU-bound code to GPU compute units to optimize the game better for the target hardware. But more often than not, many games will see improvement. Resident Evil Revelations 2 is another Switch 1 title with an uncapped frame rate, which runs at around 40 to 45 FPS. Now I remember back in the day I was hopeful for a performance patch, but it never came. Well, I guess the performance patch is the Switch 2 itself, because going back to this early section, and once again running through the game, it hits 60 FPS with only a minor drop in frames here or there. The only real concern, again, is the visual fidelity, which could use a Switch 2 boost. Hopefully Capcom will revisit the entire Resident Evil games with Switch 2 enhancements and updates. This would be most welcome and would make many fans of Resident Evil quite happy. Another more recent title that had suffered from performance issues on Switch is Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. Targeting 60 FPS but never quite getting there, on Switch 2, again exhibiting a very nice performance boost at 60 FPS locked. This is especially welcome with the precise timing necessary to block and perform combos. Now the last thing that I do want to mention here is that there are many games that are currently being tested, and it's going to take quite a long time to get through all of them. And once again, I mentioned it's really up to us, the community, to perform the tests ourselves to identify which games run really well and which are still suboptimal. And the last thing that I do want to cover are loading speeds. Now in real world tests, these are much improved over Switch 1, including backward compatible titles. But this is something I'll definitely cover much more in a future episode, as there are differences in speeds between the SD card express slot and the internal storage. And if you do want to see more backward compatibility testing done, let me know the games that you'd like to see in the description below. But I do hope you got a taste of backward compatibility on Switch 2 with Switch 1 titles. I think overall it's exceptionally good. There's definitely some teething problems that Nintendo need to work with developers to iron out, but I think overall this is a pretty good solution, especially when we're talking about day one on the Nintendo Switch, and the backward compatibility support can really only get better. I am very happy to see that Nintendo has opted for a software-based solution, because this means finally the stake in the ground has been set. With future Nintendo hardware, assuming it continues to be ARM-based, backward compatibility is only going to get better, so this is a really great thing. But that is going to do it for today's episode. Let me know what you thought about it in the comments below. Don't forget to leave me a like, and we will catch you guys in the next episode. Bye for now.
The S stands for stronger, smarter. No, but it stands for small. Small phones died with the Zenfone 10, the Legend. That was the last under 6-inch screen size flagship phone, and they're not coming back. So now it's time to redefine basically what a small flagship phone is. And it seems like the new bar we've set is 6.3 inches. So if a screen size of a flagship phone is under 6.3 inches, then that's one of the smallest flagship phones. So iPhone 16 is a 6.1 inch screen. Galaxy S25 is a 6.2 inch screen. Xiaomi 15 is right around 6.3. And this new phone, this OnePlus 13S, is one of the best small flagship phones out there at 6.3 inches. And if you're willing to accept that that is the new bar, then this is kind of like the Zenfone 10 reincarnated, except for 2025. Now my asterisk is this phone is not coming to the US, so if you're here, that's kind of a bummer, because I really like this phone, but it's not going to have all the bands required to be great in the US. But I've got my hands on it anyway, and there's basically 3 things you need to know. The first one is obvious. It has full flagship specs on paper. Snapdragon 8 Elite, 12 gigs of fast RAM, and up to a ½ terabyte of UFS 4.0 storage. And this display up front is 6.3 inches, like I said, extremely small and even bezels all the way around, and really easy on the eyes. Almost 1440p resolution still, 120 Hz LTPO, and up to 1600 nits, or all the way down to 1.1 nits with PWM dimming. So they've cut down the size, but not really any other qualities of this screen. And even beyond the on-paper specs, this feels like a flagship phone too. It's compact, but this is a rock solid phone. Also really clicky buttons. And then of course this nice satin glass on the back. And it is very up to speed on the flat front and back aesthetic that is trendy with 2025 smartphones, which I also happen to be a fan of. And then with this relatively normal looking camera square on the back, if this phone was like 20% bigger, it would basically look and feel exactly like any other normal flagship. But thanks to its dimensions, it's a little bit lighter, a little bit more reachable, and a little more comfortable in every way. But also, they have done the OnePlus thing. And that either means nothing to you, or you hear that and you wince a little bit because you've watched these videos for a while, and you remember that doing the OnePlus thing means, number one, they didn't add wireless charging to this phone, and number two, the camera is, I would just say, not going to be the reason why you buy this phone. But here's the battery situation here, and this one is so interesting to me. The battery is the strongest part of the OnePlus 13S. Inside, this thing has a 5,850 milliamp hour battery, which is incredible. Just for context, 4,000 milliamp hours, 5,000 milliamp hours, 5850. I mean, that's incredible. This phone has easy 2-day battery life with normal use. Like I said, Zenfone reincarnated type stuff. And I'm using my phone at a high brightness, high refresh rate, everything on, endless battery here. And then the cherry on top is it's also 80-watt fast charging. So you can always plug in for a few minutes every couple of days and be good to go again. So yeah, there's no wireless charging, and that's an easy ding, but this is absolutely the perfect use case for a silicon carbon battery. It lets us break physics a little bit and make the phone smaller, but still have a massive flagship size capacity, is what I would say if this was a silicon carbon battery, but it's not. All of the specs I just said are true. 5,850 milliamp hours, 80 watt charging, 2-day battery life, not silicon carbon. When I first saw the spec sheet for this phone, I literally assumed it was silicon carbon because this is a tiny phone. It's impossible, right? It can't be a regular lithium ion battery, but it's not. And that was kind of shocking. I kind of can't believe it's not. But then the second cherry on top for this phone is the version they're selling in China is going to swap out the 32 megapixel selfie camera for a 16 megapixel smaller camera and does have a silicon carbon battery because of the different priorities in that market. So that version is a 6,260 milliamp hour battery. Wow. Like, I cannot imagine how good the battery life of that phone is going to be. Either way, the battery is a huge highlight of this phone. It's pretty sick. Now the cameras, as I mentioned, not so much. I mean, they're fine. You've heard this about OnePlus phones in the past. They're passable. They're just not going to be the reason you buy this phone. This is the same sensor as the ROG Phone 9 and the Moto Edge 50, just to give you an idea. And they chose to pair that main camera with a 2x telephoto for some reason, instead of an ultra-wide or a better zoom. But you can immediately get much more out of an S25 with its triple cameras, for example, or even others with a dual camera where one of them is an ultra-wide. But the third and final thing you should know about this phone is that OnePlus's AI has arrived on it. And I've been testing it for a little while. It's one of those things that, again, you can easily dive all the way into it or totally ignore it and not use any of it. I tend to not use a lot of this stuff. But of course they want to make it as easy as possible to dive right in because they've replaced the usual beloved alert slider with a single button here. And you can see where this is going. This is a customizable button called the plus key. And sure enough, just like the iPhone's action button, they've built a special, very dark UI that they've stapled into their settings app for customizing exactly how you want this button to behave. And the default is saving whatever you're doing to the mind space, which is this AI organized memory bank for all your screenshots and taking action on them and pulling information out of them later. Pretty damn similar to the Nothing Phone's essential space. I've talked about this before. Cool concept, like every once in a while it's a really cool, useful thing, like someone sends you a text with a screenshot of a concert poster and then you can like save it and get the information later. It's nice, but it also doesn't work anywhere outside of this phone. So it doesn't sync anywhere. I can't triage this on a bigger screen on my laptop or something like that. So it breaks my #1 rule of organizational software of not being multi-platform. But there's also other little stuff like there's an AI editor in the Photos app now that will unblur moving objects and erase reflections in glass or erase background objects. Pretty classic stuff that we've seen. And there's a Translate app that does live audio translations for multilingual conversations. Nothing like mind-blowing or groundbreaking that we haven't already seen on other phones before, but it is nice that OnePlus at least has this stuff built in now instead of relying on Google for it. This is also coming via a software update to the OnePlus 13, although that phone still has a slider instead of the button, so you have to access it with a 3-finger swipe up instead. I'd take the slider. Now, some other little things I noticed while dailying this phone should come with the context of the price. So, here is that price. It's pretty good, $650 roughly equivalent in the US. Again, feeling like the Zenfone reincarnated. But I did notice things like the fingerprint reader under the display being optical instead of the faster ultrasonic fingerprint sensors. Not a huge deal, but makes sense at this price point. I also found the lack of double tapping the power button for camera kind of weird on this phone. I feel like 99 out of every 100 Android phones that crosses my plate automatically has double click for camera turned on, or at least lets me easily turn it on. But unless I'm missing something, this is like the 1 out of 100 that doesn't. But you can, I guess, remap the plus key to be the camera quick launch if you want to do that instead. But then speaking of the plus key, that animation, I mean, do I really have to say it? I mean, we all know they just... Okay, as long as we're on the same page. Also, sweet new feature that I discovered on this phone, but that's probably more useful on bigger phones, this icon pull-down gesture in Oxygen OS 15. This is so smart. It basically just takes all of your clickable icons on your home screen and just drags them down to the corner to make them reachable with a single swipe. It is so clever. I love it. But overall, moral of the story is the benchmark for compact or small flagship phones has moved up, basically over 6 inches now. But if you want the one with the best battery life, there's no question this is it. Super smooth software, super fast charging, and it has the AI features built in now, which is great. If it's camera you're after, this probably isn't the one. If you live in the US, sorry, probably can't really get one here. Or if you do, it'll be kind of a pain. Thanks for watching. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
Can I do a quick double check, sound check type beat?
Nintendo Switch 2 as well. Nintendo Switch 2 OLED. Nintendo Switch 2 OLED Pro XL.
All right, I'm gonna say that's good. Andrew, you one more time.
Nintendo Switch 2 Lite. Nintendo Switch 2A. Nintendo Switch 2 Pro. Nintendo Switch 2 3.
Okay, can you pretend I said something really funny, please?
No, I've never imagined that in my life.
Yo, what is up, people of the internet? Welcome back to another episode of the Waveform Podcast. We're your hosts. I'm Marquez.
I'm Andrew.
And I am the Nintendo Switch 2. Finally.
Only video viewers will appreciate what just happened. Audio listeners think we are just exhausting this joke, but I swear David's holding a Switch 2.
I am. In my hands.
His name's actually David, but there's a Switch 2 right there. Yeah, wow. In today's episode, we got some predictions for WWDC, because that's next week, so we can chat about that a little bit. But also, Switch 2 in the hand, first/second impressions, looking at it again alongside my Switch 1 and your Switch OLED. And also, we're going to have a fun little game/activity where we're going to go through our smartphone chronology. Every smartphone we've owned. It's going to be different/difficult for some of us, but you'll see. You'll see what we mean. But first, the great distraction of 2026. Which is that to distract the world from its perhaps slightly lackluster WWDC announcements, Apple is going to rename all of their software operating systems to 26 to match next year's year, 2026. So where we would ordinarily have gotten, I took a screenshot of this to make sure I could remember. Where we ordinarily would have gotten iOS 19, iPadOS 19, tvOS 19, macOS 16, watchOS OS 12 and Vision OS 3.
2, I thought.
Instead,
No, 3.
Oh.
Yeah.
Instead, we will get iOS 26, iPadOS 26, tvOS 26, macOS 26, watchOS 26, and Vision OS 26. Thank you, Mark Gurman, for that write-up.
Can I give you a hot take?
Yeah.
I'm like all for this in general, but also I never really understood the car thing. Like, I know that it is...
Oh.
Like how car model years are always just the name of the next year?
Yeah, but do cars always come out at the end of the year?
Yeah.
So kind of.
So to go on that, it's all matching the year, except that this comes out in 2025, but it's because it's like the end of 2025. So I guess the majority year, it's the default.
It's not really the end of 2025.
But it sounds
way
way more...
closer to the end.
Think about this. It's software. You want to sound futuristic. Imagine using 2025 software.
Hey, Laura.
Yeah.
Is your vibe skibbity? Because you're Ohio level fun and I'm trying to risk you up for real.
Dante?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, Laura.
Yeah.
Is your vibe skibbity? Because you're...
I feel so sorry for American people because they don't ever get to go to America and play being an American. Like, look at the light switch.
What do you mean?
That's so American. And look at the soap.
No. How else do you want a light to function? Do you have little pull tabs on all of them? British light switch. These?
I feel so sorry for American people because they don't ever get to go to America and play being an American. Like, look at the light switch.
What do you mean?
that's so American, and look at the soap.
No. How else do you want a light to function? Do you have little pull tabs on all of them?
Men only want one thing. It's not money, it's not power, it's Men only want one thing. It's not money, it's not power, it's
This is why every second matters. Ali Frankenstein with $2 Canadian said don't look up why chainsaws were invented.
Hey, oh God!
Give me all your money in the register now!
Nah, I don't think I will.
Do you think I'm playing?
You've just painted your hand black.
Do you want to die today?
Do you think I'm an idiot?
Shots fired, shots fired. I'm going in.
Hey, oh God!
Brock, I think you're scaring Pikachu. I don't see nothing. Look again. It's James from Team Rocket. Brock, I think you're scaring Pikachu.
Funny story about pedophiles though. So I met my first pedophile when I was 16 at the gym, and he used to like touch my back and stuff and say, wow, you're getting very muscular. And then he ended up getting kicked from the gym because he told one of my friends that if he was a girl, he would buy him.
I met my first pedophile when I was 13 and got raped.
Funny story about pedophiles though. So I met my first pedophile.
Oh, fuck.
Oh!
Oh, no, dude.
He fucking owned me, dude! He fucking owned me!
Oh, fuck.
Oh!
Oh, no, dude.
He fucking owned me, dude! He fucking owned me!
Oh.
You're gonna love this place. I don't know if you mean that facetiously, my man. I'm unsure if you mean that in a joking context. It is very... Oh. I'm already in love. Already? Love what it's got going on. You're gonna love this place. I don't know if you mean that facetiously, my man. I'm unsure if you mean that in a joking context. It is very... Oh. I'm already in love. Oh.
Is that Miccolo? Is that femboy? Oh.
Are there any questions you want to ask me?
You know, how many times can you rhyme tearing me apart, breaking my heart?
Well, let's see. Homer and Bart, medical chart, strawberry tart, Sir Dollar cart, back to the start, postmodern art, plastic lawn dart, missing a part, Humphrey Bogart, lighting a fart, and blue light specials each day at Kmart. 11. Are there any questions you want to ask me?
You know, how many times can you rhyme tearing me apart, breaking my heart?
Well, let's see. Homer and Bart.
Fire rescue. Oh, hey sir, did you call 911? Yeah, I fell a couple minutes ago and now my knee hurts right here. Okay, is there anything else hurting besides your knee? No, I mean, not that I can think of. Nothing at all. Like maybe perhaps in this area? Oh, this? Yes, that. Oh, dude, I've had this for years, man. I woke up one day, rolled over in bed, and there it was. Wait, do you think I should get this checked out? Yes, and please let me be there. Fire rescue. Oh, hey sir, did you call?
2 of the following videos are true
All
while
right,
the
here's
other
another
one
one.
is trash. Can you spot the fake? Round 2, let's begin. If you take some toothpaste, a spoonful of cornstarch, and iron filings, mix it and add some water, and then leave it in the sun to evaporate the excess water, you'll be left with a gooey putty that can be manipulated with a magnet.
All right, I mean, you got some ferromagnetic material there, the iron filings. You have a non-Newtonian fluid in the form of the cornstarch, but there's no binding agent here. You might get a chalky cake with dust that sticks to magnets, but no. This is a bit like saying, yeah, just mix some depleted uranium, PVC pipe, maybe some happy thoughts, and boom, you have a reactor. No, you don't.
If you clink a carbonated beverage from above, the beverage will spill over.
That's a dirty prank. Well, they're super saturated with CO2, so it don't take much. Touching triggers a pressure wave, results in rapid nucleation, a runaway chain reaction of bubbles. Kinda like a prompt criticality vent, but foamy and less tragic.
If you add milk to Coke, the Coke reacts with the milk and causes the milk to curdle. After a few hours, the drink will be clear enough that you can see through it.
Well, Coke is acidic, and milk is a colloid, and yeah, it will precipitate, or curdle, as he says. Kind of like a chemical precipitation step in fuel reprocessing, where it coax contaminants into solids and separate from liquids, though with less calories.
You've seen all 3 videos now.
A is
Pause
fake.
to vote in the comments which one you thought was fake. If you thought this trick was fake because of this horrible jump
in January 2026. It already feels out of date, right?
That's true.
So you might as well just name it 2026 so that all of next year it feels right.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I get
Software. Yeah, I think this is fine. It's going to make it easier to remember. When I make my video, I won't accidentally say watchOS 9 or 10 instead of the wrong number. It's just going to be easy. Everything's 26. Cool. This is what Samsung did with their phones not too long ago. I think starting in 2020, we got the Galaxy S20 just to match the year. Cool.
Well, I'm at least still glad that they're putting the place names on the macOS versions at the end. So it should be macOS 26 Tahoe.
Yeah. Is it Lake Tahoe or
my
just Tahoe?
hometown?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to have like a picture of someplace you recognize or something?
It's a rattlesnake den.
It's a picture of Chuck Yeager.
Please, no. That's a deep cut, Ellis.
But no, I think what we're actually expecting to see, the main, maybe most exciting thing, if we don't get many in the way of AI updates, is this new visual refresh of iOS, which has... We're expecting glass. We're expecting Vision OS-like, crystal-like, foggy, glass-looking type UI across the board.
Skeuomorphic, realistic.
I think it qualifies as skeuomorphic because it's material design, if you will.
If you will.
It's material. But
by any other name.
Yeah, things will feel transparent and it will change the looks and shapes and aesthetics of the entire OS. Yeah. I think it'll be fun. Are they going to do this with the Watch OS too, or is it just the phone?
I imagine it should be everything.
So, everything. Mac OS, Watch OS,
Yeah.
TV OS, Vision, everything is going to be classic.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I'm very curious in how this ends up feeling, but any big difference is kind of nice because the last big update on the iPhone, at least, was iOS 7. So it's kind of cool seeing, a big visual refresh.
Tech just goes in circles though, doesn't it? Remember Windows 7?
Oh, yeah.
The whole thing was Arrow.
Uh-huh.
Which is glass. I feel like that's not
Also,
new.
if you watch any of Microsoft's ads, they all have like that arrow glassy design.
Yeah, arrow glass, yeah.
So,
I like that they're putting them all more similar together, like the names. Their whole thing is that they're trying to make this easier to switch between everything, which I think Mac for so long has been, the iPhone or the Mac is the easier thing to use for like non-tech people. But at the same time, I'm so interested to see what all of our like family thinks about this big update, because I still know like change is very scary to people who aren't in our world. I know people who still haven't switched to iOS 18 because the gallery change.
Yeah. Oh.
And like
that one's totally fair though. Like, the new Photos app is dramatically worse.
It is, but like that also means none of them have RCS, which means we did a bad job converting them.
Dang.
But there's someone in our office who hasn't switched because of the gallery.
Oh, wow.
And I shamed him the other day.
Oh, you can name him.
Tim.
Tim. RCS, man. You're missing out.
Yeah, wow.
That's crazy.
It's okay. I message him on Telegram, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
But like, I'm this is supposed to be easier.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are going to be scared of it outside of our world.
Well, we'll see, because, there's a lot of, weird natural elements, and Sebastian DeWitt, who makes Halide and Lux and all this stuff, he did a really good write-up about what he imagines that it will probably end up looking like, and he was mentioning in this write-up that a lot of the stuff that it's probably going to look similar to, Apple's been kind of quietly adding to the iPhone for the last few years. If you'll remember, the shortcuts section of the iPhone on the shortcut button
looks
nothing like the rest of the UX.
I talk about that a lot. And it's weird because a lot of other phones have copied that since then. Like the action button looks like they just like bolted on this weird UI that doesn't match the rest of the phone.
Yes.
And then look at OnePlus's like new thing. It looks exactly the same. It just looks totally different from the rest of the phone.
Yeah.
But you're saying this is going to become like...
I think that will sort of set the standard for what a lot of the rest of the UI will look like. You've also got things like the dynamic island and how it's sort of like fluid, but also kind of like skeuomorphic in a way, very wavy. It's a very good blog. You should go read it, and we'll see how close it is to the actual announcement.
Yeah, he does some like mock-ups, and they look really nice.
They
I
do.
mean, I think it would be a good UI update.
They look so good that I saw people that were reporting on them as leaks, and everyone was like, "These are not leaks."
Oh my gosh.
It was
This is one of those things, though, are people going to make these really beautiful like mock-ups, and then we're going to see the real thing and be like, I wish it was the mock-up.
It'll be fun to compare this to Material 3 Expressive, horrible name, but they're very different directions. So it's kind of nice to have two very distinct styles instead of just having all technology that just converges.
True, because there was a while there where everything was like flat white, lots of blank spaces, super minimal.
Like you could not tell the difference between the setting screen of the Pixel and the iPhone for quite a while.
Yeah.
They look the same.
Yeah, so I like that they're diverging a little bit. I do think Material 3 Expressive, despite its horrible name, is actually really nice.
Yeah, for sure.
Just been using on my Pixel 9, so yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Well, some other smaller WWDC rumors / predictions.
Write some down. You mentioned AI already.
Yeah.
Mark Gurman does not seem to think we're gonna get a lot of AI from this one. He says, first of all, he just doesn't think new series are ready yet. And he claimed he doesn't think AI will be the headliner.
Yeah.
Despite Apple needing a comeback.
Very stark contrast to Google I/O. Literally 2 weeks ago, it was like, this will be an hour and a half straight of AI advancements.
Yeah.
Go.
Which is why they did the Android show separately.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And now Apple's going to get on stage and go, new designs, new names.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
It's like what WWDC used to be before they got forced to do a bunch of AI stuff by the investors. And now they're like, we're not ready, so we're just going to go back to what we know. But there have been a few little sprinkles of AI that a lot of rumors have been speculating on. Apparently, the Shortcuts app is set to get Apple Intelligence, which allows you to create shortcuts with natural language, which I think is very cool. Because even though the Shortcuts app is not that used by normal people because it has a very if this then that kind of structure, which for people that haven't taken programming might be a little bit confusing to use. If you could just say, hey, when I get home, I want you to blah, blah, blah. I want you to open my blinds and turn on my lights. And it creates a shortcut that does that. I think that could be very powerful.
Is this vibe coding?
This is vibe coding for if this, then that.
For everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For everybody.
It's essentially, you just tell your phone what you want it to do, and it figures out what you said and makes the Siri shortcut command to do it.
Yeah.
I think that's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They also had announced last year that Gemini was going to be an option instead of ChatGPT to use on the iPhone when it needed to check stuff.
I would do that.
And I think that this year might be the year where they actually introduce it.
I would love that.
Yeah.
I use Gemini all the time.
Yeah.
Couple other things. Charging estimates on the lock screen. That was something I read. And as a non-iPhone user, I was like, this is the typical, like, wait, it doesn't have that?
Yeah. I think every phone I've tested for the last decade, other than the iPhone, has had this.
It's wild.
As soon as you plug it in, it's like, yeah, it'll be 4 hours, 34 minutes before your phone's full. Like, yeah. And you put it on a slow charger, it tells you a longer time. You put it on a fast charger, you're like, oh, this is better. It'll take less time.
They're not burning that under Apple Intelligence, are they?
I think they might. I
hope so.
Because that was one of the things I read was they're supposed to be doing battery optimizations using Apple Intelligence. So this could easily be looped in under this, where it's like, oh, we can tell you how long your phone's going to take to charge.
What if they are just like, we are expanding Apple Intelligence, and they just announce a bunch of stuff that's not using AI at all, and then they're like, forget all the things that we said we were going to announce.
So they can up their we shipped it percentage?
Yeah, exactly.
What do we think? How little do they mention Siri in WWDC? Since it's not new Siri we were supposed to have.
I mean, unless it is ready. It could be ready.
That would be the surprise of Dub.
They would have to say it is shipping in the developer beta today if they're going to mention it at all.
Do you guys want to bet on an over-under how many times they say Siri?
Could you imagine
points, your
a Dub
points?
with no Siri?
I think
Without
say
saying
it
Siri
once.
They have to say it. I'm taking the over if it's 1, but I think it's going to be a few. They have to say Siri shortcuts, right? Because shortcuts is a Siri shortcuts.
Oh, is it called Siri shortcuts?
I think so. It's just a shortcuts app, but I
Yeah.
think they're called Siri shortcuts.
That's dumb.
So maybe they'll say Siri like 4 times or something. Because they don't. The thing that we're hoping happened is they learned their lesson a little bit.
Yeah.
And they won't go announcing a bunch of features that aren't ready and might not ship for months/years.
Yeah.
But that also means that there's probably way less for them to talk about because a lot of the stuff they're working on is not ready and won't be for months/years. So if they're going to talk about Siri, which last time they said they were having this huge update for, it better be ready.
Yeah, it is funny. Apple, I think, needs to. They worry so much more about when they ship something, it working flawlessly, continuously, like most of the time. Because all of these other AI companies, they'll show a demo, and it'll work in the demo, or it doesn't work in the demo, like Google's done. And then they actually ship it, and it basically doesn't work, and it's like unusable.
Yeah.
But Apple, I don't think that they want to do that because they're just afraid of all the bad press they're gonna get.
Yeah.
So.
And on top of it, it sounds like not only was it not perfect, it sounds like it wasn't even remotely close
Not even
and
remotely
so messed up that they couldn't even fix it.
Yeah.
So they're in a rough spot with
I feel like there was some engineer at Apple that was just so terrified to tell their manager that they weren't done with their project yet, and they were just like, "Oh, it's too late at this point."
Hey, your thing's in the presentation. It's good to go, right? Yeah. It's ready.
And then he takes a flight somewhere and never comes back.
So my favorite rumor was Mark Gurman said they might be bringing live translation to AirPods, which I think Ellis has somehow created 2025 as the year of live translation
again
through finally snapping at the end
You're
of last
welcome,
year.
Silicon Valley investors.
Finally
I
happening.
did this for you.
Yeah.
So that sounds like you would be wearing AirPods. At least one person's wearing AirPods,
Yes.
and you speak your language. They can't understand you, but if they speak,
If I'm wearing them, you speak to me in Spanish. It
Yeah.
sends that to my iPhone. My iPhone translates it and then
Sure.
plays it out of the iPhone, I think is what Mark Gurman said.
Which, by the way, if that's the case, why don't you just do it from the phone? I've always done this, where you have Google Translate. You can just speak into it in your language. It comes out in the other language, and it goes back and forth. What's the big deal with it being on the headphone?
totally true. But just think about you saw her, right? Think
no.
Think about I said this last episode.
Have you seen her, Marcus?
Yes, but the platonic ideal of AI live translation is humans just walk around speaking their language and everyone understands them and you understand everyone. So I don't want to have a device out. I don't want to have to whatever. I just got this little ear pod in my ear and boom, I have a superpower.
But you do because it has to play out the iPhone.
Well, if I want to talk back to
I
them.
guess if you want to talk.
Yeah. So you either are
Hello,
both
just
wearing
speak to me.
AirPods, in which case
is
you can
Apple's perfect
That's
world.
the Apple perfect
Yeah.
world magic moment. Matter of fact, they might have a commercial or
Well-
some ad where both people are wearing AirPods doing live translation to each other, speaking totally different languages and understanding each other. Because that's the visual they want.
I hate this.
Which is like a magic. I don't know what language you're speaking, but I understand you, the human.
Yeah.
They want that moment.
It's just so rare that you're going to be hearing another language where you don't need to communicate back.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is funny, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but this is a rumor, so I don't even know. But like you said, if the phone is out, you just speak into the phone and turn it, and it speaks back. In this scenario, you speak back to me in another language into my phone, and then I listen to it on a delay, but you just watch me sit there
I know,
don't hear if it's talking or
kinda
know when it's done. Yeah.
Because I don't get the audio cue that he's actually listening to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just listening to Creed in my headphones
Maybe-
while you're talking to my phone.
Maybe one person has the AirPods with the live translation, and the other person is let's say I'm so here's the situation this is going to work, right?
All right.
I'm a tourist. I go to a country that people speak a different language. I have the AirPods in.
Yeah.
So I'm glad I have my AirPods because when I walk up to someone and go, "Hey, where is this street?" They have no idea what I said.
Right.
Never mind. That's okay. They have something to tell me, but I don't have anything to say to them. That's when it works. So they walk up to me and say something, and I go, I understand, and then I walk away. That's it. That's what you get. Because I can't communicate
Hello,
back.
it is
unless I
me,
take my
tourist.
phone out.
Please ask me a question about my city.
The most magical technology can be amazing moment I ever had was when I was in the remote mountains of Japan, and the taxi driver had no idea where to take me, and I was able to just speak into my phone, and it came out in Japanese, and he spoke back in, and it came out in English.
Yeah.
That helped him understand. understand that we were having
That it was happening.
communication.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Now you can lean over and put your AirPods in his ears.
No, the better scenario. The better scenario is you take one of your waxy earbuds out of your ear and you stick it in the stranger's ear.
Oh no. That cannot be the ad. That can't be.
I really wonder how because the original Pixel Buds had this, the ones with the wire.
Yes.
Tried to have this.
Well, yeah, but it was practically the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Unless Apple is actually able to do something special some scenario that we're not thinking of.
I can't wait to see this. I feel like we're either missing something or this is going to be so funny.
Yeah, I think the ad has to be I have my AirPods in and also I have my phone out to read something in a different language.
Yeah.
So I go to a place, nobody speaks the same language as me. I say it to my phone, they hear something, they reply back, and I just hear it in my earbuds.
Yeah.
And then that's how we're talking.
But that sucks.
Which is not as good because they're not really fully seeing that I'm hearing what they're saying.
Right.
I just want to say, if we get to Dub and we see this commercial and at the end, little text at the bottom of the screen says, coming 2026, I am going to laugh so hard.
Well, according to the OS number, it's already 2026.
Coming in iOS 2026. How about that?
Uh-oh.
There you
Got him.
Got him. Okay. Some other existing app features that may be updated according to Mac rumors. Messages may get automatic translations and support for calls, which I don't really know what support for calls means, like VoIP, but you can already do that via FaceTime, so I'm not really sure. FaceTime audio. I don't know. Maybe they'll change FaceTime audio to not be called FaceTime audio because that already is a horrible name. Music may get full screen animated lock screen art. Cool.
Yeah, that's like a Android-y thing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Apple Notes may get Markdown support, which is a lot of years in the running here.
Let's go.
Also, a very nice one. You may only need to log into a captive Wi-Fi portal once, and all of your devices will already be logged in. So you know how when you go on your computer and you're at a hotel Wi-Fi and it's like enter your room key number and all that, and you have to do it on every single device you have. You have to do it on your phone and your laptop. Apparently, you only have to do it on one device.
Would this work on airplanes where they want you to only be online with one device at a time?
I doubt it, because you wouldn't even get. Well, I don't know.
What I'm on,
It's an airplane.
It's account based on the airplane though, and it knows how many devices you're on.
Oh, I just figured it was all the ports.
It might be. It might. I don't know. Good question. Also, there is apparently going to be a lot of big Apple Home updates. So there is this rumor that they may actually finally announce the HomePad, which is sort of just, I don't know if that's actually going to be the name.
The screen?
But it's basically the HomePod with the screen, which is their response to the Nest Hub Mini that launched a bazillion years ago.
But twice the price.
Yeah, but at least twice the price. I mean, but this potentially could be the robotic one that they were talking about, because remember they were working on one with a robotic arm that would turn and move with you.
Yeah.
Which would be quite cool.
I just don't see them ever doing that.
It does seem not very Apple-like to me.
It's like the least Apple-like sounding product.
Cut, you'd be wrong. This trick does work, and if you fall victim to this by an evil friend, you should also know that you can
Just aim it
immediately
at
stick
them.
your finger to block the opening, which prevents the disaster. Or if you want revenge, you can cover only part of the top and spray it back at them. This was not a real way to make magnetic putty. I just replaced the concoction with the magnetic putty that I got at 2 of the following videos.
This is the Macaw Masked War Paint, which comes in a variety of colors. These colors are randomly selected using a 205 by 205 pixel tile on a 2048 by 2048 gradient texture. Assuming this square is shifted pixel for pixel, and also noting that this gradient texture repeats itself seamlessly, there are 4,194,304 possible color choices. When a macaw masked pattern is generated, it selects 2 of these choices. And macaw masked gems are patterns that primarily boast a single color, meaning that the same color must be selected twice. And you may have caught that little white square, roughly 185 by 185 pixels.
What the f? I'm so mind blown right now. Can you apply it onto anything? Can you apply it onto a golden pan? Full white golden pan?
I've ever heard.
They would use software. They'd be like, our continuity camera is has a 2mm focal length, and it just zooms in on anywhere in your home.
Can I tell a funny HomePad story that I realized I've never told on the podcast before.
Oh wow, sure.
I have this family friend who is a home automation consultant professionally. Like, you are really rich and have a giant home and want it automated throughout the entire thing. You call him and he will make sure it's set up properly.
That's a great job.
And I was in his really beautiful home one time, and there was this amazing, he obviously had set it up for himself too. And he had this beautiful screen in the wall, and it was this software that I think he had wrote himself to control all of his own things. And what was so beautiful was that the screen was completely bezel-less. It was just wall to pixel. And it had the most perfect sort of bulge. It was sort of rounded and just barely protruding out of the wall in this really beautiful way. And I was like, where did you find this beautiful display?
It's an iPad.
He was like, oh, bro, that's a second generation iPad and the battery's just swelling really bad.
Oh, beautiful bulge.
Oh. He's like, I just mounted it in the wall really well.
Dang.
Oh, yeah. Putting iPads in walls.
Putting a bulging battery in your wall is...
that's not very smart.
Don't do that at home. I mean, I'm sure he had it figured out. He's a really smart guy. But yeah, that was a funny... Anyway, yes.
Yeah, 9 to 5 Mac was this may happen, and the only reason it may happen is that they are planning a pretty big refresh of the home system. And so it would be nice to have hardware that actually runs Apple Home, because they don't really have dedicated Apple Home hardware right now.
I think Mark Gurman was pretty strong on saying he didn't think any hardware was going to be here, but I don't even use any Apple Home stuff, but an iMac G4 as the HomePad with that rotating arm would be the sickest thing ever.
Yeah. There are a lot. Remember we used to shoot in breathers or random studios? There's a lot of iPads on walls. Yeah. And I feel like if they just wanted to make a dedicated product that was super premium and designed for that environment, they could do something cool.
Easily. Yeah, I mean, everybody has been making third-party software to basically control your Apple Home anyway. So it would be smart of them to Sherlock everybody else like they always do.
Home OS 26.
Home OS. Also, they could just move forward a bunch of projects that are kind of ready just because Apple Intelligence is still not ready.
I was going to say, that's what most of this feels like.
Yeah.
This feels like everyone else who's got something going on, we're shipping it this year.
Can we ship it?
Because the AI thing isn't here yet.
Can we move that up by 6 months, please?
Yeah. So no, we'll see. This is going to be next week. So if you're listening to this on Friday, literally in a 3-day span, we'll be listening to them on stage on Monday, hearing what they have to say.
Which is crazy.
It's happening quick. It's
and then
June.
The last thing we talked about it last week, but just the dedicated Apple gaming app that replaces the Game Center.
Games. You got games on your phone?
I got games on my phone. The Latro, not Gameling.
Well, speaking of games, we have
certified by who?
Certified by me.
We have some gaming stuff to talk about. Hear that creak?
Oh my gosh.
We got some gaming stuff to talk about pretty soon. Does that creak?
Not at all.
See, this one of it.
I mean, that's 8 years old.
We got a lot more to talk about there. So we're going to do that after the break. But first, trivia. Oh, it's quieter.
That sounds very quiet.
It looks like there was a delay, too, between Henny and...
Wow, guys, just tell me what else I did wrong.
I think that your brand new
slightly
system
off key.
is kind of trash.
Slightly off key.
The people watching the video podcast may have, with an eagle eye, noticed that a few things are different on the producer table. We have switched off of the Rodecaster. Switch?
Nintendo Switch 2,
right?
off of the Rodecaster.
And we are now controlling the lights with a Stream Deck. So yes, you may see a few kinks that need to get ironed out over the next few days. But so far, I'm pretty stoked. I can do this now. I could do it before, but
there was a delay.
One quick question. Speaking of kinks that need to be ironed out, this is a question that I was asked in a group setting last weekend, and I now need to ask all of you. Do you own an iron? Raise your hand if you do.
What? Wow, that felt
now
like
raise your hand if you use it regularly.
Guys. What do you consider regularly?
Every week.
Wait, you all own irons?
No, I don't use it every week.
I use it every time I wear a dress shirt.
Yeah, there are shirts I won't wear without ironing them.
Okay, question. Do you own a shower?
I know where you're getting.
So what's your take?
Spirit Airlines does not deserve the hate.
100% disagree.
I knew you
Uber. Uber. I need Uber.
I
Hey,
trust you.
Uber.
Well, I didn't order anything. I didn't order anything.
I need Uber. Uber.
Deliveries are inside, buddy.
No, brother. I need car for Uber.
You want to buy a car for Uber?
You sell
Uber. Okay, come. I know what you want. Come on over, Hamoudi. This is the perfect Uber car for you. The seats are already ripped and everything.
Oh, no. I need Uber Negro Black.
What'd you just call
No, Negro Black.
Uber Black.
Yes.
Oh, you're not one of them basic Ubers. You're one of them advanced Ubers.
No, brother. Water, gum, music. Whoop.
What do you think, buddy? You see it?
Perfect, brother. This is
Perfect for you. Perfect for you, my friend. Good God. Good
yes,
deal.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, let's go do the number for you. Come on. What's your credit score, buddy?
600.
No, you won't get approved, buddy.
But my mommy has 750.
Your mommy?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. And what do you make a month right now?
Right now, 0. But with Uber, next month, 23.
2,300?
23,000.
23,000 on Uber?
Yes.
Are you hiring?
No, you're not good for Uber. Don't worry.
Tax title license and the TCP number so you can legally drive it for Uber. I got you. 96,000.
No TCP.
No TCP?
Yes, no.
You need that.
I don't care. I don't want it.
Okay. I'll sign right there.
Perfect. Uber.
You do what you do.
Uber. I need Uber.
I trust you.
Uber. I need
Hershey's chocolate versus Feastables chocolate. Gordon, you got to be brutally.
People are going into this game expecting the classic FromSoft formula, and that's just not what this is. You have to be very open-minded and look at it as like not just a new IP, but a new style of game. People are going into this game.
Somewhere, a top laner just creamed his jorts. I swear, Heartsteel is solely carried by the sound that it makes, and honestly, it makes sense. That sound does activate my neurons. Brain happy when auto go clean. I just wish more items had sound effects like this. Like imagine if Death Stance made the slurp juice sound whenever you healed yourself. Or like Randuin's had a fart with reverb sound effect whenever it activated. I swear, they would be built way more often.
This is the secret reason why you can't throw away the Apple boxes. What phone do you have?
iPhone.
Do you still have the box?
Yeah.
Why?
No idea.
87% of people don't throw away Apple boxes. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. Do you have yours?
Yes, I have a bunch actually.
Why?
There's literally a secret room at Apple called Packaging Room, where designers look through hundreds of different prototypes of boxes, different shapes and materials to come up with this patent. The air pocket packaging means that you can't open the box quickly. It's forcing a pause as your brand new device is unveiling itself. Although it's probably the same as the last. Hi guys, it comes out very slowly. In marketing, this is called controlled friction. Cheap products are either very easy to open or very hard. Luxury products are in the sweet spot in between. Collectible books, luxury watches, and expensive car doors are all harder to open than the cheaper versions of the products. The luxury feel of the unboxing experience makes you keep them and give Apple free advertising spots in your house. This is the secret reason why you can't throw.
I'm gonna start soloing him to look cool, and then if I get in trouble, I'll use my ult to escape. I'm in trouble. I'm really dead. I'm gonna start soloing him to look cool, and then if I get in trouble, I'll use my ult to escape.
61, 62, 63.
Marge, we can't tell you how sorry we are.
You have our deepest condolences.
What are you talking about?
Homer's passing away into death.
What? That's ridiculous. Homer's not dead. He's right out back in the hammock. Yes, Marge. I can see him. Hi, everybody. A tombstone? It came with the burial plot, but that's not important. The important thing is, Homer's dead. We've been saving for this since your wedding day. Get out of here, you ghouls! Huh? Excuse me, sir? I think there's been a mistake.
Oh, no mistake. Your electricity is in the name of Homer J. Simpson, deceased. The juice stays off till you get a job or a generator. Oh, and my deepest sympathies.
61, 62, 63.
Marge.
have been going to the gym for 3 days now for the first time ever because I always thought it would be scary. And there are a bunch of big muscly dudes there. Ah, scary, right? No, because as soon as they're done lifting the weights, they all go over to the mirror together and they make these muscle poses and they're like, your arms are so big and strong. No, your arms are so big and strong. They have these things, I'm not lying to you, this is real, called pump covers. Apparently when you haven't worked out for a day or so, like your muscles look a little smaller. And so these guys show up to the gym wearing super baggy sweatshirts and stuff. They're like, don't look at me, like, don't look at my muscles right now. And then when they're a couple reps in, they take their sweatshirts off and they're like, okay, you can look. They make friends there. They make friends. There's this thing called spotters where a guy goes up to another guy and he's like, I think this weight might be...
Is that... I'm sorry, but that's the timepiece I misplaced.
Oh?
You've been raping since the age of 13.
Rapping.
That makes more sense.
Which do you prefer, being in Marvel movies or being in stuff that nobody has ever heard of?
Being in Marvel movies.
I mean, do you go to your acting coach and go, I've got to play a goddamn ant, what am I supposed to do?
You lost me at acting coach.
Yeah, that seems about right. You have 12 million Instagram followers. How long did it take you to apologize to each one of them for Bumblebee? I walked out of that movie. I'm just kidding, I didn't walk out of the movie. I skipped out because I was so happy to be leaving. Wow. Your superhero character is called Captain Marvel.
Yes.
Well, they really have stopped trying, haven't they?
Huh?
I mean, why don't they just call it Captain Comic Book or Captain...
But that's a far less efficient way.
My
That's-
answer, by the way, was no. I don't use an iron ever. I have a steamer. Anytime I need something that I was going to iron, I have a steamer for
The
that.
steamer for most stuff is easier, but there are a few things you can't get done with the steamer.
I probably don't own those things.
What, like the collar on a collared shirt?
Yeah, like-
Steamer's kind of tough to like get that.
Or pleated pants are often better.
That, it'll be fine. Well, I just put it in the shower. Anyway, sorry to distract. Sorry to distract. That was just a random...
David just wasted 50 gallons of water to steam his shirt.
Trivia, yes.
Yeah, or I could make one AI query and waste the same amount.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, it is obviously the day of Switch 2.
That's right.
And I wanted to ask a trivia question about my favorite thing Nintendo has ever made, which is the Mii. I think the Mii is a genius idea. I think every part of every piece of Mii software ever released has been perfect.
Mii software. Miitopia.
Miitopia. all the Japanese ones I can't remember the name of. The OG Mii creator. The Street Pass. Street Pass. I just think Miis are terrific. Anyway, so
Marquez is like, what is a Mii?
Talking about the Nintendo... It came out on the Wii. Yeah,
it's a portmanteau of Wii and Mii.
Okay, yeah, that's right. And you
Anyway,
can play as the Mii Sword Fighter or the Mii Archer on Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
This is true. This is true. Yeah. Everyone, but especially Marquez.
Marquez, you're not getting any of this.
Starting in 2007, Nintendo would occasionally release what they called special Miis. These were famous Japanese entertainers and celebrities, as well as the occasional Nintendo executive, and these Miis were not editable. You would get them on your console, and they would just live on your console. Other than being uneditable, what visually made a special Mii distinct from a normal Mii?
They were ungovernable, too.
It's like when you hit the button on the Wii to make them all like stand in formation, the one of them would just like roll through.
Wow, I know almost nothing about these, other than if you like swung your arm back in bowling and looked back, they would all jump in and spin.
Yeah.
Huh.
Do you know about the other Wii bowling little Easter egg? So there was like a practice, like I loved Wii bowling. It was like, but yes, there's like a practice mode where you would start with like a 10 pin thing and move up to an 100 pin thing, right? On the 100 pin go around.
Yeah.
If you moved all the way to the side, threw your ball and got the ball to ride on the rail, because there were no gutters, there were rails. If you got it to ride on the rail all the way to the end, and like you'd hear a muffled explosion sound, and all 100 pins would knock down.
Whoa,
and you get
I got that. Yeah. I think I did that because my friend had Nintendo Wii and I didn't. So anytime I went over to his house, it was like, we got to do the bowling thing. We got to do the golf thing. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Wii Sports.
Wii was amazing.
Good times, generational. Well, we'll think about that. Answers will be at the end of the podcast, like usual. We'll be right back.
Support for the show comes from Shopify. Starting a successful podcast isn't the easiest thing in the world. Some days it really seemed like we were swimming upstream, but the main thing is to just keep putting in work in order to get to where you want. And if you're running a small business, then you probably face a lot of the same challenges we faced. So if you're looking for a partner to help your business grow, Shopify is your answer. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US. From household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started, you can get started with your own design studio. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling. All in all, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to internal shipping to processing returns and beyond. Simply put, Shopify is a smart choice that can have a monumental impact on your business. So turn a big business idea into reality with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/waveform. Go to shopify.com/waveform. That's shopify.com/waveform. All right, welcome back. I'm holding a Switch 2. Ideally, you've already seen our unboxing by the time you're watching this pod or listening to this pod.
Is it ideally because you're not sure if you've gotten the edit done yet, or ideally because maybe they haven't watched it and they're listening to this?
A little bit of both.
We're pretty unsure about when that's actually.
I'm going to try. Anyway, but yeah, we have it now. It's out the box. It's here in the studio. We get to do whatever we want. It's not tethered to something and you can only play like one game on repeat. We can actually jump around the settings and compare them to our other Switches, which is, I have my Switch 1, which was color wired. I've had this forever. You've had a Switch OLED. And so you're curious if we'd notice more differences there. Yeah, we can just jump right in. So if you watch that impressions video, there are some things that we noted. My main two things about the Switch 2, it's just bigger and it's more comfortable because it's bigger. The Joy-Cons are bigger, the buttons are bigger, the screen is bigger. The battery is also bigger, but probably doesn't last much longer. But the whole thing is just bigger, which is nice.
You have much bigger hands than me.
Yeah, I mean, I think people all generally like the bigger Joy-Cons and bigger buttons.
Yeah.
Is that like,
when I hold that, I feel like this is a better size to just hold. Like that feels very large. When I just hold that. The Joy-Cons are great, are better when you're like using them sideways, but
yeah,
it is pretty big.
Yeah, and then I guess my slightly more nuanced take is like in this the same thing as the world of smartphones, where people in our world will have a lot more to say about the fidelity and the sharpness and the contrast ratio and the pitch blacks of the OLED.
Yeah.
I think a regular person just sees bigger, brighter, higher refresh rate, and that looks better.
Yeah.
And so if you are in the more nuanced crowd, I think the Switch 2 OLED that eventually comes out will speak to you more.
Yeah.
But for most people, I think just this being bigger it just feels like an upgrade.
Yeah.
To all of the Switches that came before it.
Feels a lot like a Steam Deck, to be honest.
It's
that size, yeah.
Size-wise, I almost wonder if they were like, oh, well, we can make it bigger because look at how well the Steam Deck.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it was probably well into development by then, but
yeah, fair. And also just like, how do we make this console where we've kind of nailed the form factor of it already different than the Switch before? So like, bigger is the most obvious.
Yeah,
way to see that.
we did this off the pod, but Marquez, can we compare the unlocking sounds?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I was going to do a magnet sound. But
I just want to feel the magnet so bad. That's all I care about.
So you unlocked the Switch OLED?
Yeah, this is going to be Switch OLED, right?
It's pretty iconic.
So good.
Now here's the Switch 2.
No. What the heck is that?
Let's reverse.
So wet.
It's so like staccato.
No, it's goopy.
It's cleaner.
It's like goopy and wet and resin.
It's like, but it shouldn't be clean. It should be like.
Wait, on the home screen, flipping between apps, what does that sound on yours? A little high pitched. This is the Switch 2.
What the heck is that?
I think I like that. That almost sounds more like the unlocking of that.
Yeah.
Let's click here.
Switch ASMR part.
The thing that really matters. Okay, the thing that really matters. Remove and reattach a Joy-Con.
Whoa!
Was that from the speaker?
That's from the speaker.
Oh, I didn't realize that had a sound.
It's really good.
That's pretty cool. Oh, because your screen is on probably. Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me do the same thing on the Switch 2 now with the magnet.
Yeah, it doesn't. Ooh. That's kind of nice. I like the like.
Sorry. I messed it up.
That's so funny.
I like the momentum that sound had. Do it. Can you do it one more time?
Yeah, and there's a little just watch the display as well.
Yeah. Oh, there's an animation. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, it like. And I bet, and the right side's orange. I'm assuming the left side's blue because of the Joy-Cons are orange or blue. That's kind of nice.
And it kind of mirrors the sound. The sound mirrors the sound of taking it off because it's like push the button, pull it out, click. And it's like
it's nice.
Yeah.
I also think despite that sounding really good, David, from the OG Switch, the process of that is like the worst ever. I hate sliding it on. Yeah.
This has a little animation.
I want to try this so bad. I just want to try the magnets.
I feel like Andrew, this is your first time actually holding it.
I watched you unbox it, but I tried not to like really hold it.
So this is someone who's seen the videos but is now holding a Switch too.
Yeah. So there's definitely going to be a much bigger difference between Switch 1 and Switch 2.
Yeah.
There had been rumors that the Switch OLED was originally going to be like a Switch Pro or some sort of Switch Pro, but they like couldn't get a NVIDIA part in time or something, so they ended up just keeping the same internals but changing it slightly.
That is funny branding because only like enthusiasts are going to care deeply about OLED display.
Yeah. Funny enough, all three of these Switches have very different kickstands. So the original Switch has a horrible kickstand, which is just like a tiny little nub.
It's bad.
That comes out the back. Yeah. That breaks off really easily.
Yeah, I don't like it at all.
Wow, yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah.
They made the Switch OLEDs way better. It's a big piece of metal, and it like swivels really far back, kind of like a Surface Pro, and it allows you to do it at like all different angles. With the Switch 2, they sort of did a in-between where they still have the angled kickstand, but it is now sort of like hollow.
It's full width, but it's here, I'll hold it up.
Also, is that plastic or metal?
Metal.
It is metal? Okay, this is also metal. This is obviously much like wider and thicker and fuller, so I'm
probably more
OLED.
sturdy.
So I'm wondering if the OLED's more sturdy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, the Joy-Cons are so good.
Yeah.
This magnet aspect is just so, and it's so interesting that it literally is just magnets and then like one little physical lever that basically is physically pushing it away.
Yep.
But it snaps in so nice. What do we call this thing?
The grip.
Yeah, the grip to make two Joy-Cons into a singular controller.
It sucked on the first one.
It was so bad, and this is so nice. And this mouse
the
thing
mouse mode
is actually kind of nice.
Does it give you hand pain? A lot of people are talking about it.
I mean, I haven't used it long enough.
Very long. Yeah.
It's pretty good though.
Yeah.
But like,
yeah,
I love these magnets are the best part about
Switch 2.
The Switch 2.
Remember when we got all excited because we were thinking that the button like reversed the polarity?
Yeah.
It turned out though this is like a very elegant solution. Like it's just the perfect strength magnet and just the exact far enough push off of the Switch that it will separate.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure took a lot of development time, but ends up feeling really satisfying to attach and detach.
Yeah.
And then, I honestly think that's the two hugest things, no pun intended, about the Switch 2 upgrade are the way bigger display and the Joy-Cons just being awesome.
I will say these bezels are way bigger than I thought they would be on the left and right side.
Yeah, they're still pretty big. I don't mind as much. I kind of feel like they're leaving room for... Are the OLED bezels smaller? Yeah.
Yeah,
they are.
It's got a bigger outer bezel, but a smaller sub bezel by a lot.
Yeah.
But
I'm thinking the Switch 2 OLED's going to be pretty sick.
Yeah.
And expensive.
I like how this has gone from, since we first talked about Switch 2, like they will probably make a Switch OLED, and then like throughout this day of having it, you're basically like, when the Switch 2 OLED comes out in 2027.
Next to each other. I mean, the Switch 2 OLED is way contrastier, way better viewing angles.
OLED,
It looks, Switch OLED, it looks way better.
The
fidelity-wise.
It
It's just
looks
smaller.
much better.
Yeah, it does.
So I feel like there's no doubt they got to do an OLED version of the Switch 2. But the other thing, though, is... what was I about to say? The Switch 2 OLED.
Like, I'm not going to cancel my pre-order.
Oh, for the price.
But yeah.
The price. $449 for the Switch, which means an OLED version is going to be even more.
That is...
Gamers can't afford this.
That's true.
If you're a gamer, you cannot afford this. I'm sorry.
To be clear, I was talking about like a gaming chair or something, but yeah, that's yeah. And then you got to buy the micro SD Express cards.
Yep.
But look at these speakers; they're very large.
Speakers are big and nice and loud. And that's the first thing I noticed when I started playing with it is, these speakers are quite loud.
Yeah. So they announced a bunch of updates. I think even today they announced additional updates, and they showed some reporters new games, the updated version of the new games. And apparently the newer Pokemon games, Scarlet and Violet, run like exceptionally better on Switch 2. And apparently they don't lag like at all. It's like a stable 60 the whole time.
Nice.
Which, kind of probably should have been the norm, but here we are.
Yeah, there are a bunch of things, a bunch of games I want to run and test for a full review. The other interesting headline that we saw, remember, there is a built-in screen protector on the Switch 2.
Right.
And if you look right on the very corner, you can actually kind of see it. It's not as bad as like I was having flashbacks to the original Galaxy Fold, which is like it looks like someone installed one in the store after you bought it, and it's like I should just peel this off.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. So it is a pre-installed screen protector, and you're apparently not supposed to remove it. So I did. I removed it. I'm just kidding. No, I didn't. Don't remove it. We left it on. If you want to install a screen protector over the top, you would literally install it over the top of the screen.
I would never know there's a screen protector on that if you didn't tell me. It is really close to the edge. The article I read said that the instruction manual says not to open it because it will prevent glass shattering from going all over the place, which to me just feels like
it's not a Cybertruck.
It's a laminate layer.
It feels like it's like a windshield, but like also, I mean that's nice that glass shards wouldn't go anywhere if I broke it, but like I'm probably more upset that my screen is broken.
Yeah,
than
it's broken.
That it's not broken on the floor now.
Yeah, that's a pretty big bezel though, is it not?
It's a big bezel.
Yeah,
bigger than I thought it would be.
It's a bigger screen and a bigger body, and everything is bigger. The thickness, the Z-axis thickness, is the only thing that's roughly the same as the previous Switches. Otherwise, you just feel like you're holding like a Switch that someone just like stretched in every other dimension.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to be able to use these Joy-Cons and not have my hands cramp like crazy, especially because I'm now 30 and have pain everywhere.
That's when it starts.
Yeah. So, but these are made of what, steel?
The buttons. So the buttons on the left and right in the inside of the Joy-Cons are steel because the magnets inside the Switch are magnetizing to the steel.
They're so much bigger. Like, look at this.
It's so much better than the old.
I don't know if you can zoom in on this, Adam, but like, here's Switch OLED buttons and here's the Switch 2 buttons. Look at the size.
The old Joy-Con.
Keep it closer to you.
Closer to me because it's in focus.
The old Joy-Con, the bumper you would put on with the wrist strap would give you a bigger button it was literally just a piece of plastic that pushed down on the really small button.
Yeah.
These new bumpers now are just even out I'm putting the wrong one on. Just even out, the top part of it and gives you some feet for the mouse features, but you're still using the buttons because they're actually good buttons.
Yeah.
The SR and SL.
Yeah. It has this nice matte finish too. That's like a sprayed matte.
So I'm curious how long that's going to last. My Colorware Switch one, I also have matte paint on it.
Yeah.
And let me just say, it's a choice. Whenever I get something colorware, I have to think about how it's going to wear.
Right.
And if I use my Switch a lot more, it would be more obvious. But there's like shiny spots. Same thing on a laptop with like a matte keyboard. Like you get shiny spots. So we'll see how this ages. It's obviously currently pristine condition.
Yeah, I'm not very careful with my Switch OLED. See, it's not just me. I'm not very careful with my Switch OLED, and it's definitely got a lot of scars and like scuffs all over it. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, very exciting. I'm pretty excited to replay Breath of the Wild because I never actually finished it. I just got close to finishing it, but I didn't want to finish it because I didn't want to have to start over. And then I never played Tears of the Kingdom, so I want to play that as well.
But I am currently still stuck in a temple in Breath of the Wild. It like glitched in a weird way that like I can't revert out or get out of it. I'm just like completely stuck. So I have to just start completely over.
Well, maybe the Switch 2 update will fix that bug. Maybe.
Yeah, throw it on the Switch 2. It'll like find you a way out or something.
Yeah.
Sick update.
The big questions I'm going to have are battery life.
Yes.
Like, how is battery life? It's going to be a big question. Also, I would like to know how Mario Kart World is, because I was told by many people that this game, I have a lot of friends who have played this already, and they've said that this game is like much bigger than just racing around in Mario Kart. It is like the open world aspect is actually, there's something to it there.
I heard this about the open world part that sounds like kind of a bummer, but you still have you still get the same like slowness on non-tracks, which in free roam sounds like such a pain in the neck. Like in your race, when you go off the track on the grass, you go slower because you're racing. You have to take that. But if you have, I saw that you get the same slowness when you're like wandering around. Which when you're doing that, you're only not on the track, so you're just driving.
Maybe
slower
when you're not like in a race, it would turn that off.
That's what I heard. It was in the free roam.
I'll try.
Also,
Same with the
Nintendo.
characters. What?
Oh, there's a crab.
Sidestepper.
Nintendo, please make an update for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on Switch 2, because I don't think they've announced that yet, and that's crazy.
There's a lot of Mario games.
Well, that's not a Mario game. I mean,
That's coming with the OLED.
It's coming with the OLED. Yeah. Considering it's gonna be another 8 years until Switch. How long was it between Switch 2 and or Switch 1 and Switch 2?
I think you're right. I think it's 8 years.
It's been 8 years since the original one. OLED release date. I think that was only like 3 years ago. Oh, 2021.
Side note, I've been getting into Forza lately, and Ellis had to explain to me the difference between the games. And your whole Super Mario thing, going off-road and being slower, that's kind of how it also works in Forza, in like Horizon Worlds.
So in Forza, you can
Forza's
also
like
road.
You can like drive off the road, and then you're just like going slower.
Yeah, but is there like a free roam area?
Yeah, like the Horizon World. So I just learned this like 2 days ago. Ellis had to explain this all to me. But there's like a free roam part of the game, and when you drive off road, it's just slower.
It's also a crazy realistic game, and this is an Italian plumber driving a go-kart,
which makes it better.
Which is realistic.
This was the conversation we were having in the car. Forza Motorsport is a fairly realistic game.
Yeah.
I would argue Horizon is like one step above Mario Kart as far as realism goes. Like there may as well be a drift
You can be
button.
Pokey as a character. I didn't even know that was its name. But the tall guys from the desert levels in Super Mario.
No,
Or not Super Mario, Mario 64.
You guys ever play two different racing games in the same day with drastically different levels of realism?
I don't really like racing games, so no.
Anybody? Just me?
What are the two?
So if you go from like Forza to Need for Speed or back to Forza, like you play on Forza and you get like one tire on the gravel and you're like, you feel it in the controller and you're like, no, I gotta get back on my line, and it's like it affects your speed. And then you do Need for Speed, you literally just drive in a straight line. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a really funny dichotomy. But anyway. Yeah, Switch 2. I'll be testing this. I'll be gaming. I'm on a couple flights soon. Big flight to Europe. Maybe I'll have just a Switch.
You're going
2.
to Europe?
Yeah, the whole thing.
You're going to the whole of Europe?
Yes.
You're going to Europe?
No, just kidding. But the whole
European
flight.
tour, baby.
Hopefully it can last the entire flight. It probably won't, though.
It probably won't. That's what I'm most nervous about, because I use the Switch 2 mostly not in docked mode.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. I've been playing Majora's Mask on my OLED, which is a Nintendo 64 online thing. And it's fine. It doesn't lag. So if this is not significantly, if the battery life on this is significantly worse, I don't know.
Yeah.
There are a lot of characters in Mario Kart World. A lot of them you have to unlock.
Yeah,
but
there's
there
8
are
billion.
There are.
That's why it's called World.
Yeah. Nice.
There are a lot of them, and a lot of them are just like kind of. There, you can be like the penguin.
Yeah.
The penguin from what?
They added the cow.
Penguin that you race at, like you luge against it in Mario 64.
64, yeah.
Oh, I wasn't born yet.
You weren't born in 64?
Yeah.
It's year based.
Yeah, it's just like the OS versions.
That would be wild.
Yeah.
All right. Before I just literally start playing this game instead of talking, do you want to talk about the Fediverse?
Oh yeah. Okay. I forgot.
Do you?
Do I indeed? Okay. We got a little Fediverse corner for you guys today. It's exciting. If you didn't hear, which you probably didn't, because it's really niche, Fediforum happened.
What?
Yeah, Fediforum.
way.
Without me?
The Fedora
No, Fedi. No, Fedi. Fediverse Forum.
So much cheese.
It's an online conference that has happened. When we did our Fediverse episode, which you should go back and watch if you did not watch it back when we released it, we talked a little bit about something called BridgieFed, which was this little project by a guy named Ryan Barrett. And the whole point of BridgieFed was being able to bridge an account from one platform to another where they did not support the same protocol. So a few months ago, BridgieFed expanded and turned into this project called A New Social, which is sort of this extension of BridgieFed, but they're getting more funding, they're getting more people and community involvement to try to actually be able to bridge accounts between social media platforms with non-native protocols so that people never have to be tied to any social media platform. Okay. So at Fetty Forum, they... Come on, guys, it's cool, I promise.
It's a great name.
Fetty Forum. They announced a new feature called Bounce. And the idea of Bounce is this platform that allows you to bounce between one network to another. So the demo that they showed off was from basically if you have a Blue Sky account and you decide you want to make a Mastodon account and basically not have to just start from scratch, move all your followers. The problem with this obviously is because the dream of Blue Sky or the dream of ActivityPub is when you're moving to a different platform, it uses the same protocol. But because Blue Sky and Mastodon did not use the same protocol, this bounce feature effectively creates a Mastodon account for you based on your Blue Sky account, but it creates it within this area in between that feeds information between the two. So when you have a Blue Sky account and you create the Mastodon account, all of your followers sort of stay on Blue Sky. They're all following you. But you automatically follow all the same people with bridged accounts on Mastodon. Right now, it's still very early stages, obviously. And the demos that they're showing off are kind of useful. They're really useful if other people have bridged accounts. If you can get all of your friends to bridge their accounts, then it's amazing, but that's obviously not very possible right now. So it was just a little exciting demo that they showed me that kind of shows the future of the Fediverse, which I think was cool. And I just wanted to call that out because we're on Team Fediverse over here.
I can't even get Ellis on Blue Sky.
I am on Blue Sky. I'm literally on Blue Sky.
Right now. I'm Blue Skying right now.
No, I'm not on Blue Sky. I'm at work right now, but...
That's true. Anyway, that probably didn't make a lot of sense, but I hope that they succeed.
It's still the
That's all I wanted to say. I think we should take it to trivia.
I think we should bridge to trivia.
Oh. Another word for a segue is a bridge. Take it to the bridge.
Take it to the bridge. So...
Yeah.
I'm just going to hold it like this. Why not? There are no rules.
Feels like it's is that an extra bike port on the back of that next
Don't worry about it. So...
It's not happening.
What was the first Super Mario game where Mario would take a nap when the player was idle? Was it A, Super Mario Odyssey, B, Super Mario 64, C, Super Mario World, or D, Super Mario Kart? Marquez, you're welcome for the multiple choice. You have 25% chance.
It's literally exactly 25% chance because I'm going to throw a dart at a board and it's just going to hit one of them. And
maybe you'll get it. And then the story would be great.
I remember when I was like, there's a 25% chance. And you're like, why? I was like, because there's 4 options.
Well, we'll think about this one. Answers at the end. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. I asked all of you to do me a favor because we had a post on our subreddit someone made an infographic of just the chronological list of all of the phones they've ever owned, period. And there were 100 plus comments of people just listing all of their phones. So I asked all of us to list our phones chronologically, and we're going to go through them and I guess rate them, or you guys can tell us how stupid we are by the phones that we've had, or ask questions about specific ones.
Wouldn't own it if it was an absolute banger. Come on.
I feel so sorry for American people because they don't ever get
You know, I'm the first person that ever got banned from Twitch for calling somebody an F slur.
Really?
Yep, I was the first one. Oh my God! But you'll get it. You'll understand, and the guy deserved it. Okay.
All right.
You ever play a game where you're against an enemy? He's on your team, and he just feeds like crazy.
Yeah, 1v9's against you, and then on your.
And then on the other team, he's Grave Struggle, and he goes like 25-0, and I'm like, how can you be the sole reason I'm losing both games? And I let a big FA, I let a big one go, and I was like, you, boom. And I ended my stream, and then Twitch emailed me, and they were like, yeah, so now we're banning for hate speech. And then after that, I was like, wait, excuse me, Twitch doesn't ban for the F slur? That's never happened before. Yeah. And I was like, that's insane. And then there's another guy on the platform, Mo. Yeah. So Mo is streaming, and he ends up saying it, and he's like, yeah, that word's very important to me, and has history. And I wasn't trying to get Mo in trouble, but then when I was watching, I was like, how the fuck is it that I got banned for 30 days for the F slur? We never banned for this, and Mo's literally saying it on stream. And then Mo got banned for 30 days, and I was like, I'm sorry. You know, I'm the first person that ever got banned from Twitch for calling somebody.
If you try singing on me, I can just ultimately. If you try singing on me, I can just ultimately.
This is one of the luckiest things.
Gryla is a giantess. Gigantic.
Useful facts. When using Aatrox Q2, you can slightly angle it to extend its range, giving you an advantage. Minion XP sharing. Sharing 5 waves would put you both at level 3 and solo level 4. After 11 total waves, both of you will be only level 5, but the solo laner will be level 7. Elevation difference. Aiming directly at an enemy at a higher elevation than you will make you miss. Instead, aim right behind them to the right to hit your shot. This looks really weird. Useful facts. When using
I think the worst part about discovering a fun new game is finding out that it has that type of fandom. You know who I'm talking about, not the people in the community who just enjoy the video game. No, it's that loud minority that makes everybody else look bad. You see, I finally got around to playing Undertale after 9 years of it sitting in my Steam library. Great game, by the way, but while I was streaming it, I realized why everybody tells you to never stream your first playthrough. And it's because the Undertale fandom really has that bad of a reputation. See, Undertale is a decision-making video game where the choices you make have a huge impact on how the story unfolds. You can be a complete pacifist, you can kill off some characters and not others, you can kill every character in the game, you know, it's your choice. And while I found out during my live playthrough that the Undertale fandom not only loves to spoil every single little plot twist that happens in the game, but they also try to dictate how you're supposed to enjoy the game, and they will call you every name under the sun if you enjoy it the wrong way and kill off their favorite characters while trying to make your own story. It's such a huge problem that the general Undertale community calls it out all the time, and with the brand new game Deltarune having just come out, I'm sure the problem is about to get worse. I think the worst part about discovering a fun new game is finding out that it has that type of fandom. You know who I'm talking about.
Where are you, artist? Okay. Damn. All right. Let's see. I saw that. I saw it. I know all about you.
Does Joe Biden have a brother? I'm lucky I have 2 younger brothers. I'm the oldest of 3, and I've got a sister who's the love of my life.
The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former Vice President Joe Biden will win the state of Alabama.
It makes sense if he said that. Bro didn't take his warning seriously. Oh, you're dead. You died. That's a dead person.
Hello, Jerry.
In this box is the one
Be me. It's 2035. Nobody makes videos anymore. Nobody records anything. They just generate it. Used to watch TV. Now I type cozy betrayal drama and get a 6-season saga in 4K. Generated in 3 minutes. Every actor's fake. Every emotion is flawless. Used to talk to people online. Now I play Guess the Human on every app. Sometimes I win. Sometimes I don't. Doesn't matter anymore. Brent got arrested last year for a deep fake he didn't make. A lawyer couldn't prove what was real. Judge said can't trust video anymore. TikTok still exists, but everyone follows their favorite AI influencer. Perfect hair, perfect opinions, perfect engagement rate. Never gets canceled. Me, I just sit here, generate a friend to argue with, then argue with them. Because it feels normal. This isn't the future I wanted, but it's the one I keep reloading. Be me. It's 2035. Nobody makes videos anymore. Nobody.
Every PC gamer should eventually buy a UPS. I just bought a.
I'll hold some until he finds a peanut.
Why was the first thing I heard peanut when I got on?
It's because there was this little boy on here who seemed so happy to be on here, and I was like, he's gonna be happy until he sees a peanut.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, have you not scrolled through and seen a couple?
The thing about me is I take preventive measures. So the thing I'll tell you, on Omegle, it's guaranteed that there's always going to be at least one person out of 10 that is jerk with their right?
Yeah, so how do you stop that?
The way that you stop it is that if you're the one jerk and you're the one doing it, then you don't have to worry about other people doing it.
I'll hold some until he finds a peanut.
You really into said good work, bro. They don't know I coach Faker. He's dead. Let's report. Can I stop him?
Post comments of people just listing all of their phones. So I asked all of us to list our phones chronologically, and we're going to go through them and I guess rate them, or you guys can tell us how stupid we are by the phones that we've had, or ask questions about specific ones.
Wouldn't
but
own it if it was an absolute banger. Come on.
Do you want to go first?
Wait, I have a question before we start, which is, what are we going to do about this guy to my left, who literally switches phones every 6 days?
I asked everybody to pick.
Marquez is right there.
You are worse than him.
I asked everyone to pick the phone that they used the most for that year. So one phone per year max.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pro Max.
But yes, because between Adam, Marquez, and David, we would be here for 3 hours.
Yeah.
If that was the case.
Name all the phones. Oh, you're into phones?
Oh, you like phones? Name all of
Name
them.
every phone. I think I changed phones every week for like 5 years. So yeah.
I have a feeling Ellis and I have the smallest lists.
Oh, yeah.
You want to start?
Sure. I mean, do you want me to start? I feel like I have kind of the most boring one.
Ellis
too.
was born with an iPhone 13 mini in his hand.
Yeah. And then I downgraded to 12 mini. No, okay. Gentlemen, my first phone is a phone I loved so dearly. I saved up. I think I've told the story before. Yeah, my parents did not want me to have a cell phone, so I saved up for like years. And in the beginning of 8th grade, I finally had enough money for the phone and for a year of service. Commit crimes? Do it. Don't know if it's a crime, but maybe it was. Who knows? It was a Samsung Intercept. It was specifically the Virgin Mobile version of the Samsung Intercept, which did not support EVDO revision 0, which is means it was slower than the Sprint one. It had I believe a 3-megapixel camera, which was perfect because the screen was only 240 by 400 pixels, and I believe it ran Android 2. I had that for a few years, and then in 10th grade, a few years later, I dropped it so many times that the slide-out keyboard hinge stopped working.
Nice.
So that's when I switched to the Kyocera Rise, another phone I loved to death. Amazing. I was a slide-out keyboard person. Like that was the only thing I needed on my phones, was a slide-out keyboard. The Kyocera Rise had pretty similar specs. I don't think it's even worth going through them, but it did. I think by the time I left that, I was running Android 4. So I was a real trailblazer. Played a lot of Pokemon in trigonometry class. I'm sorry, Mr. True. And then after that, I began my journey on the iPhone, starting with the iPhone 4S. And we all know about these phones, so instead of talking about them, I'm going to tell you I was a real music guy. I still am, but like in my teenage years, it was like my whole personality. And so my iPhone 4S, my first iPhone, had a Flying Lotus case on it with the artwork for his album Cosmogramma.
Oh my goodness.
Then I had a iPhone 5 with an Earl Sweatshirt phone case that I loved super dearly. Then I moved to an iPhone 8, which no one in here knows what this is, but there's a plugin called Antares Autotune, and I took the picture for that plugin and then slapped that on a Redbubble phone case, so I had an auto-tune phone. That was also the only phone I ever bought refurbished, and it did not last a year before literally bricking itself. It lasted about 9 months before it was bricked, and I have not bought a refurbished electronic since then, which I know is an outdated and bad opinion, but after spending $600 on an iPhone with no warranty that was a brick, I was like, all right, well, that was stupid of me. After that, Jumped a few years ahead, got the 10S, which I always called the XS because it was in gold, and I thought the idea of having a gold phone that had the word XS in it was really funny.
Definitely. A lot of reviews did that too.
Yeah. I thought that phone was fantastic, and I thought the camera in it was my favorite iPhone camera I've ever had, which I know it's like not as good as my 12 Mini's camera.
I think
but
the
it's just,
7
like,
camera on the iPhone 7.
it was just so good. Then I went to, I think I told the story in the pod, so I'll make it really quick. But iPhone XS, loving that thing. Was living in Philly. There was a hurricane scheduled to come through, and my friends and I all had the great idea to drive 2 hours to a theme park called Dorney Park, which is in Pennsylvania. And we called Dorney Park and we were like, "You guys open?" They were like, "We're open, but the first lightning strike or thunder, the whole park is closed, and like you're not getting a refund." And so we were like, "Bet, let's try it." So we drove 2 hours. We get there, the park's still open. It's pouring rain, no thunder, no lightning. We spend the whole day at amusement park with literally being the only people there. Like, it was the kind of thing where like you'd finish a roller coaster, there'd be no one in line, and you could just be like, again. But because it was pouring rain all day, every ride was a water ride, regardless of whether water was involved. And so that phone, the iPhone XS, did not survive.
Oh, really?
Did not survive, which was funny because that's when I went on my Boost Mobile pain arc, where it was this like completely brutal few weeks where my bank locked me out of my accounts and needed me to confirm my identity, which you could only do on your phone, and I didn't have a phone because it was broken, and I couldn't buy a new phone because I didn't have access to my bank accounts. And also Boost Mobile only lets you buy phones with the credit card already associated with your account, so I couldn't start a new card or like ask my parents to help me out and what. But like, so for like a month and a half, like 6 weeks, I had no money and no phone and was just like trying to figure out how to go. Eventually I took the SIM card out of the 10S and put it back in the Kyocera Rise because 3G towers were still operational at that point. And so I was rocking the Kyocera Rise for like the last like 3 weeks of that experiment and freaking loved it. It was like my first dumb phone foray, and even though it was running Android 4, I keep this thing on my keys that is a it's a dummy 3.5 millimeter plug, so that if you have like a dongle, like a splitter dongle or any kind of dongle, you can just plug it into there and it like stays on your keys and stuff. But the Kyocera Rise was so light that you could just plug the phone's headphone jack into this and wear the phone on your belt like an accessory.
That sounds dangerous.
That sounds
anyway,
like you're never gonna find that phone.
Then I eventually got the the famous purple 12 mini, which I now split my time between the 12 mini.
Wait, so the Kyocera Rise until the iPhone 12 mini?
Well, no, there were lots of phones between those, but then I came back to the Kyocera Rise because I had no money and no phone.
Nice.
Then, oh my gosh, the funniest part of this Boost Mobile thing is, like, there was a Bank of America who at the time I was banking with, and there was a Boost Mobile store, and they were like 4 blocks from each other in Center City, Philadelphia. And so while I spent so much time, but going to one, they'd be like, you need to figure this stuff out at your bank. Go to the bank, they'd be like, you need to do this on your phone. Go back to the Boost Mobile store, they'd be like, we can't do anything like without your cards. So one day, I went to the Boost Mobile, like, this whole thing exploded. The Boost Mobile store was like, you got to come back tomorrow. I went back to the Boost Mobile store the next day, and it had closed. They had literally shut down that location, which is the most Boost Mobile thing in the whole world. I know I'm making this story take way too much time. Anyway, this is all to say, now I'm like 75-25, iPhone 25, minimal phone 75, and I'm so happy to be back on a physical keyboard. And that's my phone journey. Aren't you glad I went first?
But you're not going to stay on the middle phone, right?
It doesn't have to be on it now.
The reason I'm not going to stay on the minimal phone is because my really kind, nice, generous boss, Marquez Brownlee, is actually paying for my separate phone line on that phone, which is only going to be another 2 months. So,
yeah, but what if you just put your phone line on it?
Visible is not a supported carrier for the minimal phone. Otherwise, I would. Or I wouldn't have opened up a Boost Mobile line anyway. Sure. But yeah, so back on the physical keyboard, back on the dumb phone.
On the Boost.
Yeah, back on
the Boost, baby.
Anyway, yes, I feel like this was not very interesting, but thank you, thank you for listening. And I'm just going to do this.
Shut up, Ellis!
Nice. Okay.
Dave, you want to go?
Yeah, I'll go. Okay. I had originally this it was a knockoff razor because, I don't know, the razor was expensive or something. I don't remember. I remember going to the Verizon store and they had the razor and it was really cool, but it couldn't afford it. So they gave me the like really cheap, like knockoff, like Samsung one or something. And but the battery life was amazing. It was thick. It was a thick boy. Very nice. It lasted about 2 weeks, I think, on a charge. Yeah. And used mini USB. The iPhone came out. The famous plug that I make that I was in the audience there. Okay. And I was like, it's cool, but it was only on AT&T and also it's really expensive. Or I guess it was Singular at the time. And I couldn't afford it, so I was like, well, boohoo. Then Android came out and I was like, And so when the HTC Thunderbolt got announced, which was the first 4G phone in America, I was like, oh my god, there's finally an Android phone on Verizon.
Worst battery life I've ever tested on.
Oh my god. Not only, so I had it for about a week, and it was amazing. It was sort of a precursor to the HTC One M6, M7, M8, M9 stuff. So the build quality was amazing. It was like made of metal. It was super nice. Had a really good screen. But not only was the build quality like horrible. I mean, not build quality. The battery life horrible. It literally burned my hand because I was trying to do Skype and one other thing at the same time. So it burned my. It was so cool. Look how cool it looks.
The old clock widgets on Android
they're peak.
Perfect.
They're just amazing, and it looks so cool. It had front-facing speakers. It had a kickstand built into it. It was dope as hell, but unfortunately, it burned my hand, and so I had to return it. So I switched it out for a Samsung Droid Charge, and the build quality of Samsung Droid Charge was doo-doo water. Much worse. It was made of plastic. It was flimsy. It was crappy. Yeah, the Droid Charge. It was pretty bad. I honestly should have just dealt with the pain. But then the Samsung Galaxy S3 got announced, and that was like a big deal in the phone world. Everyone was super, super hyped for that phone. I think it was like one of the first 1 gigahertz processor phones. I think it was the first 1 gigahertz processor phone. It was a big deal. I was really excited for that. I pre-ordered it. It was the first phone I pre-ordered. And that was amazing. Galaxy S3. That was the first one to introduce the like TouchWiz like water droplet sounds when every time you unlock it, it would go like, HTC. Very nice. LG G3 was the next phone. It was the first 1440p phone. And it came with all these demo videos on it that was like, look at 1440p resolution. And it was like all those YouTube videos that you watch where it's like sweeping through vistas and it was like bright and it was like, show this to your friends and buy more LG stuff. And that was great because like that was an awesome LG phone. It had the volume rockers were on the back underneath and the power button was right in between. Yeah, it was so dope.
I love that.
It was super cool. It had a huge screen, so I really liked that. Nexus 6P gets announced. Nexus 6 gets announced. Shamu. Previously, I had wanted to have Nexus phones because they were all so cool and so affordable. Like the Nexus 4 was the sparkly back and it was like $300. It was so awesome.
But it wasn't available everywhere.
Not available everywhere. Definitely not on Verizon. Most of the Nexuses were not on Verizon, and I was on my family's plan, and I could not get off, and it sucked. But the Nexus 6 got announced. And it came out and it got announced at $650, which was unbelievably expensive at the time. There was all this outrage on Droid Life. The comment section were going crazy. And I was just like, wow, I can't believe they do this. And then the next day I bought one. And yeah, I really got convinced because Google Fi got announced with the Nexus 6. It was like, now it's called Google Project Fi or Google Fi Wireless now is what it's called. The name has changed a few times. But because it got announced, I was like, you know what? I'm finally a freshman in college. I should get off my mom's phone plan. Gonna be totally independent. So I got a Nexus 6. That phone was awesome. It was basically a Moto X 2013, but way bigger. Because the rumor was that they were going to work with Huawei on that phone, and Huawei pulled out at the last minute, and Moto was like, we could just make a bigger Moto X.
Have a dimple on the back.
Yeah. And so that's what they did for that. Nexus 6P was the next one. That's when Huawei came back swinging. It was basically the build quality of the HTC Thunderbolt, but even better. Many people revere the Nexus 6P as the like nicest designed smartphone ever made, and I still think that it's like really high up there.
I would argue the current Pixels look the way they do because of the 6P.
Yeah, well, sort of. Yeah, yeah.
It had the visor in the back.
It had the
Original
visor.
Sure.
That's true.
Yeah.
It was pretty sweet. And then from there on out, because I was on Project Fi, I was able to live that Google goodness life. They announced the Pixel 1, and I bought that, and I bought the Pixel 2, and then I bought the Pixel 3 XL with the Omega bathtub notch. That was pretty sweet. Then I had the Pixel 4 XL with the radar that would destroy the battery and never work. And then the Pixel 4a came out. And I still hold that I think the Pixel 4a was one of the best smartphones ever made because it was back to like $350. It just had a really, really seamless UI. Like the Pixel UI was really maturing. It had Google Assistant was really amazing at that time. It was really light. It had one camera. It was really small. It was a small phone. SmallAndroidPhone.com.
5.81 inch.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Rear fingerprint reader.
Yeah. I think my
accent power button.
The accented power button.
That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, I think my title for my review of that phone was like, a phone so good you won't even have to use it. Because you just use Google Assistant for everything.
Yeah.
And then the screen was really good when you did actually use it.
SmallAndroidPhone.com is a real website.
I know, and
that's a petition
you
to
know,
make small.
It's run by Eric Mijakovsky, which is the Pebble guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He actually was really excited about the minimal phone getting the Android layer unlocked because it's a small phone. So, or is the Light Phone 3? Light Phone 3. Sorry.
Yeah, minimal phone is huge.
Yeah. Anyway, Pixel 5, also small, really awesome. It was that it was a little bit cheaper and a little bit like it was made of plastic again, but it was that cool like it was made of metal but also plastic, and they were able to get the wireless charging through the metal because they like carved a hole in the metal in the center. That was really awesome. Pixel 6, super exciting because it was the big redesign of the Pixel. They added Material U to the Pixel 6. Super awesome. Then I became depressed and bought an iPhone 14 Pro. And the reason I bought it, if we're going to be honest, is because it was square. And that really won me over. But then I moved to the Pixel Fold because that was dope. And then the iPhone 15 Pro came out and it had USB-C and it was also square. So it brought me back. I was back on the iPhone 15 Pro Max. Then the Pixel Fold 2 came out and I was on that for a while because it was cool. It was pretty cool. And then the iPhone 16 Pro came out and it looked exactly the same as the 15.
I love how the Pixel needs to add a whole second screen and the iPhone's like USB-C and David's like, damn it, I'm in.
Yeah. Anyway, that's pretty much where I'm at. I will say I reviewed probably like 200 phones in between there, and I liked a lot of them, didn't like a lot of them, but probably my favorite phone that I reviewed in between there was the Oppo Find X2 Pro.
Yeah.
I want to say that. That phone rocked.
God, a lot of throwbacks.
Yeah, so that's my chronology. This is going to be a long podcast episode.
Mine's not that long. I can go quick. Mine is mostly like, haha, look, he's old.
I looked at yours and I realized where I misremembered the Samsung flip phone thing, but you have one Samsung flip phone in here that when I was in elementary school was like, if you had that thing, you were the coolest kid.
Oh, really? I generally, my first phone, so 2003, I put timestamps for this. The AudioVox CDM 9100.
God damn, you are old.
This thing was this phone, I had the worst phone out of all of my friends, but this thing was indestructible.
I have a question.
It looks like it.
When you owned it, were the buttons that color of yellow, or is that because of time? No, that was a design choice.
I mean, it was also like the backlight kind of had this like greenish hue to it, greenish yellow hue to it, so you could see it in the dark.
I believe it's a greenish yellow dew, if you will.
But yeah, I might have had this phone.
This thing, my friends used to be like, oh, his phone sucks, and they would take it and throw it against the wall, and the battery would pop out, and then I just pop the battery back in, and it was totally fine.
RIP removable batteries.
Yeah, you really had to learn like T9 on that thing if you wanted to type. at any sort of speed.
For the young people that listen to us, T9 is when you have a number pad and each of them have 3 letters on them, and you learn how to like touch type words underneath the table.
Well, it's a little weird because you could either do ABC, which was like if the 2 key has ABC, A is 1 touch, B is 2 touch. But T9 was like predictive.
Yeah.
So you would just type all the letters that were in the word, and then so if it was dog, you would press 3, 6, what's G? 4, and it would either say dog or you would press the arrow buttons to pick other words that have those amount of letters in it.
I used to
and
T9 under the table so fast.
It's a pro. You really on this phone had to learn about it was called like button lock, or because like if you just stuck this in your pocket, it would just press buttons and call people, and you would just leave voicemails to random people when you're like on your bike. So that was a fun time. Then I got my first flip phone, the Samsung SCH A670, whatever. It's a silver Samsung flip phone. Had a camera on it. First time I had a camera.
Was that on
2005? Sprint? I was Verizon for everything.
Oh, okay.
Until which also. You getting your own phone line in high school is very mature. I think I was living with Claire before I got my own phone line.
It was a thing that I had to beg for because I was never.
I think college is my phone.
Your own phone line?
Yeah.
Wait, your own line?
My own. Yeah, I was on my family plan with Verizon until college.
Oh, you mean your own plan?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Got it.
Then I did get an LG Voyager. This was when I was like, I like phones. I want this. This thing's sick. Screw the iPhone and all the iPhone lovers.
Oh my god, that's right, because this is 2007.
Yeah. This is who needs an iPhone. I mean, I was also someone who didn't have an iPod. I had a Creative Zen, and like, so I didn't like. I don't know why I didn't like Apple stuff back then. So I got the Voyager.
Them. It was us versus them.
It was us versus them. Back then, though, Apple was the nerdy thing. Like,
kinda, yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't the mainstream thing in 2007.
iPhone was the Android of phones.
It kind of feels like it. iPhones started. I would say
the
Mac,
Android of iPhones.
Mac beforehand was like the coder, really nerdy.
Yeah.
I liked it a bit because I did video editing, and like that was. But I really liked
Final
Windows
Cut
better.
7.
But anyways, got my Voyager until one day I tripped and broke both screens when it was in my pocket. So then I got the Samsung Alias.
That's the one I was talking about.
This phone was. Do you remember this phone?
Yeah, I do.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
For those of you who, if there's not a picture on the screen, you could open it like a flip, upways, or a fold, because it had this one hinge on the top right corner. So you could either have it like regular keypad on a phone, or if it was sideways, then it was like a landscape.
The LG wing of 2008.
No, I was looking for some, and there was an LG wing of 2008 from Samsung. I forget what it was called. Then my first real Android phone, the Droid Aris.
Yeah. By the way, this is around when the 3D cameras and 3D screens were like they were trying to make it a thing, and the Evo 3D came out around that time too. Do you remember this? I think it was Sprint only or something.
I don't remember. I remember at my time on Verizon, like if you were doing the Verizon upgrade plan, your two choices were this or the Droid, the first Droid.
And you did this instead.
This was cheaper.
My mom got this.
I got this. It had a little trackball on it, but again,
flames.
Old Android clock widget.
It's so good.
It's just nostalgic.
That's the HTC Sense widget. Yeah.
This thing was awesome. I remember like rooting this and thinking I broke it 100 different times.
Yeah.
Then I got a Droid 2. Then I started in the Galaxy stuff. S3, S5. This is very clearly, you can tell my plan was an upgrade every 2 years.
Yeah.
So S3, S5, S7. Then I started working here.
Oh.
We got it wasn't a review unit. It was, I think you did something with Casey and they sent like a gift package that had a Note 8 in it. And you didn't want it, so I was like, I'll take it. Favorite phone I've ever had.
Note 8 was fire.
Note 8, best phone I think that's ever come out. It was peak.
Wasn't fire because the Note 7 was fire.
It was, yes. This was fire though. But I think like the coolest part of this is the home button was like this button kind of under the screen. So it was just a screen button, but it had a physical press and like a feedback to it.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic.
That was awesome.
Then I started my Pixel journey, Pixel 3 XL, Bathtub, Pixel 4 XL, solely, Pixel 6, Pixel 7. Zenfone 10, and now I am back on the Galaxy train with the Galaxy S24.
This is a crazy way to tell the passage of time because I've known you since your 4XL days. And then I keep scrolling. I'm like, whoa, I've known him for so many phones.
I have a question for you, Andrew.
Yeah.
Why'd you go back to the Galaxy S24? I feel like Samsung's the most boring phone right now, especially the regular one.
I don't.
Like, you can have a Pixel.
I don't even remember why I was like, I kind of miss Samsung, and went back to it. I like the size of it. The price of it is pretty solid, and
It's from a Zen phone, so you also gained like an extra camera and wireless charging and
gained an extra camera from the smaller Pixel.
But the new Zenfone has wireless charging.
Yeah,
this
but
one
it's
did have
1,000
wireless charging.
feet tall.
Didn't they
This
add
is
wireless
the-
charging to the last one that was
This
cool?
is it. That's this one.
The 10.
Yeah, the 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. I did. This did have wireless charging. That's why I switched to it.
Gotcha.
I beat the hell out of that phone. Oh, I also the real reason I went from Zenfone to S24 and didn't stay on Zenfone, other than it was small, is
they got boring.
I wanted a D-brand case that had the MagSafe puck on it. I still think MagSafe is the best accessory on any phone. Period. So it has to have a case that.
But you
has it.
could. I mean, the Zenfone 10 definitely doesn't need a case.
I had the sticker on the back. It's still annoying to like hold with like this magnetic sticker on it.
Let's see.
But no, I think mine's still on my desk. But yeah, mine's kind of a boring, except for that AudioVox CDM 9100.
I think you should switch to a Kyocera Rise.
I might have to look for one.
Also, Andrew, I just want to say, in my heart, you'll forever be a Zenfone 10. That's just the phone. I see that
I'm
phone
amped
and I'm
about
just like,
that.
that's Andrew's phone.
I like that.
Yeah.
You may think that you're a Zenfone
My
7,
spirit animal.
but you'll always be a Zenfone 10 to me, Andrew.
Yeah. The man of the hour.
Yeah. Here's how I did this. I just went year by year. Every year since 2006, I picked what I believed to be the phone that I used the most during that year. Some of these years were hard where I had 2 or 3 phones that I used a lot during the year, but I tried to just pick the one that I used the most. So, presented without nuance every year from 2006 to 2025, my daily driver. 06, Samsung flip phone. I believe it's called the U340. 2007, Motorola Droid. 2008, the same Motorola Droid. 2009, the same Motorola Droid. Overclocked. Yeah, custom ROM, the whole thing. 2010, the Droid X. These are all Verizon phones.
Droid.
2011, the first and only phone I've ever waited in line for, the Samsung Galaxy Nexus.
Oh, so jealous.
2012.
That phone was how I found you on YouTube.
Yeah, I
Doing
did a
those
bunch of videos on that phone. Yeah, that was on Verizon.
Droid
as well.
X was sick.
Yeah, Droid X was sick. Droid X was a good one.
Droid X was awesome.
Then 2011, Galaxy Nexus. So then 2012, Galaxy Note 2. 2013, HTC One M7 Google Play Edition.
Let's go.
The smile on your face reading that out loud is like...
That phone was perfect. That phone was actually perfect.
Google Play Edition.
2014, OnePlus One. 2015, Galaxy Note 5. 2016, Nexus 6P.
Yes.
2017, Google Pixel XL. 2018, OnePlus 6. 2019, OnePlus 7T Pro McLaren Edition.
Oh my god. Okay, the 7T.
Also perfect. That phone is also perfect.
Even the 7T also is perfect.
Yeah.
Just saying.
2020, iPhone 12 Pro Max, because I split my Android phones too much. 2021, Galaxy S21 Ultra.
I wonder if they've met their neighbor. They live next to an old white woman who was convinced that we were drug dealers, and she hated us. She hated us. She complained to our landlord like 24/7 because she thought we were drug dealers. So she was like, we had people coming in and out of the house all the time, and we always had people like delivering Uber Eats and stuff like that. So she used to call our landlord and be like, I'm pretty sure the kids that you let move into the house, they're a bunch of drug dealers. Like, these kids are bad kids. And anytime we would see her outside, she would glare at us. And like, if we had too many cars in the driveway, she would call us or leave us notes. If our trash cans, like, there's like a little place where you can put your trash cans away. And if we didn't put them away, if we like left them out, which we did all the time because we needed like 30 trash cans because we made so much trash, she would complain about our trash cans being on our own property. They're gonna have a heyday with the neighbor. She is She's not. She's a Karen. I wonder if they've met their neighbor. They live next to an old white woman who was convinced that we were drug dealers, and she hated us. She hated us. She complained to our landlord like 24/7 because she thought we were drug dealers. So she was like, we had people coming in and out of the house all the time, and we always had people like delivering Uber Eats and stuff like that. So she used to call our landlord and be like, I'm pretty sure the kids that you let move into the house, they're a bunch of drug dealers. Like, these kids are bad kids. And anytime we would see her outside, she would glare at us. And like, if we had too many cars in the driveway, she would call us or leave us notes. If our trash cans, like, there's like a little place where you can put your trash cans away. And if we didn't put them away, if we like left them out, which we did all the time because we needed like 30 trash cans because we made so much trash, she would complain about our trash cans being on our own property. They're gonna have a heyday with the neighbor. She's not. She's a Karen. I wonder if they've met their neighbor. They live next to an old white woman who was convinced that we were drug dealers.
Hello there, what's your name?
I'm gonna ask my grandma to name all the characters in Smash Bros. Ultimate. Hope she doesn't get any wrong. Okay, Grandma, who's this?
That's Mario.
And who's this?
That's his brother Luigi.
Okay, that's easy. But who's this?
Lucina from Fire Emblem Awakening.
How the fuck do you know
Who
that?
doesn't know Lucina?
Okay, but how about this guy?
Shulk from Xenoblade Chronicles for the Nintendo Wii.
God damn it, Grandma, I'm trying to go viral.
There was
Why do you
also
even
a
know all
3DS
this shit? How am I
port.
gonna link my SoundCloud, Grandma? I'm gonna ask my grandma to name all the characters in Smash Bros. Ultimate. Hope she doesn't.
iFixit just dunked on Nintendo. When the Switch one first came out, iFixit was like, hey, this is an 8 out of 10 on the repairability score. When the Switch 2 came out, iFixit came back and said, no, this is actually a 4 out of 10, and I fully agree with them. The industry as a whole has accelerated more towards repair, while Nintendo is still kind of lagging behind. iFixit cited things like a non-removable battery, delicate flex cables, and no repair manuals or parts provided. That's exactly why I have the Switch 2 here torn down. I'm trying to see if Nintendo is adapting. iFixit just dunked.
What car brand do you think will be most popular in 10 years?
I don't know, probably something still like Toyota or something.
Hey Abby, what car brand do you think will be most popular in 10 years?
Probably still a Jeep.
Hey Keith, what car brand do you think will be most popular in 10 years?
I'm gonna go with Kia or Honda.
Hey Zion, what car brand do you think will be the most popular in 10 years?
Probably Tesla.
What car brand do you think will be most popular?